So EIL is basically what it looks like when your interoperability layer behaves like Ethereum itself, with no critical secrets, no indispensable intermediaries, and no unverifiable outcomes. So this is just what we're going to speak about today in terms of interop. And lastly, if you guys still believe trustlessness is the point, I encourage you guys to put that belief on chain and to sign the Trustless Manifesto. We're really excited to kick off this day with you guys, and if you have any other questions about Ethereum interop layer, what it means, feel free to ask me. We have a workshop at, I believe it's 3 p.m., going through the EIL SDK, which is live on testnet, not mainnet. And that'll be in the workshop room back there, also so that you guys know where all the other cool workshops are happening today. There's an awesome OIF workshop, I think, going on now. That is where the workshops will be. So yeah, thank you guys so much, and look forward to kicking off this day with you.
Thank you so much, Marissa, for this amazing presentation. Now, those of you who have not yet signed the Trustless Manifesto, I am sure that this will be the very next thing that you do. Now, I am very curious to hear from our next speaker, because imagine what happens when 30 developers descend on San Martín de los Andes for 3 days. What are they doing? What are they hacking? What are they talking about? I don't know about you, but I am dying to know. Our next speaker will reveal just that. Please welcome to the stage Barnaby Monod.
Hey. Hello. Yeah, good to be here. Thank you for attending the talk. I want to tell you a little bit about some work that we did last week in Patagonia at Edge City on the Open Intents framework, which is an interop stack that is very modular, very extensible, and very valuable for the Ethereum ecosystem. Okay, so last week we were basically entrenched in this hotel room, hacking away on many, many fun projects, trying to kick the tires of emerging Open Intents framework. We are lucky to have over 30 builders from these amazing companies. And throughout this talk, I want to give you some quotes from what they had to say about the event, because I feel there was such a great connection. The human element of this experience is really important to me. So weeks like this remind me how rare it is to find deep alignment, technical focus, and humanity in the same room. So I think we really had something very special there, and we want to show you how that translates to the Open Intents framework as a stack. So by the end of the week, we managed to get through 7 projects, which are listed here. And I'll get into them in a little bit. But let's first rewind a little bit and understand what the Open Intents framework is and what it's trying to achieve. So the Open Intents framework started as a collaboration between many companies, including the Ethereum Foundation, Across, LeFi, OpenZeppelin, Wonderland, Hyperlane, Arbitrum, Uniswap, Coinbase, and many others. I'm reading from the notes because we have so many great partners that I didn't want to forget any one of them. Why are we building this stack? We want to make interop accessible, and we want to meet the users where they're at and try to uplift the ecosystem with a modular set of components. The idea of OIF is to provide these turnkey intent-based bridges for new L2s. So it should be very simple for anyone to just deploy that and be connected to the Ethereum network when they launch a new chain. We want to design OIF so that we don't have any vendor lock-in for apps and wallets, and we have standard tooling. So you don't have to be opinionated about single solution that you are picking. You leave the choice to the user. We also want to build this stack to bridge different protocols that have different pools of liquidity, as we believe this gives you better pricing, better latency, and just simpler intent-enabled UX for users. So these network effects are very important to make intents a great cross-chain UX solution. We're also building it very modularly, in particular the settlement. So how much trust do you need to have in the components of the system? You can be pretty extensive with this, and in particular, we are building trust minimized components to have fully trust minimized interop with intents. And the last thing the stack aims to achieve is to simplify the operations of solvers and fillers. In particular, today's solvers, they have to custom integrate every single interop protocol. With this stack, there's a legible interface that they can just conform to and, yeah, be plugged into the market immediately. Here's another quote. I played around with the contracts and was pretty impressed with the modularity it provides. Different settlement paths can be easily swapped in and out depending on the trust assumption the user is comfortable with. So what is OIF? It's a full stack framework for intent-based cross-chain interop. In particular, these are the three main components of the OIF stack. So there's a suite of contracts, there's something called the aggregator, and there is a solver implementation. Another way to think about it is the contracts are there. They are Solidity contracts that you just deploy on the source and destination chains. And they are the contracts that ensure that the fair exchange is performed between the user and the filler. So the user puts funds in the contract on source, the filler puts funds on the contract at destination, and there's another contract that does the settlement to ensure that the fair exchange proceeded fairly. You can think of the aggregator as something like a matchmaker. So the user can talk to the aggregator. It can be run locally. It can be run remotely. That basically helps the user like find the right quote to send their intent to be filled. And then you have a solver, which is the counterparty that manages their inventory, that fills the user intent at destination. There's other parts to this universe. So something that's pretty important is the interop SDK. So if you think of OIF as the engine, the interop SDK is kind of the wheel or the interface, like the access control to this suite of components. And the SDK should contain interop addresses as well as cross-chain operations. So it should allow you to plug in to cross-chain protocols such as OIF-supported protocols. In fact, the module of interop address is available now. So you can already use two types of addresses, ERC7828, which is a human-readable interoperable addresses. So you can write barnaby.if at Arbitrum, and this will be legible. It will give you like the right chain-specific address. And there's also 7930, which is the machine-readable version, which is a binary format of this. So you can already use this and integrate it with the module that's here. Another part of OIF that composes really nicely with the stack is ERC7683, which is a standard for liquidity order. So with this standard, it makes it easier for solvers to compete and to plug into the market, which means that you have deeper markets, deeper liquidity pools, and that means you have cheaper fees, lower latency for users that transit over this. You can see a diagram here. The user will receive an order from the market, will sign the order, and then the order will be filled by the filler that then settles it with a settler contract. So it's a fairly simple flow. Right, so that was a few words on OIF and the stack and components that relate to it. Now I want to talk a little bit about what was built in Patagonia on top or with the OIF stack. So our goal coming into this week was to have an end-to-end demo of OIF, from the user being on an app to the wallet, showing some kind of legible cross-chain operation to the user for them to sign, to the order being broadcasted to the network of solvers, to solvers then performing the fill, so filling the user funds at destination, and then to the settlement that ensures that the fair exchange between the user and the filler proceeded correctly. By the end of the week, we had these 7 different projects, which were chaotically related as per this whiteboard. And I think it was really interesting. Basically, what this quote says, once everyone started hacking, IDs basically turned into prototypes instantly. The pace was wild. And I think this is very much due to the fact that the OIF itself is so extensible, has been really designed with modularity in mind, making it like very easy to just start hacking and customize it to your needs and the needs of your protocol and users. So we had these 7 projects. They're not end-to-end yet, so the thing that we haven't finished by the end of the 3 days is what's highlighted here in the red rectangles. We still need to connect these components together, but we're hoping to make some progress on that asynchronously in the next weeks. All right, so the first project that we had was to have an app, a cross-chain app, that will make use of OIF components and interop SDK. So in particular, we built this payment request app. So somebody asks you for funds, says, please send me 10 USDC on Arbitrum, for instance, using the interop addresses, so ERC7828, so like Barnaby at Arbitrum, as well as the payment request ERC7856. Once the payment request is made and the user signs it, the payment is made over OIF. So it transits over like the pipes of the OIF supported solver and aggregator. One part that was not so easy to build is that you want the exact amount to be received. So if I request $10, I want to receive $10, not 9.96. And so you have to account for the fees for the sender to send like the right amount at the source. And yeah, this is something that was done. I have a little video. Oh. Not sure, maybe it's not in there. That's all right. I think the video didn't make it to the slide. Okay, so that was the first project, a payment request app. The second project that we had is one of our builders actually does this website called vaults.fyi, which is a curated list of all the vaults where you can deposit your assets across many different chains. And one pain point that this builder found, they wanted their users to be able to send funds very quickly, let's say from an Arbitrum vault to a base vault, but they don't want their user to leave the app. Like they wanted that to be just seamless. So how do you make sure that you can integrate components that allow, let's say, the wallet to tell to the app that the user has these funds and this action can be processed? And so what we ended up building is these types of complex flows where maybe you have an action on source, then you want to bridge your funds to another destination, and then you want to take action on destination. But all the time that you do this, let's say you exit the vault, you want to swap your assets, send them around, there's a lot of slippage and fees along the way, and you don't want to like leave dust in many places. And so what you want to be able to do is dynamically inject the values of the outputs that you get as inputs to the next step of the process. And 7683, the liquidity order standard, makes that actually very simple to do at runtime. And so they were able to code like this end-to-end flow, where every time the inputs matched the outputs from the previous step. My clicker is not clicking. All right, I think we're back. Thank you. Okay, so that was the second project, having the ability as an app to create these complex flows with 7683 and send them over the OIF stack. The third project that was attempted was trying to repay the fillers that provide the funds on destination as quickly as possible using TE proofs. The person who wanted to build this project was looking to replace a custom integration they had made with Across by integrating OIF instead using their TE Oracle. That actually took them longer to remove all the custom stuff that they had to build to integrate Across. And I think this shows that something that doesn't have this vendor lock-in that allows you to perhaps decide on different protocols depending on the needs that you have, either in time or per user, is very attractive to app builders who want to enjoy this optionality. So I would say bonus points for OIF here. The fourth project that we had is ERC7683 compliant Rails. So 7683 is like a standard order, but you may still need to translate data from specific interop protocols into the right format that makes them legible to the solver so that the solvers can compete on filling these intents. So to do this, you would implement a resolver, which is a contract that performs this translation. And that makes it that any solver that complies to the 7683 interface will be able to read orders that come from this protocol. In particular, the team that worked on this, led by Frangio, they used a new version of ERC 7683, which is V1, which is an upgrade from V0. At the same time as I'm giving this talk, they're giving a talk about what this new version contains. So please catch the replay after this. Another quote, if you care about seamless cross-chain transactions, keep an eye on the standard 7683 and consider contributing. I think it's a very important standard to try to widen the market and make it as accessible as possible. Our fifth project had to do with settlement, so we wanted to build an Oracle, a settlement that was as trust minimized as possible while being efficient. What we opted for is an optimistic game for the settlement, where in the happy case, the solver attempts to claim the funds, and if there's no dispute, the funds are just given to the solver. In the unhappy case, somebody can dispute this claim, and the challenge gets resolved using the trust minimized broadcaster, so basically the canonical bridges of the rollups, to resolve the challenge. So to decide, did the solver actually fill the user order, or did they not? We went a bit further. Someone else attempted to try a more complex optimistic game, which is 2 stages. So in the happy case, again, no dispute. The solver actually claims the fund legitimately. In the first unhappy case, when there's a challenge that gets triggered, you can resolve the challenge using a TE proof. But again, that proof can be challenged. So if the TE proof itself is not right, somebody can challenge it, and then you go back to the trust minimized settlement using the broadcaster. That can take up to 7 days given the canonical bridges on optimistic rollups. So you can really make an OIF flow as trust minimized as you want. The sixth project, all right, thank you. The sixth project is the ZK proof of fill. So given that we obtain settlement, we want to prove that a fill is valid using a ZK proof instead of a storage proof. So storage proofs are just fairly gas expensive, and you can amortize the cost by passing a ZK proof to show that on destination, the fill of the solver is valid and is legit. So the person that worked on this requested a proof from the boundless network, and that's what happened. Okay, the seventh project is Rioli. That was built by very enthusiastic people who wanted to think about agents, who don't have liquidity on chain for every action, but they want to request services across chain. So you have your agent, which is on Arbitrum. They want to do something for you on Base. They have to find funds on Base to be able to perform this. So here they use the resource log protocol, which can also be part of the OIF stack, creating access for the agents to access passive funds on destination. They use the TE as the allocator to ensure that there's no double spending. That tells you whether the resource can be spent or not. That's why it's locked in the first place. So I want to end with a bit of a call to action. Like, these are the 7 projects that we built. I hope they show the breadth of things that can be built with OIF, and in particular how quickly you can get started with it and build like just really valuable components or apps on top of this stack. We're really looking to talk. Like, we want to understand better the needs of different categories. So for instance, if you're an app with cross-chain needs, we want to talk to you about the interop SDK. We think that this is something you should be looking into integrating if you just want to have access to this interop stack. If you're a wallet, there are many different components here as well. The interop SDK, again, should support many of these needs, in particular interop addresses, something that can be very nice for your users to orient themselves across chains. If you're an intent protocol, we want to discuss about the OIF contracts themselves, as well as ERC 7683. We think like the more integration we have on these open interfaces, again, the deeper the markets, the better the users are. For solvers, we want to talk about 7683, as well as solver operations. Like, we think some of the stack that we have, in particular the solver implementation, can be just very easily reusable and extensible by current players. And if you're a chain launching on Ethereum, we want to ask you about using the OIF contracts as well as deploying a solver to ensure that your chain gets out-of-the-box connectivity with the broader Ethereum ecosystem. So these are our Telegram handles. I'm Barnabé Mono. I work a lot with Josh Rudolph, so please reach out. And I want to end also by saying thank you to the amazing builders that were part of this experience in Patagonia. Thank you.
Actually have time to take a question, so let's step over this way while we make sure the next speaker is set up. So if you guys have not noticed yet, there is a QR code that appears on the right of the stage, so you can scan that and ask our speakers anything you would like, and if we have time, we will take questions. Now, Barnaby, this question for you says, we built a testnet app on OIF. How can we best connect with LPs, market makers, and individuals running solvers? Is there an obvious way to plug into them? And what if we have custom OIF interface requirements?
Yeah, I think the best for you, I'm not sure who you are in the audience, but would be, please reach out to me. I'm happy to chat. On the other stage, at the same time, we have Pepe from OpenZeppelin, who's working a lot on solver integration and market integration. I think he might be the right person to have a chat with. It should be very easy to plug you to the Open Intents Framework market, to the solvers, to the 7683 interface. Yeah, and if it's not, we should understand why, because that's what the question asks. I think is really the point of OIF in the first place, to make it like almost a no-brainer to plug yourself to this market and for your app to suddenly obtain like all of these cross-chain capabilities under the hood.
Now, another question that someone asked from the crowd is, how can I join next time and hack and build with you? So what do people have to do to be there with you?
Yeah, I mean, we had an open call on Twitter. We had many people who joined. I didn't know them, but I was very happy to get to know them better through this experience. So, I don't know, follow me on Twitter. I really hope that we get to do this again. I think it was a very productive experience. Yeah, stay aware of like our next call for invitations to such events, and reach out in the meantime, of course.
So I guess the best way is to follow him on Twitter and see when there's an opportunity. And don't be shy. Talk to Barnaby. You can see he's a nice guy. He won't bite. Thank you so much, Barnaby.
Yep,
thank you very much. We are continuing the discussion on the same topic of intents. Now, please welcome to the stage Train Protocol's Aran Kocharian. Welcome to the stage.
Hey everyone, hello. Today I'm going to talk about Train Protocol, but first of all, let me make a bold claim to make you interested in this speech. So all existing interop protocols right now are heavily centralized or heavily depend on centralized operators. And the discussion I want to have today is two questions. How did we end up like this? How did we end up with a situation that almost all interop protocols are centralized and everyone is fine with that? And how we move forward? For that, I plan to talk about you, I plan to tell you the story, our story, because we are the one that built a centralized bridge before. So it's layer swap. I want to tell you how, bit by bit, step by step, we end up with trusted centralized bridge and how we can overcome it. Everything started in 2021 when there is L2 boom, Arbitrum, Loopring, ZK Singlite, and everything else. And we were just three guys sitting together, exploring crypto, trying to find some problems to solve. And exactly this time, my co-founder asked me, hey, if I have my assets in Coinbase account, how I move them to Arbitrum, let's say, because at that time, Coinbase was not supporting Arbitrum. And it sounds really interesting problem, and it sounded a problem that we could solve. So what we did is, we created the first version of layer swap, and the main idea of the layer swap was to transfer your funds from Coinbase or from any other centralized exchange to layer 2. And the way we did it is we had a Coinbase account, So as a user, you will transfer from your Coinbase account to our Coinbase account. Then we have funds in Arbitrum. We transfer from our Arbitrum account to your account. So very simple. And it worked really well. At this time, everyone was talking about layer swap. It was really insane. We had growth unimaginable. Then what happened is we had the new networks coming, ZK Sync, Arbitrum, Optimist, and we just kept adding all these networks. So we had this exchange-to network, basically going from Coinbase to ZK Sync, and we also have a network to exchange, so we're doing the same opposite. So far, so good, until one of my co-founders, the same guy, asked me another question. Wait a minute, so we have accounts in all layer 2s, we have liquidity in all layer 2s, why we are only doing centralized exchange to layer 2? Maybe we should do just layer 2 to layer 2, because we already have these accounts, users can just transfer to our address, and then we can do the counterparty transaction in destination chain. You see that new flag? So we added this cross-chain tab. It's like new shiny bridge. And obviously, it was completely trusted. So we were just a trusted, centralized operator. We were receiving the funds in source network, in EOA, and we were executing funds in destination network. And everything was working fine. Users were using it. No one was seeing any problem with that. No one was complaining. Even the really good protocols that had really good decentralization and really minimized trust assumptions were not working, but we were working. We were growing. All of this happened until 2024, when we started asking us questions, why are we even doing this? What is the reason of building so important infrastructure component in a centralized and in an unresponsible way? And it was like kind of a crisis inside company, because I was complaining about this doesn't make sense, we don't need this product, it's not important. In 2 or 3 years, it's not going to be relevant at all. And it's so important infrastructure piece, we have to do something with it. And after these discussions, after a lot of fighting with my co-founders, a lot of researching, a lot of idea generation, a lot of brainstorming, we finally understood and realized one important thing. We were thinking about interop as an end-user product. We were thinking about this, hey, okay, so users want to go from one chain to another chain, so we make it fast and cheap. And that was also because, I don't know you remember or not, but at that time there was this big narrative in crypto. Everyone was complaining, hey, you all are building an infrastructure, whatever you are building is not important, it's not giving the crypto adoption, and we were under that narrative as well. So we realized that in order to build actual value in interop, you have to realize that interop is not an end-user product. Interop, it's infrastructure. It's really important infrastructure, and by doing this, when we changed our perspective about thinking interop, we started designing, okay, so how that infrastructure should look like, how we want this infrastructure to actually look like. And we just pinned it down to 2 main attributes. The first one is trustlessness. So the protocol itself, when users are moving funds from A to B, users should not trust anyone in this path. They should not trust any custodian. They should not send their funds to anyone, any multi-sig, any contract. Users should be able to do it without giving away their assets, even if they are a reputable and working company. And we know like not everything goes well with blockchains. Blockchains can get stuck, they can get hard forked or whatever. So users should be able to refund their funds if something went wrong. If the solver is not working, if RPCs are not working, or anything is not working, users should be independently able to refund their funds back if the swap is not happening. So that's about trustlessness. The second most important thing is permissionlessness. During 3 years of operating layer swap, every week we are talking with a new network. Every week. New networks are calling us, hey, guys, can you integrate new network into layer swap? And this is a huge pain point for networks. In order to have an interop solution, so they can onboard their users, they have to get, I don't know, they have to get a lucky VC or these big boy guys, or they have to pay money for a network integration. So permissionlessness is really important thing for a protocol. So if there are new networks, they will be able to join the protocol from first day, and there should be no company, no gatekeeper stopping them doing that. As we defined what is the problem and what we want, let's step back and see what is the actual problem with interop, why it's so hard. And it's actually really simple to articulate. The problem is the state problem. So Optimism don't know what is Starknet. They don't know it. In Optimism universe, there is no Starknet. For Optimism universe, there is no Solana. So all these networks keep their state, and they don't have any idea about other chains. And how you would solve this is if you have a third party or any party that can provide a trustless cross-chain messaging between one chain to another chain. If we can have a trustless cross-chain messaging, that problem will be solved, right? Because you will be able to pass data, cold data, or whatever from one chain to another. If you had this, no problem. When you have this, the problem is that we don't have it. And we couldn't find a solution ourselves. When we were trying to solve this problem, we couldn't find any way to implement a generalized cross-chain messaging in a trustless manner. Good luck, other teams. But what we did is, we decided to narrow scope down to asset bridging and swaps. Only asset bridging and swaps. When we narrowed down the problem, we already see in this market how intent solver systems, not specifically intent solver, but the systems where user is sending funds and someone is giving funds in a destination network. Let's call it intent solver to not confuse with anything else. So how that works? User is committing funds in a source network, and solver is ready to give funds in destination network. In this design, we basically have two parties, user and solver. And we already had a mechanism that is well invented maybe 10 years ago, atomic swaps. So when you have atomic swaps, you don't need any trusted third party. So two parties can exchange assets using atomic swaps. And to give you a quick intro to atomic swaps are all around HDLC contracts, hash time lock contracts. The way atomic swaps work is user is generating secret, calculating hash of this secret, and locking funds in source chain with two conditions. One condition is if the secret is revealed, funds are going to solver. Second condition is if time lock passed, let's say 15 minutes or 20 minutes passed, user can claim funds back. Once user does this transaction, solver, to whomever user created a contract, sees this transaction in source chain and creates counterparty contract in destination chain with similar conditions, with same hash lock, the hash lock that user owns the secret, with same hash lock, but when the secret is revealed, funds are going to user. Solver does that. When user detects this, when user sees in destination network, hey, wait a minute, there isn't a contract, I can reveal my secret and claim funds. User goes to destination network, does the transaction to reveal the secret and claims the fund. Once it's done, secret is right now public, so solver can take the secret, go to source chain, and claim their funds back. So far, so good. But we can already see few problems with the design. The first problem is secret dependency. the user in this design is responsible for handling secret. User is responsible to managing the secret. Either it's in your local storage or in your wallet, but what if the cache is cleared or whatever, so it's a big dependency on a user. So if user lose this, it's going to be a problem. But funds are safe. So even if you use the secret, you are just going to wait for time lock and get the funds back. The second problem is, right from beginning, user is committing one-to-one with solver, right? Because the user is locking the funds exactly for the solver. So that's one-to-one with the solver right from the beginning. And the third problem is user has to do transaction in destination chain. Imagine like user wants to get some it in Optimism, and when they go from Arbitrum to Optimism, you ask them to do a transaction in Optimism. So it's not going to work. And relayers here are not going to work as well. So I mean, maybe you are thinking, oh, wait a minute, so you can give this secret to anyone else so they can execute the transaction for you. No, it's not going to work because secret, user can't reveal the secret before the swap. Because if you reveal the secret to some relayer or someone, what if that someone was the solver itself? If you reveal this secret accidentally to the solver will go to source chain and claim your funds, and swap will not happen. So you can't lose control of the secret. Now we know the problems, so we narrowed down to solve this problem. And introducing pre-HTLCs. It's basically the same atomic swap concept, but with a few nuances. So the first step here, user is just committing funds. User is not generating secret. User is not taking the secret. They are just committing funds, telling that, hey, I want to bridge somewhere, like telling the destination network, telling the destination amount, and that's it. And user is committing the funds for all solvers. There is no single solver at this stage. Once all solvers see this transaction in source chain, and the solver who is willing to do the swap generates a secret and calculates the hash of the secret and creates the HTLC contract in destination chain. So now you have user committed in source network, and you have a HTLC solver committed in destination network. So now user's job is to observe the destination network, see the hash lock, they just see it in a contract, so see the hash lock, copy that hash lock, and apply it to your original commitment. Now you are locked with solver one-to-one. You don't manage the secret. Secret is managed by the solver. And once you do this commitment, once you finalize your commitment, now you have two contracts, same hash lock, all the same with atomic swap. So solver, what does the solver do in this situation? They take the secret, they go to source network, release their assets, and they go to destination network, release user's assets. Okay, there is a problem. Because what if solver doesn't release the user's assets, right? Solver is incentivized to release their assets, but is not incentivized to release the user's assets. In that case, we introduced a reward mechanism for solvers. So whenever solvers lock in destination, they lock 10% more of their original amount. And this 10% more is refunded when the solver is actually releasing user's fund, or is reserved for anyone, whoever is willing to grab that 10%, they can go and grab that 10%. By doing this, we incentivize solvers to release the user's fund. And introducing you the train protocols. I already told about contracts. That contracts are the first most important thing. But if we take the contract, the protocol itself has very wide usage because, let's say, let me go back. So in this step, when user is reading the destination network to grab the hash lock, how they are reading it? They are reading it with RPC calls, right? So we don't trust RPCs. So how can we do it? We can have light clients running inside the browser to not trust the RPC, but read the state of the chain through light client, so you can actually get the hash lock and apply to your source network. So train protocol is combination of all of these. So we have contracts, we have solver, we had wallet SDK, which have a native integration with Helios-like light client. So everything this is in one package, and we call it Train Protocol. Demo time. So I have a recording of the demo. Someone told me, don't do the recording, do the actual demo. So I will try the actual demo. If this works, of course. Let me see. New tab. How to exit this mode? OK. So I go to app.train.tech. Let's try a demo from Starknet mainnet to base. Let's connect my wallets. I will connect my Ready wallet. And I will connect my MetaMask. So far, so good. OK. So let's see. As I described the flow here, the first step is to commit to all solvers. So I commit my funds to all solvers, whoever is ready, whoever is willing to do this swap, they will just come right in. So I'm committing my transaction. This is transaction in Starknet mainnet. Once my transaction is confirmed, and I hope it will be soon enough. OK, it was very fast. But once transaction is confirmed, one solver automatically detected my transaction and now reserved assets for me in destination network. And it's what is happening in this loading. First, we verified it by RPC. We get with RPC the hash log, and everything was fine, while Helios was verifying it with light client. Once it's verified, I don't trust here anyone, like no one. So I can just go here, finalize my swap. This is the step that I apply my hash log to my original swap. I finalize my transaction, basically applying my hash log to original contract, and swaps is going to be completed in few seconds. So if you think about this, it just takes around, it's not fast enough, like, I don't know, like layer swap, like our centralized service. It takes like 3 seconds to do this swap. It takes like 10 seconds. But the important thing is that I didn't trust anyone here, like literally no one. No one had a chance to do anything bad with my money. So this is a transaction. It's confirmed. I get my funds. OK. So to recap what we just saw, is we saw Train Protocol, which has no intermediaries. Only user and solver doing an exchange with atomic swaps. Anyone in this design can join to Train Protocol. What is necessary is only pre-HTLC contract deploy on your network and the running solver. There are no gatekeepers, no companies controlling this. Everyone can just deploy the contract, run the solver, everyone will be able to join, and everyone will be able to swap. Pre-HTLC contracts are around 200 or 300 lines of code in Solidity, are very simple contracts. They are non-upgradable. You just deploy them, you just forget about them. And finally, these contracts can be implemented for any VM. We already did implementation for a bunch of VMs, like Solana, Starknet, Fuel, and probably Bitcoin. I'm not sure yet. And there is one more thing. Everyone was talking about private bridging. Train Protocol design allows us to have a private bridging with Aztec. So I can do the demo of this as well. If I go to testnet.train, but I'm not going to do it. I'm just showing that you can try at home. So if you go testnet.train.tech, you will be able to do the demo. I am showing the video because the way Aztec works is they are proving each transaction. So like the whole swaps takes like 30 minutes. So I don't want you to wait here, but you can go to testnet.train.tech, and you can go, let's say, from Ethereum to, oh, we don't have Ethereum to Aztec. So we have probably from I don't know. Anyway, so you can go and try it. So I will show you the demo. Okay, everything is happening as before, but you will see here, so we are going from Ethereum Sepolia to Aztec testnet. We are connecting the Aztec wallet, connecting MetaMask. Okay, so everything is almost the same. So first step is, again, confirming the details. You basically commit in Ethereum network telling, hey, is there anyone who is going to, who wants to reserve any assets for Aztec? So now, solvers in Aztec network are trying to fulfill this. So this part is speeding up. So it's not like this. So I will just speed it up faster so you can see. Okay. So once one solver lock the funds, I do the finalize, and I just say, OK, finalize. But you can see here that I have one more step, manual private claim. Let me speed it up as well. OK. So once the exchange happened, but it's not really finalized yet, because you want to keep it private. You don't want the solver to send you the funds. So Aztec solver is preserving the funds for you for the key that you only own. So this claim transaction is right now going and privately executing, providing the key and claiming funds privately. So not a solver, no one in between knew that you actually received these funds in Aztec network. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Aram. Please go and give him a follow and ask him anything you would like after this session. Now, we are going to take a very short, set your timer, 10-minute coffee break, so you can either go grab a coffee outside, you can stay here, and after we come back in 10 minutes, we're going to continue with Yoav Weiss. See you in 10 minutes. And we are back. Did you guys have some coffee? I see you there with a cup of coffee, a little something to eat. We hope that you enjoyed the coffee break. Now, for those of you who are just outside by the entrance, this is when you would like to come in here because this next session is going to be one of the most important of the day. Please welcome to the stage, Yoav Weiss.
Hi, thanks everyone. Can you, just a second? The font, can you increase the font? Yeah, so hi everyone. So my talk today is about the challenges with trust assumptions in interop protocols, cross L2 protocols, and then to show how EIL address these challenges. So one question we need to ask ourselves whenever we use an interop protocol or anything else on the blockchain is who do we have to trust and how much? Who could hurt us and what could they actually do to us? So one problem you have to think about when using, for example, intent protocols or anything that involves moving state from one chain to another is who will testify that the operation actually happened at the destination? Because the destination, there is no direct communication, at least not fast one, between the destination and the source. So let's say you went to a solver and asked it to do something, and it does it or it doesn't do it at the destination. But now the solver wants to claim the funds at the source, at the source chain. So someone needs to testify that someone need to attest on L1 that it's okay to release the funds back to the to release the user's funds to the solver because it has been fulfilled. So now the question is, who is authorized to attest for it, and what happens if they lie, if they submit a false attestation, or if they just stop working? So in some protocols, it's a permissioned oracle, which brings some trust assumptions, of course, because you can't easily replace it. There are other protocols that protect it using a dispute mechanism. And then you have to ask yourself, who do you trust for the dispute mechanism? Who you are appealing to someone. When you appeal, who are you appealing to, and could they collude with a malicious oracle? Now, another thing we need to consider when using the blockchain is censorship resistance and execution liveness, because that's what the blockchain is about. So it's in many protocols, the user funds become associated, are tied to a specific solver before the operation takes place at the destination. And this is important for efficiency. It's much harder to do a protocol, to implement a protocol without it. But then the question is, what if it doesn't execute? Could the user easily switch to another solver or relayer, or is the user stuck for a while? And in some protocols, you actually do get stuck. You actually do get stuck. You send the fund to someone, and if they don't deliver, then you are stuck at least for a while. In other protocols that are in better implemented protocols, they have something like, for example, having an exclusivity period for one solver. But if the solver doesn't take advantage of it, then after a while, any other solver can also do it. So that's already better. But there is still some time in which your funds are associated with someone, and this someone can now delay you. Another issue is that the solver could grief you. So since the solver is executing on your behalf, so you're basically using an intermediary to run the to execute your transaction at the destination, they could mess with your execution because this is not a transaction; it's a call inside a transaction. So some things that can do is, for example, making your call revert unexpectedly or misbehave and do something that you did not intend, and it's still considered, the intent will still be considered fulfilled. So it's like one example, one easy example is to make your call at the destination with insufficient gas. Suppose you have a relayer. Now the relayer makes the call with insufficient gas, so you run out of gas inside your call, but they do have sufficient gas in the outer call to emit the fulfilled event. So now it's considered. So now the intent is considered fulfilled as far as and an oracle will attest that it was fulfilled, even though the inner call actually reverted. So you end up having funds at the destination, but without your call getting executed. Another such example that is more, because I mean the gas thing could be mitigated. Unfortunately, currently many protocols don't pass a gas limit, but you could implement a protocol with a gas limit that the user signs as part of the intent and say, if I'm not given this amount of gas, then it's not considered fulfilled. But there are other ways there are other attacks that are easier, that are harder to mitigate. For example, you could wrap it. Since it's a call, you can wrap it with an outer call. So what if the solver calls you, for example, through a flash loan? Suppose you have the solver takes a flash loan for a very large amount, and now it can move token prices. And then it makes your DeFi call at the destination, and the DeFi call fails because they move the price using a flash loan. After it reverts, after your call to a DeFi contract reverts, they just repay after the intent is considered fulfilled, but without your intended result, they can still repay the flash loan. So this is another example of being able to mess with the state at the destination. There are other subtle examples, like for example, many protocols implement reentrancy protection using reentrancy guard. So what if you are going to use, so your intent is going to use something that has reentrancy protection, but the solver also calls, so the solver calls this protocol with reentrancy protection, and from its callback, it now makes a call to the intent protocol to fulfill your intent. So now your intent gets executed, but it reverts on the reentrancy guard, but it's still considered fulfilled because they made the call for you, and then they exit. So all of these examples bring us to a place where the user pays the fee, the solver got the fee, but the user did not get the intent executed. And you can think about it not just as griefing, because it's also a very strong form of censorship. Because now another solver can't help you. Let's say when looking at a protocol that implements exclusivity period, suppose the exclusive relayer or solver, so the one that got exclusivity decides to do this to you. So now now the intent was fulfilled during the exclusivity period as far as the protocol concerns, even though they reverted your call. And now, after the exclusivity period, it doesn't matter. Nobody can help you anymore because the intent, it no longer exists. It was fulfilled. So this is a strong kind of censorship that is quite hard to fix. Another question now is, so we talked about what could happen to the user. Now let's see what could happen to the solver. I mean, especially if we try to decentralize solvers, which I think we should, then who could hurt the solver? And one example we already discussed. This is what happens if the oracle refuses to attest. So since the solver depends on an oracle attesting for the fulfillment in order to get paid. So what if it doesn't, and it's a permissioned oracle? So that's a simple example. But now we have to ask ourselves also, in a decentralized and permissionless network, could users also mess with solvers? And in many cases they can. So suppose we want to have a decentralized solver network that behaves much like a mempool, just like the transaction mempool. Now we need to consider denial of service attacks on this network. So it's really hard to create a mempool for intents. It's really hard to create a mempool because the intent can be quite intensive to simulate, and and you can easily flood such a mempool with a large number of intents that seem fulfillable. Like when you simulate them, it seems fulfillable, but actually it's going to fail on chain. And you could do something, for example, like send operations that take a lot of computing power and then check the time. Like after spending all the compute power, they check the time and they fail after a certain time. So like when you simulate them initially, when you see it entering the mempool, you can say, okay, it looks fine. And then so every solver checks it and sees that it seems fine. But then when they actually want to submit it at a destination, it no longer works because the time has changed. Or they could just check the slot of a frequency changing slot, such as the price feed for the price feed or the Uniswap price of some high velocity token. So now all the solvers spend a lot of resources and they don't get paid for it, which can create a load on the network. And therefore, such networks tend to become centralized or to limit or protect themselves by limiting to specific uses that are known to be safe, instead of having a generalized intent framework. Now, an even stronger form of this is griefing the solver by causing it to revert on chain. So what happens if the user sends intents that they look fulfillable, and even when you simulate them at the destination, simulate them against the current state of the destination, they still seem fine. But then when you put them on chain, they revert. For example, if they do a time check, or they check this like frequently changing slot that changes during the block, then if you simulate it against the end state of the last block, but then the intent happens not to be the first transaction in the next block, then it would revert. But now the solver actually pays for it. The solver paid gas. So which brings us to a trade-off that and there is no good trade-off here. So there are two options. You could charge the user even though the intent reverted and was not fulfilled. But then it means that the solver can grief the user, just like we described earlier. You could cause the intent to be executed in a bad way, and the user still pays for it. Or the other option is you say you don't charge the user. But if you don't charge the user, then now the user can grief the solver. Now the solver pays for these reverts which the user causes, and the user can cause a large number of those. Now let's take a look at how EIL works, and we'll see why these problems don't exist there. So this is the basic flow in EIL. Let's say Alice. So Alice wants to mint an NFT on chain B. It costs 1 ETH. She doesn't have any ETH on chain B, but she has enough on chain A. So she prepares 2 user ops signed by a single signature, because we have a multi-chain account that allows you to use one signature for multiple operations, different chains. So the first user op runs on she sends the first user op to chain A, and it locks 1 ETH plus whatever fee she is paying. It locks it for a very short time on chain A. And now we have XLPs. These are the entities that provide the liquidity and the gas at the destination. So the XLPs compete on sending her a voucher, which she's basically buying a voucher that she's going to use on the destination chain. So they get So they get this, they compete on providing the voucher. And it's actually, on a competitive environment, it's going to happen within the same block because she submitted it to the mempool. And since they compete against each other, then an XLP sees that it can claim the fee right now in this block. So it makes sense for it to include the voucher together, like to bundle it with the request, which means that the user now gets, so Alice gets a voucher immediately in like zero latency. And as soon as it lands at the source chain, she can immediately use the voucher. Now, how does she use the voucher? She now appends it to, the voucher is a signed message from the XLP that gives her the funds. It's an atomic swap. So basically, to claim her funds, there was this voucher, and this voucher can now be used to claim funds from the balance of the XLP. She appends this to the user option she prepared for minting the NFT, and she puts this. She submits it to the destination chain, to chain B herself. She doesn't use an intermediary. She just sends this to the destination. Now it uses, so this user op uses a paymaster contract, we call it a cross-chain paymaster. This paymaster verifies the voucher, it pays for the gas, and it gives her the 1 ETH liquidity that she asked for. And this is deducted from the XLP's balance in the paymaster. And the operation gets executed. So a call gets executed, the NFT is minted. And then after a dispute period, the XLP gets the funds on gets Alice's funds on chain A. So that's how EIL works. Now let's see how it. Why does it solve all of these problems? So we moved most of the logic to the wallet. This is an account. It's an account-centric or a wallet-centric interop, which means instead of having a solver, you run all the logic locally. Now, since the user self-executes on every chain with no intermediaries and using this single signature, which gives you great UX, many of the risks become irrelevant. The XLPs, they give you a voucher for gas and tokens, but they don't execute anything at the destination. Actually, there is no transaction by the XLP at the destination, and they do not communicate directly with the user. Everything happens on-chain at the source chain. Now, the voucher is also atomic, behaving similarly to HTLC. So there is no mid-state in which the user sent the funds to an XLP and doesn't get the funds on chain at the destination chain. So there is no oracle because we don't need one. We don't need someone to attest for correct execution at the destination because the user executes the destination. So unless Alice wants to screw up her own transaction, you don't need to prove anything about it. Now, one thing that could happen, an XLP could try to withdraw the funds, to provide a voucher and concurrently withdraw the funds at the destination, so now the voucher cannot be used. Now, in this case, this is a provable offense. You can, so Alice or any of the other XLPs, and anyone actually, could prove this at the destination because everyone sees the voucher that was given at the source chain, and they can now make a call to approve function at the destination, and the paymaster sees, yeah, this voucher is valid and it's insolvent, meaning that this is slashable offense. So this sends a message to L1, and every XLP is staked on L1. So this XLP is getting slashed, and whoever reported it gets compensated from the stake. So the incentives are built in a way that Alice's funds don't get delayed because the XLP gets part of the stake for reporting, and it gets another part of the stake if it provided an alternate voucher. So from Alice's perspective, if the voucher was insolvent, then in the next block, it's likely that she'll receive a voucher from another XLP. And from her perspective, nothing happened. There was like a 1 block delay. She still has a voucher that she can use. And the incentives there are, first of all, the alt voucher now gets the fees. So like the signer of the alt voucher gets the fees instead of the original one. And in addition, it also gets a part of the stake. So you get an extra kickback for delivering this. And then later, later when it gets proven on L1, this XLP gets the stake of the first XLP, and it gets the funds released to it. So the only dependency here is on canonical bridges, which every rollup has. There is no, instead of an oracle, you can just freeze the funds and handle the dispute through layer 1. Now, there's also no censorship vector because the user self-executes the operations, so there's no one's supposed to execute on your behalf, and therefore no one can censor you. The competition between the XLPs incentivize that you'll get the voucher, since they are permissionless. So if one XLP doesn't want to give you a voucher, then someone else will. And they don't even know what you're going to do, since you don't show them your code. They don't know that Alice is going to mint an NFT on another chain. They only know the amount. They only know the amount and the destination chain, and they compete on who gets the fee. So, and they cannot. And once they give a voucher, the transaction is over for them. It's atomic. So now they cannot interfere in any way. They cannot somehow make it fail for Alice because she's the one using the voucher to execute her call. The griefing vectors that we talked about, like sabotaging the execution, also can't happen because Alice self-executes. So she's not going to wrap her own call with a flash loan that's going to get her reverted because she wants it to succeed. The operation always runs exactly the way that the user intended. And it's also easy in EIL to make the XLPs decentralized, make it everything permission and decentralized because we don't have all of these those vectors against it. So the XLP cannot be dosed by bad intents because you don't ask it to execute something, so there is no call that might revert to the destination. The XLP doesn't handle calls. It just takes your funds, gives you a voucher, which is the same operation. And therefore, it doesn't need to spend any execution resources. It doesn't need to simulate anything. All it needs to, it sees that you lock the funds, and it gives you a voucher in order to receive these funds. Since it cannot fail, so this operation cannot fail, you can't give a voucher and not get paid, then we don't need to worry about denial of service. And it cannot be griefed at the destination using reverts because, again, it doesn't care about execution. Whether Alice reverts at the destination or not, they don't care. They get paid the fee either way. So the problem of executing something on users' behalf is a really hard problem. That's something that we've been thinking about in a while. EIL solves it by not having someone execute on behalf of the user, which removes all of these problems. Now, so the user self-executes. The XLP just compiles the fund, provides the funds. We don't need oracles. We don't have the censorship problem. No need to worry about reverts. So it's easy to decentralize, and the settlement is atomic. And in addition, you get the great UX of a single signature and the lowest latency possible because of the mempool incentives. So this makes EIL both great UX and trust minimized. And it works because the user is always under full control. The user has full sovereignty over the execution at all times, and interop becomes trustless. I'd like to take the opportunity here to invite wallet developers and dApp developers. So please talk to us if you want to explore integrations. We launched a testnet, and we're going to have some at the hackathon at Global. We're going to have some prizes for building on EIL. So please talk to us. All right. Thank you.
We don't have time for questions this time, but you all know what he looks like now. So if you have questions for Yoav, you can find him after his session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we're going to move on with a very interesting segment. We have a fireside chat with two experts when it comes to Ethereum. There is a lot to talk about and a lot to consider. A lot has happened this week. The Trustless Manifesto is here. We're talking about interoperability. We're talking about the ethos of Ethereum. What is convenient? What falls within the ethos of Ethereum, and what should builders really be focused on? I want you all to pay attention to the QR code on the right that you're going to see on the screen. When you scan that, you can ask our speakers anything that you would like, and then, granted we have time, we will choose the best questions to answer for you. So please, without further ado, welcome to the stage Tomasz Stanczak and Marissa Posner.
Hey guys.
Oh, hello. Oh, we have the
Hello.
cloud.
I think this
Nice.
is working. Great to see you. Thank you guys so much for coming to our Trustless event. I have with me here Tomasz, co-executive director of the Ethereum Foundation, founder of Nethermind. He needs no introduction. So yeah, Tomasz, thank you so much for being here. I guess, yeah, just quickly, if you want to say like one or two sentences like on what your role is as executive director and some of the things that you do.
Hi everyone. Well, joined Foundation in April as a co-executive director. My role is probably most of the time to help people just execute at the foundation and outside of the foundation in the Ethereum ecosystem, all the different ideas. Sometimes it means that they'll have conflicting ideas, but they want to deliver an experiment or solve big problems in a hard way. So I think it's all about removing the obstacles if possible, and accelerating the decision-making processes at the foundation, and helping with coordination of the ecosystem. It's kind of like simply the role of the foundation, and my role is to make sure that the foundation can deliver that role.
Awesome. Yeah, is there a misconception that you think that the community misunderstands about the EF or our role?
Sure, I think that the funniest thing always that I hear is that foundation is bureaucratic, because it's almost like opposite of bureaucratic, because at the same time I hear that foundation is bureaucratic, and then I hear that foundation doesn't have well-specified roles, and it's hard to say who does what, and there are no processes, so it's really opposite. So I think we are in between. We are pretty healthy on the amount of processes, and we are healthy on combining a bit of freedom and decentralization internally, and introducing hierarchy gradually. So I would say I made it more bureaucratic than it was. It was funny to hear in the past that it was bureaucratic. I think that indecision not necessarily means that you have too many processes that are stopping those decisions. Sometimes it's just dealing with a very hard, difficult legal environment, very difficult set of goals and challenges and priorities that you want to set that may make people a bit paralyzed. So the misconception is we're not bureaucratic, we're sometimes paralyzed by the weight of decisions that we're making.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think there's this like tension of like, or I think the community often says like, oh, the EF is either too hands-off or too opinionated. How do you think that like the EF should balance that?
Oh, so we're not really hands-off. We work on the engineering problems, research problems, coordination, so we do a lot of things. It's definitely not just some kind of management without touching the things. So we work with the protocols, we test the protocol, we run the entire DevOps infrastructure for testing all the different combinations of clients. But then when we're talking about maybe handling the ecosystem as being hands-off and not taking decisions on who to support, whose message to amplify, or maybe like being biased. So balancing, I think, is on meritocracy. So making sure as much as possible that we always capable of answering questions about what is better for particular use case. It's just that with the experimentation of, for example, all the different L2s or the different solutions of problems like bridging, interop, that we can tell what are the advantages and disadvantages of each of the solutions. And in this way, we can actually very confidently support all the different approaches, saying that we know that they may have failures, and then that over time we'll see clearer and clearer which use cases are dominant and more relevant for the impact that we want to share. So as long as we remember the set of values that we set for ourselves as a foundation, we know what we want to see on Ethereum. And at the same time, I know that Ethereum itself may reject the foundation values, and this will be totally fair. We don't deserve the right to own the chain in any way.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. If there was like one value that you could pick for like Ethereum's, I don't know, next decade or something, what value do you think like Ethereum should kind of most align with?
I don't know. My favorite one is open source, definitely. It's just that my vision for the world for the future is that we really can play with all the mechanisms, all the transparency and curiosity of ours of how all the governments, how all the institutions work. So having always the insight into what we're building and being able to contribute to it is great. And I think that's what blockchain really delivers. Everything else, obviously we have decentralization, we have censorship resistance, like we deliver security, privacy. It matters, but like if you talk about excitement of what makes me feel, oh, this is great, it's open sourcing the entire world.
Yeah. Why do you think like open source is most important?
Why open sourcing? Because it defines the permissionlessness and curiosity, and I think that curiosity is, for me, a driver, the reason to exist a bit.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think like turning to another value, our conference is called Trustless, and we came out with the Trustless Manifesto this week. And one of the lines in the manifesto argues that trustlessness isn't a feature, it is the point. So I guess as EF Executive Director, or personally, how would you define trustlessness in your own words?
Yeah, sure. I think that very often we talk about trust and trustlessness, and almost when you try to find the language that existed in traditional finance, that's almost like trust is the opposite of risk. That if you trust someone, that you don't expect anything unexpected, you don't expect volatility of the future results of collaborating with that person. And if you see the risk in a person, it's exactly the opposite. You expect that there will be lots of volatility. It means that if we have such a clear opposite, then we can always go back to the traditional finance, traditional world and say, you know, we can actually redefine everything that we're talking about in the context of risk. So then it's easier to talk outside of blockchain and say, I care a lot about the systems that can decrease the required amount of trust, which means the systems decrease the risk. And if the systems decrease the risk, then they decrease the cost of insurance, they decrease the cost of uncertainty, and allow for more efficient finance. At the same time, you know, like Trustless Manifesto, on one side says that it's all about trustlessness, but it's not to make the markets more efficient, but it's almost like the same definition. We are making markets more efficient by removing the need of trust. And I think that this is actually the very reason why everyone adopts blockchain in the financial world, is that they find blockchain to be reducing risk, which is the single most important measure for pricing all the instruments and pricing all the interactions in the traditional finance.
Yeah, I think that the point of the manifesto wasn't necessarily like about that specific finance point. I think that was like one line in the larger manifesto, but more, I completely agree with your point about that for like finance reducing risk. I think it's like we're saying the same thing, just in different languages. Like finance uses the word risk, and maybe in blockchain we use the word trust, but essentially it is saying kind of the same thing. I think, I guess it's interesting how those play together. I think one of the things that the manifesto talks about is how like trust creeps in silently, like whether through UIs or RPCs or et cetera. So do you think that Ethereum is do you see this drift happening, that Ethereum is drifting towards more trusted servers as a lot of like Web3 products are built on Web2 backends, such as, yesterday with the Cloudflare outage, we saw, Etherscan was down, DeFi Llama was down, there was many Web3 companies that were down. So do you feel like Ethereum is drifting more towards trust?
I think that we are actually drifting further and further away from the trust requirements. You practically see Ethereum as an ecosystem that is all the people that are building towards removing the trust requirement and to strengthen that property of trustlessness on Ethereum. And this is super incentive aligned. When you hear Danny Ryan on stage in the last days talking about his journey of going to institutions as a person from who like a few months ago or years ago was outside of the traditional finance market, and realizing that actually we all are super aligned, that the large institutions, governments and so on say, oh, we want decentralization, and we need privacy, and we need everything to be very secure, and ideally we would open source solutions because we want to remove the counterparty risk. And suddenly we realize, oh, they name exactly the same values that we name at the foundation. And then we wonder, so why did we think that nobody cared about those? And this is because within the blockchain space, we've been always working with lots of speculation and searching for risk. And when you search for risk, then very often you trade the trust, which means that even as we build the trustless systems, they, on the side, somehow they built a major product of being nice space for people that are risk-seeking. And very naturally, almost by definition, the risk-seeking people, the speculators, will not care that much about the trust because they want to trade it for potential upsides. So I drifted away possibly from the exact question, so remind me.
The question was, do you feel like the ecosystem is drifting?
So I didn't, okay.
Yeah.
I don't think we are going there. I think we are getting better and better. It's also that with the growing volumes of all the trades, it seems that more and more mechanism aspects are appearing that tell us, oh, this was always broken and nobody ever looked at it. And when you think about emergence of MEV, it's not like MEV didn't exist in 2016, 17 or earlier. It was there, but people in 2019, 20 started publishing papers, and it's like, oh wow, there's more and more volume. It's a bigger thing, so it's a big enough topic to have incentives for many people with experience in finance, in trading, to talk about MEV. And we introduced some solutions that already make it much better. And you may think that, oh, we also introducing the improvements to the infrastructure in general, but the infrastructure at the beginning was extremely trusted. Like the RPCs nowadays, we have many more options to choose RPC than it was in 2017, right? Unless we would say, oh, there was an assumption that everyone would run their own node, but they were not. Like very quickly, they were running the RPCs, and all of this got improved. So there are more options, and I think the UX, the nature of UX is almost, and the branding and the product management is that user can actually choose between the spectrum of options between total trustlessness and the full trust, and I can decide whether it's more expensive or less. As long as Ethereum delivers the fully trustless option, then it's a great achievement. But we should always think that we're leaving that for the user freedom to choose between different UX options.
For sure. Do you feel like it's the EF's responsibility to kind of push back against those trust assumptions, or to just put it in the hands of the user and let them learn? Like, do you think there's anything that the Ethereum has to do at the L1 level or protocol level?
I think that EF responsibility is to make sure that we deliver solutions that might be less monetizable and harder to fund, like the public goods with the trustlessness solutions. So something that does introduce a lot of impact, but not necessarily give anyone ability to, like, with perfect trustlessness, you don't give anyone control and ability to monetize. Remove intermediaries, you remove the owners, you remove the operators, so you don't really create an opportunity to make money. But it's definitely not our role to remove those who actually deliver very important value to the users, which is, I will allow you to choose of how much of the trustlessness, of how much of those security properties to trade for the better experience. Because sometimes users will choose something that looks more shiny, or maybe works faster, or maybe is, whatever things that they choose. And we cannot predict all the user needs, and it's hard to impose on all the users the particular behaviors.
Yeah, for sure. I think that something that's missing today in my mind is I feel like applications don't let the user know. They don't exactly let the user make those choices. For example, if I go to do a cross-chain swap, I see the options presented to me. Like if I go to like Socket, for example, I can see that I can see the time it's going to take me to swap, and I can see how much it's going to cost. I don't see if I'm sending it to an EOA wallet, and I may not, and I just have to hope that I get my funds on the other side, or if it's going through a relayer. I just see like the time it's going to take and the cost. So I don't feel like in the current UX it's presented to the user. So I guess.
But I can always send it via canonical bridge and swap myself, right? So.
I mean, yes, but that will take a long time, like 7.
Yeah, but this is exactly the trade of I can do something slower and without any trust. I don't have to use the relayer, or I have opportunity to choose a relayer.
But I'm saying that in the current UX of like systems, they're not letting the user know the trust assumptions of the different ways. So like I can see all of these different ways that I can send my assets cross-chain, but I am not told what the trust assumptions of those are. So how do you like think that we as the foundation should kind of go about setting those standards, or making, because I agree with you, that users should be able to choose, like if I'm sending $10 cross-chain, it matters much less. Like I could use a centralized service, right? But if I'm sending $100,000, I would want to use a more trustless solution. So, but currently solutions aren't letting, the user know this. So how do you think like the foundation plays a role in that?
Yeah, I mean, like, so if you're talking about the situations like very dishonest practices on the marketing side, like the operators saying that they can just breach but not disclosing all the risks, I think that I could imagine the foundation's role in being educator consistently of all the challenges, all the risks assumptions, and we probably will put a lot of effort into further education. It differs between the retail users and the institutional users. Institutional users are used to the concepts of risks and trust as opposites, and they will always verify what systems they integrate with their internal systems. And I think if we deliver solutions that are properly trustless, whether it's like correct EIL design or anything else that we can suggest, they will say, okay, this is less risk for me, less insurance costs, and so on. And the long-term less volatility. So they will choose it, and by educating we can decrease the cost and like speed up the adoption and let them avoid the mistakes and avoid the reputational risk to the Ethereum as a network, where let it be that institutions would adopt something and say, oh, our very like experts inside the company made a mistake, so as Ethereum that is too difficult. That could be a claim, and we want to avoid those claims. But is it in the end in our role to think about the security on application layer to some extent as well? So we have this $1 trillion security where we say it's not only technology, but it's a social layer of like education, explanation of the UX. So we care about it, and ideally it would keep improving. But yeah, in the end, you can execute everything yourself, and it's good if you have solutions in between and improving access to trustlessness, as long as the SDKs, the integrations actually say, oh, you can merge it with better UX. So then you reach the stages where you have both UX and trustlessness, and I think that's what you were striving for. So it's great to see the effort.
Yeah, and I think it's like all around the communication to the user about that, so that they can make their own informed choice. And L2Beat is actually doing a lot of work on this, and they announced yesterday that they're working on a new interoperability framework to rate interop protocols, so that this could be something that is displayed to users, and also give interop protocols an incentive to kind of make those change.
L2Bit is amazing, and they're doing a great job in explaining the risk to institutions. Like the amount of times where institutions come and ask those questions about like which L2s are risky or not, for what reasons, and the same for data availability, and now for interop. So great to see that. That helps a lot.
Yeah, I guess turning to intents. So a lot of teams naturally push intents as the future of UX. And the manifesto argues that intents add some trust and centralization vectors. Where do you personally stand on this? What's your thought?
Sorry, I didn't hear everything, but I think that you say that, what do I think about the intents, whether they introduce the trust assumptions or not?
Yeah.
Well, obviously, like, intent as a concept is really broad. You can interpret it in many different ways. As the existing solutions with intents, I think they definitely introduce many trust components, right? So they do address most of the problems related to the UX, to the need of integrations, and probably decrease a lot of risks of misimplementation, of bridging, and the delays. So they improve the capital efficiency most likely, but introduce some risk into all of this, which means that they introduce trust requirements. But then I always was very much about thinking about intent as a word, as a definition. I thought, well, it's pretty neutral, and you can implement it in trustless way or trusted way. But yeah, I think that many existing solutions either are slightly trusted or very much trusted, or they're trustless but limit the type of operations that you can execute.
Yeah. What do you think, like, generally is more dangerous for Ethereum? Moving too slowly and missing the boat, or moving too fast and abandoning Ethereum values?
I love this question because each time when I hear something like, should we choose between moving fast or not making mistakes and so on, I always say that Ethereum should always have only people at the most important positions that can do both. That's the only way to really deliver something impactful and be at the top of the delivery, is to move super fast and be super precise and never make mistakes. And this is the nature of the expert teams and winners, that you move fast and you're precise. So both, not choose. So like, the moment when we start even expressing that we have choice between those two properties, we start to making that choice, and we think that it's okay to sacrifice one for the other, and then it's like the very easy way to accept mediocre approach, and I just don't accept it. We have to move fast and execute perfect.
Yeah, that's the goal, isn't it? So one of the advantages of the Ethereum ecosystem of L2s is that they settle to the L1 as the source of truth. But for all L1s, they don't have this advantage. So when designing interop protocols, do you think that interop protocols should be designed with, like, for Ethereum, for L2s that have trustless solutions and use this unique property of being able to settle to the L1s? Or do you think that interop protocols should be designed more broadly that can also cover the scope of alt L1s and other chains?
Yeah, so when we were working on various interop solutions for Ethereum, we've heard this feedback that, oh, if you design something only for Ethereum ecosystem, that maybe you will lose to the protocols that automatically include all the alternative L1s. At the same time, I have the strong conviction that over time you have such a dominance of Ethereum ecosystem that's the only way to get all the benefits of the trustlessness and lowering the risk of your assets will be to exist in the Ethereum ecosystem. So on the edges, like with alternative L1s, the amount of risk will be just too high and inefficient and too expensive. So that maybe convinces me that it's totally okay to build something that is just Ethereum specific, while saying that since the outside of Ethereum ecosystem you have more risk, then you can also potentially accept the risk on the additional risk on the bridges. So sure, if we were all the time worried about bringing liquidity to Ethereum, then maybe it would be more of our responsibility. It will be also a responsibility to maybe involve more L1s if somehow we believe that the future is with all of those L1s existing and participating in liquidity flows. But since we both kind of have liquidity advantage on L1 and also believe in the future when it progresses, then maybe it's not as important as some people are suggesting. So it would be best to deliver solutions like AIL and strengthen the existing somewhere in the middle solutions that are so successful on Ethereum.
Yeah, I think, so one of the things that we've talked about at this conference is how EIL avoids the solver mid-state completely. And what I mean by the solver mid-state is that when I, as the user, have this intention and I give it to the solver can then go and decide to take a different route or censor me or block my transaction. Whereas with EIL, I don't give that intention to the liquidity provider that is providing the funds for me. So they are not aware of what I'm doing on the destination chain, and they don't have my intent. So they cannot censor me, they can't front run me, or block my transaction. So do you think that this model of kind of avoiding this mid-state and should become a norm in the interop space of trying to figure out ways to avoid this mid-state dependency?
Once again, it depends on the user expectation. If there was no solution like this, it would be disaster. You want to give, like whether it's institutional users or any users, you want to give them ability to execute privately, depending, like whatever they want to execute between two chains. So it matters. It does matter a lot. And on the other hand, if you establish very good trust relationship with a counterparty, and if you're okay with that, then again, we say that blockchain delivers the trust, ambient trust, for the ecosystems, for the industries, or for the jurisdictions, regions, where there is a lack of trust between the users and institutions. But in the world where there is a lot of trust, that very often becomes cheaper than the integrations of blockchain. And that's where you want to leave the user opportunity to say, actually, I don't care if someone knows what I'm going to execute, but I can totally trust that they will maintain the privacy within our circle. So then it's fine, but both are needed. And that base, the trustlessness, the privacy delivered by Ethereum is incredibly important. And that's the set of values that we set for ourselves.
Yeah, I think that's kind of one of the points that we were making in the Trustless Manifesto is how whether you think you can trust someone or you don't think you can, you still are placing the responsibility in the hands, and you're giving them the opportunity, I guess, to be able to hurt you or to be able to take a bad action. I think it's very hard to verify that someone is that you can completely trust them. I mean, it's actually impossible, I would say.
But this is that difference between the high trust environments and the low trust environments. Because in the low trust environment, you will say, I'm giving someone an opportunity to take advantage of me. In the high trust environment, I say, I'm giving someone an opportunity to deliver additional value to me. And it's really like this. You know, many people are looking at blockchain in the well-functioning economies, and they say you're so full of paranoia that everyone will try to steal from you, and that's just because we keep thinking about all of those edge cases and bad scenarios and the black swan events. But the moment when we start forcing everyone into those solutions, that's when very often we are rejected. I think that's important for solving the problems, the real problems, and making sure that we allow the world to exist in a good UX, high trust solutions. I mean, my perfect world will be the one where blockchain is not needed, right? Where we have so much trust between people and institutions that actually say, well, this is a waste of time, this is a waste of effort. That's not the world that we live in, and that's why what we are building is so important. But saying that every time I trust someone, I give them opportunity to take advantage, that's like, maybe for each of us, it's easy to understand this concept by just thinking about relationships. That's why we trust friends and family, because we care about it.
Yeah, I think we've seen, I mean, I think the role of blockchain, and one of the reasons I think that Ethereum was created is when you have a centralized banking system, you are fundamentally placing your trust in an intermediary. And we have seen ways that like banks have taken advantage of that. And we have also seen ways like in crypto, that there have been crazy hacks, there have been exploits, people's trust has been broken many, many times. And so I think it can come off as very adversarial to like frame it as, oh, like trusting them is giving them an opportunity to like hurt us. But I think that adversarial mindset is true because it has happened in the past, and there have been many instances of that, and which has led us to create these decentralized and trustless systems, because otherwise I would argue that maybe we're just recreating a banking infrastructure. What's the difference?
But there's huge difference between forcing someone into something and giving someone an opportunity, like forcing and giving someone an option. So saying, oh, the banks are evil, I kind of never thought the banks in general are evil. There were many failures and big failures. Some banks are really evil. But also we look at the hundreds of years of the financial services from banks. And when I was joining the blockchain space, my first thought was, I'm coming with lots of experience of the traditional finance. And I think that one very, very much missing feature of this ecosystems is that for many years, the space will be full of people that have this lots of hate towards traditional finance. But there will be not enough people that think that you can evolutionarily deliver this general improvement and convergence of the traditional finance and decentralization. And I thought that obviously in traditional finance, the options for decentralized, for trustless spaces were absolutely missing for years. And now we have technology that can deliver that. But rejecting everything that we've built over hundreds of years of the financial functions, of credit functions, of the international financial markets, of the international insurance payments, also this enabled so many people to build so many great things. And I think that was also one big complaint in the past about Ethereum, that we almost rejected the ability to build together and to make money by delivering the value to others and delivering UX. So that's my way of thinking here.
Yeah, I think it's hard because we have these traditional financial institutions, but one of the things that I think about is I think of trust as a pyramid. That if you have a trustless base, you can build a trusted solution on top of it. You can build a trusted dApp, and that can work great. But if the base itself is trusted, you can't put a trustless, and you can't build anything trustless.
Yeah, I agree entirely
on top
on this
of
one. Yeah, that's why I'm building that base.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. Well, on that, I think I will end. And if we have any questions, I think Diana is going to come and let us know. Do we have any?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You guys covered so much already.
Yeah.
All good. We actually have 2 questions that I picked out. So question number 1, Thomas, recently the Ethereum Foundation has gone pretty hard on creative, and people are liking the storytelling that you do with the addition of the digital team and people telling stories and posting videos. Do you plan on continuing in that direction, and what is your vision?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a lot of effort from the EcoDev teams and Josh Stark and Josh Weitzer on communication and PR. They not only deliver the message and respond to all the crises, but they also started doing it in a very high-quality way with the greatest creators, whether it's Louis or Benji, and the way they speak, they deliver emotions, the way of how they understand what people feel, the visuals that they provide, that gives so many more people ability to express something. And it's not only technical, but also delivers the values and emotions. And if Ethereum Foundation cares about values, then you cannot just deliver technology, you just also talk about people, and people are about art. And you don't have to push more for it. It's good that you have minimal, and if you have minimal with absolutely world-class top people, that is such a pleasure to look at their work, their efforts, then it's great. And I think that we should have it, we should continue with it. It doesn't mean that we should push more and more of it.
That was an excellent answer. I am personally very happy because I'm a big, big fan of Louis and Benji's and Josh's work and all of that. Marissa, one question for you. You are one of the authors of the Trustless Manifesto. What was the process like? How long did it take to get to the version that we see today so beautifully put together?
Yeah, it was something that we started thinking about because when we were looking at the interop space, we were seeing how many trust assumptions there actually were in moving funds cross-chain, and we realized that this was something that that we, as the account and chain abstraction and Vitalik, wanted to make a statement about and to say something publicly. So we started with the draft. I would say we got some input from Silviculture Society and worked on it for about a week until it came out in the version that you guys see. But it was really inspired by wanting to create a standard for trustlessness, wanting to let builders know that this is something they need to be thinking about in their designs. And I think it was quite of an aspirational piece, and one piece that I think comes next is okay, what are the concrete steps builders and protocol developers can take to do this? What are the things they need to check? And so that's something that we're thinking about now and really want to put going forward.
Amazing. And again, once again, if you have not read and or signed the Trustless Manifesto, you should do that today. Thank you both so much. Thank you, Tomasz, and thank you, Marissa. Please
Thank
a
you
big
so
round of
much,
applause.
Marissa.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for organizing.
Excellent. This brings us to lunch break. We've had a lot of interesting sessions today. The afternoon is packed with even more. So get up, stretch your legs, and come back here at 1:10, 10 minutes after 1. Go network, go outside, have a coffee. If you see a speaker that you didn't get to ask a question, go and do that now, and we'll see you at 1:10. See you very soon, and thank you. And we are back. We hope that you had time to network, to get to know each other, and to ask the speakers any questions that were left unspoken in the first half of Trustless Conf. Thank you so much for being here at day 2 of Trustless Conf. We have talked a lot about trust. Does it creep into Ethereum? Does it align with its values? Is it something that is good, or is it hurting us? Our next panel is fully packed with builders who will take on these questions and more. I'll introduce them one by one. Please welcome to the stage Frederick, Yoav Weiss, Hart Lumber, Bartek, and Peter Watts.
Everyone down? Good? Okay, yeah. Hey everyone. So in this panel we're going to be examining what trustless actually means in cross-chain systems. Basically, specifically, when a user bridge or transact across chains, what entities do they have to trust beyond Ethereum itself? We will compare various optimistic, relayer-based, and proof-based approaches and evaluate whether intermediary-free execution is achievable in practice. But first, I would like everyone to give a very brief introduction about who you are and what you do. Bartek.
So I'm Bartek. I'm a founder of L2Beat. We're kind of like a community watchdog. Right now, mostly for L2s. However, and we are policing these L2s to, first of all, be honest with the community about the trust assumptions, and second of all, progress towards what we believe should be a North Star for everybody, which is a trustless setup. Our goal, and the reason why I'm on this panel, is because we want to do the same for the interop.
Hi, is this on? Hey, Peter from Relay. We do instant cross-chain swaps with a big focus on UX and being extremely fast, extremely cheap on as many chains as possible. Yeah.
Hi, Yoav Weiss from the Ethereum Foundation. So I've been working on security research, account abstraction, and lately I've been building EIL, the Ethereum interop layer, which is also an interop solution, focusing on making things trustless while offering great UX and low latency.
And hey guys, I'm Hart Lumber from Across, co-founder of Across, and we build an intent-based cross-chain bridge that also, like Peter, tries to have fast and cheap actions between blockchains with the goal of kind of unifying Ethereum, making it feel like one chain again.
Cool. Yeah, I'm Frederick. I am part of the protocol security team at the Ethereum Foundation. I also do a bit of the $1 trillion security initiative, and I'm a huge fan of trustlessness. So to level set, I would want each of you to kind of give your definition of what trustlessness is. Can do it in a sentence or two, basically. Not have to be super, but yeah. Peter, would you want to start? Like, when is a cross-chain transaction considered trustless, basically?
Yeah, I think there's many angles to it. So, even just holding there's the level of trust around when you hold a token on an L2, or if you're holding a stable coin, the kind of who has the ability to mint and burn that is some level of trust that you are kind of continuously under. And then when you have kind of intent protocols like the kind of three of us are building, or like effectively cross-chain swaps, there are the actors kind of involved in making that swap happen. But even there's kind of interesting things to consider of, do you need to trust someone to not steal your money? But then there are like other factors of, do you need to trust this intermediary to not kind of grief you and just kind of not do what they were going to say? And maybe even like levels in between of, maybe you have a minimum output of what you want, and like a concept of slippage, and do you need to trust them to give you the full amount that was possible based on the market rate versus the minimum out? So yeah, I think the thing I would add to the conversation is it's kind of not a binary. There are these different kind of factors on which you care about it, kind of not needing to trust someone, and I think we can all agree not needing to trust someone to not steal your money is pretty important. But then there are these kind of other things which I think the EIL kind of really is like a great solution on not needing to trust anyone for anything. And I think that's kind of part of the conversation of like, is a little bit of trust okay in, for example, kind of will someone do it, or will I just have to, will they grief me or not? And the kind of odds of that happening. So yeah, that's my take.
So,
Well, actually, I think, Yoav, I'm going to give your definition from, I think, the panel yesterday. I think you said, I don't know, I think this was you. It's like, if you can hurt somebody. Here, I like this definition. Something is trustless if you can't hurt the person. I think breaking it down in our space is like, can the user get hurt? Can they have their funds stolen, taken away? And then in some of our designs, there's another aspect of like maybe a more professionalized actor, like a solver. Can they get hurt or reworked or not repaid? But I don't know if I stole your answer.
yeah, I can elaborate a bit, but yeah, this is exactly what I said. That is, that when you're trusting someone means that basically they can screw you over in some way. So, so then being trustless is not putting yourself in a position where someone can do this to you. And and this means both the user, so like, does the user need to trust anyone, trust anyone other than the existing trust assumptions? Because we already have some, you trust the underlying networks. If the underlying network is going to rug you, the interop protocol cannot help you. But being trustless means not adding new trust assumptions beyond the absolute necessary, which is the underlying chains, or in the case of Ethereum, you can trust L1 as well as the L2s because that's where they settle. So to me, that's trustlessness.
So maybe I'll take maybe more technical angle here, because otherwise I will repeat everything. So back in the days, and I've been in this space for like 9 years, we were obsessed in building trustless and permissionless systems. And for me, trustless was always about removing intermediaries, right? We were talking about this intermediation, and we thought that, everything can be done by smart contracts. So I trust code, but I don't trust people, right, that run that code. Turns out that, sometimes I do need certain intermediaries, like relays, like off-chain actors, in which case I need the system to be set up so it's permissionless, right? So that anyone can actually play that role. And then I have trustless and permissionless, and in such a setup, no one can hurt me, essentially, right? That's the idea. So that's like one side of a spectrum. The opposite side of a spectrum is that, I need to trust an unknown entity, which in traditional world, we would all think that this is a crazy idea. No one would give $100 to a stranger and let that stranger walk away with this money, promising us that, they would come back with some goods, no matter what it is. Like, we don't do that, like it's a common sense. And yet on blockchain, we seem to be doing it all the time, So for me, like, there's trustless and permissionless, which is what we should all build eventually. Then you trust unknown entity, and maybe somewhere in the middle you have to trust, like, maybe some, I don't know, security council of unknown entities and whatnot. And we go into this complex discussion of reputational-based trust, right? Where you do have to trust someone, however, they have reputation to lose, and you know what they are, and maybe you can sue them, and it's like, it's kind of in between.
Okay, yeah, so I think the intermediary part is a very good and interesting question here. Like, if you think of it from across and relay, what kind of intermediaries do you see? Like, what intermediaries do you have, and what can they basically do?
Yeah, I think there's effectively two layers. You have solvers or relayers, however you want to kind of define them, that are responsible for filling the cross-chain order, and then you have an oracle that is verifying what that happened. And there's kind of various different forms of this, and I think an older version of kind of relay worked a little bit differently, but the kind of version that we're working towards is actually kind of very similar to other intent protocols, where the kind of user is locking their money in the origin, a filler, a solver, a relayer is filling, and then the oracle is kind of verifying that the fill happened correctly. And so they're kind of the two main actors. And yeah, you want to get to a place where you don't need to trust that kind of filler to fill your money, but there is some level of trust in that oracle and the robustness of that oracle. And yeah, so they're kind of like the two main ones.
Can you just ask a quick follow-up question? Like, what is the difference here between V1 and V2 with regards to relay?
Yeah, so for relay, we kind of came out with this design where, in order to really minimize gas, so like this idea that the kind of classic cross-chain intents is you lock money in escrow, and so the solver doesn't get paid until they prove that they've delivered on the destination, and then they can go get their money. And so the kind of V1 early version of relay was you could instead have relayers be kind of staked and subject to some sort of slashing, and therefore you could send directly to the relayer, and that would save on gas because you're not having to go through this process of saving it in a contract and then unlocking it. Kind of pretty early, there's a ton of issues with this original design, and we did not even kind of build out some of the slashing pieces, and we migrated to kind of more of a traditional lock-in escrow. But even within that, there's like different ways that you can do that, and we're always trying to push kind of how you can minimize the on-chain footprint and be as kind of low cost and fast as possible. But yeah, that's the primary difference. And so now we look a lot more like kind of all the other protocols, although there is different ways of doing it, kind of like the EIL that maybe doesn't need an oracle at all, except for more of a slashing model.
Okay, I've known Peter a while. I like Peter. I'll just caveat this. I think Peter is a trustworthy guy. He deserves trust. Okay, but I just, because there's kind of this elephant in the room, Peter, we'll just like get this all on the table. Like, Relay is a centralized and trusted system today. The original version of Relay sends funds directly to the Relay solver, EOA. So you were sending funds to an EOA, and you're hoping they come out on the other side. And I think that is as trusted as it can get, in my opinion, right? In the version you have right now, which I think is, you're sending funds to a contract that is controlled by Relay with an oracle that's controlled by Relay. So I don't think yet anything has changed. Just so we're being like super clear and transparent. And I think that's okay, but we should just be like clear about it.
Yes, these things are work in progress.
Okay, yeah. So that is a decision that you guys made. I think it's strategic, and I actually, to Relay's credit, I do think on their doc site they say this, and you guys actually reference us too. And like I feel like there's a degree of, there can always be more transparency, right? But I feel like I don't feel like you are purposefully trying to like pull the wool over someone's eyes here. I appreciate that. I also appreciate what you guys say about us, and it's like all kind of nice, so that's all cool. But I think Relay is a trusted design today. So Frederick, to answer your questions, in Across, we did develop this over many years now, and we, for better or for worse, we actually really do try to make this thing be permissionless and trustless, and have done from day one, which was really hard to do 3 years ago in particular. Our idea here is actually not just that like trustless is nice to have, but we actually do think it can make a better product, because I think solver competition is actually ultimately going to give the users better fills and a better experience here. So a little bit goes to Bartek's point here. We're talking about intermediaries, where our view is you want to define the rules of the game on the blockchain, and those are like enforced and unbreakable. And then you have open competition amongst these permissionless intermediaries to fill the users. So our system is permissionless today, always has been from day one. Anyone can spin up a relayer. Occasionally we get attacked on Twitter for saying it's like all our relayer, and that's just not true. I actually looked at the stats today. Our relayer does 14% of the transactions over the last 30 days. So we're not the biggest. There are others that are far bigger. We do some of the higher volume transactions, but even then there's good distribution. So it's permissionless relaying. And we take a lot of effort to have a settlement system that anyone, so the settlement users don't have this trustless settlement system, and any solver, anyone on the network in particular, can disagree with our settlement logic in this optimistic design. Yeah, so I don't know, Frederick, that answers the question, but those are the kind of intermediaries in our structure.
Yeah, so in Across you have these fillers that from my understanding are there to basically front capital. Do you see them as intermediaries or basically an UX?
Yeah, I mean, I think we should just semantics. Filler, relayer, solver. I'm going to use them all interchangeably. I don't know. Peter, agree? Okay. So yes, yeah.
XLP.
Yeah. There's maybe a little difference there, but I will go there. But
yeah,
these,
the XLP never transacts on your behalf, so it doesn't. So it doesn't act as a solver or relayer. It only transacts on the source chain only to give a voucher. But what I wanted to ask. So since at least in the past when I read the code and document, it seemed that there were additional actors. So it's a slightly more complicated protocol. And like solvers / relayers, fillers are like they are not the only entity, if I recall correctly. Or so, what other entities are there? Like which ones of them are permissioned, or or are all of them permissionless now?
So in terms of filling the user, so just to answer the question, and Frederick will go back to your answer. In terms of filling the user, it's just the solver filler fills the user. In terms of running our settlement process, there is an off-chain process to batch all the settlement instructions and propose that optimistically. We call that a proposer function. And then there's a disputer function where if you disagree with that proposal, anyone can dispute it. So those are functions that are in the settlement of repaying solvers and fillers. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. So these are all the entities in the system, if I understand correctly. Like all the actors, and they're all permissionless, right? So like you could replace any of them.
The proposer function was permissionless. We've locked it down for our own peace of mind a little bit, but it's something that is updatable by governance, permissionlessly updatable by governance. Mm-hmm. It's a little bit of an in-between thing, just to be totally clear, and it's something that we wanted to make sure that this aspect of our system for safety reasons was safe, but the dispute function has always and will forever be permissionless, so there's no ability to push through of that answer.
How do you prove in the dispute mechanism, since it's permissionless? How do I prove something? Like if the execution, if my intent was not fulfilled as expected, and I want to dispute it, what is the process like, and who gets to? Are there any permission, any trusted actors there, or is there a way to prove it trustlessly?
So this goes back to our design from 3 odd years ago. It uses the UMA protocol, the same thing Polymarket uses to prove who won an election. It uses that same design principles, which is all based off of Vitalik's 2014 blog post, Shelling Coin, too. So it's getting in the weeds. I will say that, and Bartek can maybe talk on this too, in the most recent version of Across, we are using succinct ZK proofs in a part of that system. And there's actually a path where we could do that entire proof function with this ZK proof, which would be really cool. Just more work to do on that.
Cool. So you are in the path of like if you want to remove UMA from this protocol and only use succinct, would that work?
It requires a little bit more engineering work, but yeah.
That's excellent.
It's something that that wasn't possible just from ZK proving costs, like maybe even 6 months ago. or we're pretty close with the sync team. I think it's pretty cool. And some of the things that we can talk about with the EF is like, I do think like a ZK messaging layer embedded into Ethereum is pretty super valuable. But yeah, but Peter, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to ask, like, to dispute one transaction, do you have to dispute the whole batch and verify every transaction on every chain and across?
Correct.
Yeah.
And can you mention a bit more about the UMA protocol, like how that works, and are there any risks around? From my understanding, there's a token that's being used to kind of vote. Are there any large whales that could like change that decision in a way that maybe it shouldn't be, etc.?
Yeah, we're doing a real technical deep dive on, but if we want to go to the game theory, the UMA protocol, it is my favorite thing to talk about, Frederick. I'll keep it concise for a second. Shelling point design, the way you think about it is it's at core, there's two layers, and optimistic oracle is what we call it. Yoav, it's not dissimilar from actually the design in your in the EIL, where there's a challenge response game. So somebody proposes something is true, there's a challenge period, it gets accepted as true if nobody disputes it. There's economic consensus around that. If a dispute happens, it gets escalated to this shelling point voting system, where token holders with stake tokens vote on what they think is the true outcome here. Token holders that vote with the majority get rewarded. Those that don't get slashed. And the game theory behind this, which I could go super deep on, is that the token holders are incentivized to vote their version of the true outcome here. And that's partially because if the system breaks, their token value is worthless here too. The UMA token distribution is actually shockingly distributed because it's been around for 6+ years. Although on Twitter, we occasionally do get FUD that say that there's like big whales that control the outcome, but I don't actually think there's evidence of that. So, yeah.
Cool, thanks. Going back to Bartek, I wanted to ask about the L2Beat, how you kind of measure this and the topics that we've been discussing now.
Yeah, so actually, I want to kind of address the elephant in the room here, because the way we would see, let's say, like from the external observer, like L2Beat, I would say that the current version of Relay is like I have to trust Peter, right? With Yoav, EIL, it's fully trustless, even though it's not yet in production. So, there's hope, I guess, and Across is somewhere in between with this complicated UMA and whatnot, but this is pretty cool. But let's have a look at not just what are the intermediaries, but which system is actually being used right now by the users. And like we've looked at the chain, and Relay is like amazingly successful protocol. It's integrated everywhere, and a lot of integrators, while giving a choice to the users, hey, you can choose the cheapest and the fastest, it would always go for Relay because it's like super simple. So it seems like either you're trustless, slow, and expensive, or you're like super cheap, fast, and trusted. And end users would almost always go for the latter, as witnessed by the amazing success of a Relay protocol. So my question now is, if we all want to go trustless, as you have guys declared, how do you remove yourself from the market? That's my question. What do you say to Li-Fi, for example, to remove this functionality? They're not using your smart contracts. They are sending money straight to your way, right? And they should, because there's not even an event for us to analyze that. And I'm shocked that that's what they do, but I fear that they do it because it's cheaper and it works, right? How do you remove yourself from the market since you're so successful, Peter?
Yeah, I think it's actually not true that you have to choose. And I think that it's more of like a timing and what we prioritized first. And in terms of prioritized building a product and understanding what people wanted and what were the things that were important, such as the ability to quickly expand to chains and like sensitivity to price and kind of latency, and even what are the biggest pain points for a solver around capital efficiency and rebalancing and all of these things. And so I think it's definitely correct to put the kind of pressure on us, and we kind of are on this path. And I actually think you can make it trustless without, a dramatic change in the cost, and that's the path that we're on. I think we're not going as far as the EIL in terms of trustlessness. For example, not having to trust that, the relayer you're using, they could just, so our design, for example, and this is like a good point, you choose a specific relayer and you have a relationship with them versus this kind of competition of relayers where anyone could do it. And one of the reasons we do that is it provides a much better experience to kind of have someone who's going to do something for you, so that if they don't do it, well, one example is sometimes things are unfillable. And when they're unfillable, if you have an exclusive relayer that you are working with, they can refund and kind of like undo it extremely quickly versus needing to wait maybe an hour to kind of like for the thing to expire, and then you can go get your money back. And so that is a choice we've made that can really improve the UX in the happy case, which is 99.99% of the time. And then there's the unhappy case where maybe that is worse off, but because we didn't have an open competition for that order, someone else can't step in and fill it. But actually, which do you optimize for, the happy or the unhappy? And if you're building a modern kind of consumer product, you kind of have to optimize for the happy case. And so our model is more of a similar to RPC, which I know some people don't like either, that you're using QuickNode or Alchemy. But the thing is that if you're unhappy with one of them, you can go to another one. And that's our goal, to build out kind of a market that you can choose from, but you are actually choosing. And so then you can also have other levels of trust that I think are okay, for example, around slippage. And so I think we all agree that the ability for a solver relayer to steal your money, we don't want that. But if there's some range of outcomes because they are maybe executing on a DEX for you, and there needs to be some level of trust around whether the solver will give, your minimum output or kind of the market rate. These are kind of tolerable trust to have in the system, where the cost to the relayer, if they abuse that, is kind of loss of future order flow. And so, I think that's how we think about it, which is we are reacting to products that are in the market, that are trying to grow, that are trying to build delightful user experiences, and definitely kind of, I think, got ahead of our skis in a few ways of some of the pieces we wanted to build that aren't fully built yet. But at the same time, we've just kind of come from that angle. And I think just to close it, we can actually, again, going back to what I said at the beginning, because it's a swap, I think, and versus and as soon as that swap is complete, the kind of trust assumptions stop. I think it is actually possible to do it in a very cost-efficient way and have enough trustlessness. In the same way, when you get in a plane, the safety is less than in your home, but you're in that plane for a short amount of time, and it's a worthwhile trade-off for the utility of going from A to B. And I think that's how we think about it, which is we want, the right amount of security and trust in order to deliver really good UX, because that's kind of what needed. And then, I think the last thing is allowing the kind of core layer around how tokens are bridges, so whether that's the L2 native bridges or third-party bridges, for that to be as secure as possible, and then allow people to opt into this fast interop layer on top.
Can I respond to that and have a question for Hart as well? Because I want to share my personal experience, which might actually not be that different from other people's experience. So we had a need to move some of our treasuries funds from one chain to another, and we decided to use a cross actually. So we tried with a small amount. It was super fast, super quick, super efficient, and then we moved significant amount, right? And by significant, I'm talking, I don't know, 1 month of salary of, the whole company or something, for us, very significant. And nothing happened. So we were waiting and waiting and waiting, and maybe after half an hour, I thought hey, I need to review the L2Bit rating, and I need to find out, if they don't, fill our order, I can walk away, right? So I went back to our own assessment, And then I figured, shit, you know, if I'm gonna wait for another hour, I literally thought about DMing you hard about that because I did not know, you know, and I'm professional, right? You know, and I can DM you as opposed to like people, you know, from the other side of the world. So I wish, you know, at least I should be able to walk away if my order wasn't filled without actually having to DM a relayer or Hart or anyone really, right? You know, that's like the bare minimum for me. And maybe I should have known better because the amount was significant. It's just that, you know, this is what happened literally to us. And I can only say that the dread, the pressure is mounting with time, you know, when you're not on the other side, you're like hanging somewhere in the middle. And this is not a very comfortable experience, right? So I hope that, you know, you guys will work towards, you know, systems where if my order doesn't get filled because, like, let's say it's too big, and you know, I should be able to permissionlessly walk away, right?
Agreed.
Yeah, and you can, right? But yeah, I'm sorry you had a bad experience, right?
No. I think it's actually quite normal, right?
Well, no,
in a way,
it's pretty rare, right? It's a function of the size here too. And this is again going back where because we have permissionless relayers, we have to guess at the capacity of our network at times, and there's times where we get it a little bit wrong, and that's something that we have to be. It's hard to do. It's actually a bit easier if we were the only solver. We would know exactly what's fillable at any given time. But the thing I want to ask Peter, it's like that. It's sort of actually the thing similar to point Bartek, like. You know, I can DM you in Slack and be like, hey, Peter, I didn't get my funds. And, like, that's all cool. And I do think you're trustworthy and all that kind of stuff, too. But from Ethereum's perspective, like, you know, if some other guy, Joe, starts a protocol that's just got you sending money to his EOA, I think you'd be like, yo, guys, you shouldn't use that protocol. Like, don't send money to Joe's EOA. Or I'm curious to get your thoughts. It's just almost like setting a bad precedent that it's okay to start your business with a complete trust relationship? Like, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, the parallel is equivalent to L2s and what was okay, you know, in certain times. Like, well, I would say maybe two things. One is that I'm not worried about it, and like I was saying, I think we can actually achieve a good level of trust and be competitive with that. And that's actually kind of one of our goals is to work with some of the other products in the market that are doing this kind of more trusted setup and have a solution for them that's like, here is something that allows you to have the same level of cost and speed and all the things you're comfortable with, but you can actually move to a more trusted, because that's the problem, is that if the alternative costs 10 times as much and it's slower, people will fall back to the kind of trusted models. And so, yeah, I think you can criticize like the path we took, and, you know, it was a very different time 2 years ago. This is kind of like very early in the kind of roll-up roadmap, and also a lot of 7-day bridges, and, you know, yeah, very, very different times. And like, I agree with you. And so, yeah, the question is like, is, you know, definitely the responsibility is on us kind of where we're at now to kind of like raise the bar. You know, what others should do is kind of to them, but I think we're at a point now where we've figured out how to do it very efficiently, and there are kind of nice new designs coming along as well, where that's just kind of less necessary.
I'm curious to know about if you think that the users are aware of the risks today with using the different types of systems. I guess I can ask it to you, Yoav. If this is something that you feel is clear enough as of today with regards to, like was mentioned, that you have higher costs when it comes to using these fully trusted systems versus using something that's just sending from an EUA to another, basically. Obviously, there's a cost difference there, and people may choose the cheapest one because they don't want to pay so much. But I'm curious to understand if you, I guess it's for all you guys, but if you believe that they can understand the potential implications by using a specific service.
Yeah, so I think currently it's not communicated. Like when I use an aggregator or I use some web app that helps me send funds across chains or wallets that integrate these capabilities, I don't feel like they reflect the true risk. And in some cases, like if I want to send $10, then I would go for the fastest and cheapest solution because, I mean, why not? I mean, especially if I don't want to execute a call, which is the focus in EAL, but actually just want to send $10 to someone, then maybe I'm fine. If I want to send $100,000 or $1 million, my considerations are different. And currently, I don't feel like this is reflected. So this is something that I hope L2Bit will change. But then it's, so L2Bit can give us this information, but then we need aggregators and wallets to actually deliver this information to the user. And actually, and if I need to be like, if I need something for a very large amount, I would want something completely trustless. So going back to the situation that Bartek described, so in EAL, for example, once it actually reaches mainnet, which is not yet, but once it's on mainnet, when you request a voucher, you set the expiration time for the request, and you set the fee that the fee gets increased over time to incentivize someone to give it to you. So it's like basically a reverse Dutch auction. But at the end of this auction, at the time that you set your funds, you can reclaim your funds, and so you know exactly when you're going to get them. Now, given that you want to do something today and EAL is not available today, my personal choice for a very large amount would be a protocol that is not represented here, but is, so there's the train protocol, which is, train is, they basically match you with someone to perform HTLC, to perform an atomic swap. And I would be comfortable doing that with a large amount because it is an atomic swap and there is time lock, so it's, so for particularly large amounts, I would go trustless, and it is possible today, at least for, not for execution, but at least for transfers.
I would respond to your question, Frederick, that people have no idea at the moment. And it's even worse than that. Most of them don't care at all. And we've been working as L2Bit with two of the major aggregators, being Socket and Li-Fi. And Socket told us that they did display, risks, but that did not change the user's behavior at all. Li-Fi told us that it's pointless and they are not even going to do that because no one cares. So the question is, like, we're stubborn, right? We will expose these risks. The question is, like, will people care? And maybe right now my hope is that maybe institutions will care because they actually manage other people's funds. And if something goes really wrong, and they knew about the risks, they could be sued for gross negligence or something. So maybe this is our hope, but I don't think the individual users will ever care or understand what's going on here, right? They will literally try to do the swap and hope for the best, and in most cases it works, and if it doesn't, then, well, tough luck.
In many ways, would you agree, like every dApp that you use, there's like an implicit trust with that dApp and who's running it, that the DNS is secure, that the call data they're giving you?
Yeah, most. But again, I would say that there's a difference in trusting the Uniswap code or some other version which is like completely permissioned, where EOA can upgrade. And we did have cases where there was a governance attack, and through the upgrade, the money was stolen through the protocols. So these are the risks that we're exposing, right? We don't want EOAs to be able to upgrade your contracts. And we, first and foremost, we want these risks to be properly disclosed, because like half of the protocols will put on their websites that they're trustless and self-custodial. In most cases, this is just not true. When we read the code, but this is how you market your protocols, right? So I think that has to change. Like, we have to be like honest as an industry, and frankly, I don't have like personal issues with protocols like Relay if they say like, you have to trust us, and we have reputation to lose if we like screw it. I do have a problem when a protocol says that they're self-custodial and trustless. We check and verify, and there's an EOI that can upgrade with no notice. So like, what are we talking about, right? That's an issue, right? You know, we need to, I think, be more honest when we communicate these risks to the users. And maybe for like retail users that doesn't matter, but maybe for institutional users that's actually like crucial.
Yeah, look, the only thing I want to add, and I don't want to beat up on Peter, but at all, I do think our industry is supposed to say, like, being custodial is not cool. Like, I do think that is part of what we are supposed to push. And Peter, like, one of the things that I'm genuinely, like, been surprised by is, like, you know, you were the maximal version of send money to my EOA, and people did it, right? And institutions adopted it too. And I do, it's like, I actually do believe your roadmap. I trust you. Like, I think you guys are like quality business. I really do. But it's like such a bad precedent, you know?
Yeah, I mean, what is custodial? And like, it's like similar with, you know, again, going back to kind of risk trade-offs and, you know, protocols that have approvals that people have given kind of millions of dollars in approvals to, and that protocol can kind of upgrade. You know, like a couple of aggregators got hacked and kind of like approvals drained because they were able to kind of deploy new integrations freely. In my mind, that's a lot more custodial and kind of like this resting risk versus traveling risk. So yeah, like not, you know, I'm not trying to pass blame, but it's just like more like put in context of like, yeah, there's kind of trade-offs and like the path, but it's, yeah, absolutely, you know, and we've also kind of learned along the way what is the optimal way to kind of have the same level of UX that we want and make it trustless. And so yeah, it's been an evolution, and you know, I think it is actually kind of possible to kind of reel things back in the same way that Ethereum has no privacy today, but now that we're ready for it, I don't think it's lost. I think, you know, we can reel it back, and similar for L2s, given a pass for a long time, I think these standards can change, you know, especially as zero knowledge costs go down, we can demand higher standards. And so that's my take of like, you know, there was demand for this product, a lot of kind of pain, a lot of people blocked. You know, we focused on solving that, and, you know, people should absolutely put pressure on us to do better, and they're absolutely doing that, and, you know, I think it's good, and we will get to a much better place.
Yeah, final question here. What does the end game look like to each of you, basically? So you mentioned that you're trying to do better, etc. What is the end game in your view on this topic?
Yeah, so for us, the end game is yeah, you absolutely do not need to trust around whether your, you know, money's going to be stolen, and you can just come and you know, personally take the funds, and if something goes wrong. And even beyond that, I think even the model of solvers, where they have their own capital and you rely on them to fill, is something that we're very interested in how we can solve that, because it's actually quite difficult to run a solver, and I don't think there will ever be that many really high quality solvers with a lot of capital that are also really good at execution. So a big thing we're focused on is how can you unbundle what a solver is and have liquidity that is maybe in pools, and that reduces solving down to just executing transactions across chain, maybe even to the point where you can self-execute on the destination like you can do in the Ethereum interop layer. But I guess the last thing is, like, it's not the end game for us to have it so trustless that, really optimizing for this relayer can't grief you, for example. Like, in some ways, we think that's a worthwhile trade-off in order to have the happy case work extremely well, where the unhappy case might be like a little bit more inconvenient. And so that's kind of our end game. Is I think there should be a spectrum of solutions. I think Ethereum should absolutely have a really strong solution, kind of similar to forced inclusion around those cases. And then for us, it's to kind of like meet the necessary bar, and maybe that security scales with the amount. but also just have something that works, like continues to work. And yeah, I think also we want to design something that can compete with a fully trusted solution so that that is a viable, you can kind of be trustless without kind of having that temptation.
I mean, for what it's worth, Peter, I mean, we assigned the highest rating of L2s that in happy case with centralized sequencer, they give you the excellent execution and UI, and unhappy case, you go through the pain of force including transactions via L1, we still give you the highest rating. So if you can provide that, I'll be like promoting your protocol left and right.
What about across?
Yeah, Frederick, I think I want to add is trustlessness. I want trustlessness to actually be I want to do things that the trustlessness makes this protocol better for the users. Like, it's not just a nice to have, it actually makes the protocol function better. And to me, I think the end game here is we are going to have many chains and many tokens and many stable coins, and there's going to be this ridiculous amount of fragmentation. And even though I would like everything to be an L2 with like a seamless canonical bridge on how to get to it, I don't think that's going to happen. There's going to be other chains. It's just going to be a mess. And I think the intent-based solver network is a beautiful way to create a translation layer between all these chains and all these tokens. I think Peter and I are kind of aligned on that vision. And to me, the end game here is you have a hyper-competitive, missionless network of solvers that are competing to translate between all those chains and all those tokens. And I actually think that's the most exciting part of where the trustless comes from, is how you can have like a 14-year-old kid in their basement be able to do this, including maybe being able to get the capital, like Peter said, to be able to do interesting execution between this. Will it be a 14-year-old kid in the basement doing it at scale? Maybe not. But I do think that if you have that option, there's going to be a lower barrier to entry for more and more innovation in that space. And that's pretty cool. Yeah, we're out of time, but do you want to say something quick regarding this?
Yeah, my end game is that users don't need to use intermediaries. So self-execution, I think, is key. And the trust assumptions, at least inside the Ethereum ecosystem, where we have a shared source of truth, is only on that. And I should mention, since we're talking about the dispute mechanism, that disputes are, that actually the correct term for it would be fraud-proof, just like with rollups, because there is no dependency, there should not be any dependency on any humans in the process. It only trusts the canonical bridge. So my take is that trust should only be on Ethereum and the underlying networks, the underlying rollups you're using. And it should be self-custodial and self-executing, not trusting an intermediary for anything.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And yeah, give a big round of applause to Peter, Hart, Yoav, and Bartek. Thank you.
Thank you once again to our panelists. Please big a round of applause when they leave the stage. Oh, that was big round of applause. Thank you so much. Now, our next topic is quite interesting to me, and I don't know whether that is because I work at WalletConnect or I just like security and proper storage of my keys and my wallet, and I care about my money on chain. But the next session is going to talk about the key store layer. How do we increase interoperability when it comes to wallets? How do we improve a smart contract development? And how do we store our keys for maximum protection? Our next speaker has a ton of expertise on that topic. We'll put up the QR code again, so in case you have any questions for Doris, you can ask her in the end if we have time, and if not, you're more than welcome to find her after the session and talk to her about the key store layer, enabling secure, interoperable wallets. That's okay. And can we please give a big round of applause for our crew here, carrying furniture off the stage? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, ladies. Okay, and without further ado, please welcome to the stage, Doris Hernandez.
GMDM, Devconnect, and trustless. Super excited to be here. And today I'm going to be talking to you about key store layers and how they enable interoperable wallets. I just want to introduce myself. I've been in this space for a while now. I'm a product-first developer, and I'm co-founder of Functor, which we are been pioneering in the development of a key store layer for the past year. And meanwhile, I've been in the infra space. I'm experimenting with NPC to peer-to-peer networks and everything in between. And in that journey, I made 2 wallets that accrue more than 650,000 users. But at the end of the day, what I realized that my mission and how we want to contribute as a company in Functor Network is to make self-custody usable at scale. So why a key store layer exists in the first place? What's the current state? Smart contract wallets are amazing. They really change how we're going to be interacting with user experience and security. But unfortunately, they break in this multi-chain world. Why? Because of signer state. There is no shared account state between the chains. And what do we mean by that? Just let me break this down to you. EOAs, or your wallets that you currently use, your MetaMask wallets, are stateless. And a good example of what a stateless infra is just like you were here in Buenos Aires and you were grabbing an analog map, right? There is no state. If you don't need to be updating. The problem with it is that it's not connected to the internet, but if there's traffic, jams, you're not able to see that. In contrast, smart accounts are stateful. And a great analogy for that will be Google Maps, right? You're able to update what is the latest state of the traffic, but you need to be connected. So, because of this, smart accounts signers live per chain. So, what's going on right now is that you have the same address using Create2. So you see the same address in Arbitrum, Polygon, Optimism, but the signer in each chain, it's different. Why? Because each blockchain stores a different contract to manage the state of that signer. And that is a massive problem if we're talking about UX security and, most importantly, adoption in the space. So each L2 has its own smart account and its own copy of who can sign. That means that if you want to add or remove a signer, updating the state, you need to update the state in every chain. And it's a nightmare if you add a new L2, because counterfactual accounts is just chaos. So Vitalik realized this, and in one of his talks in the 3 transitions, he frames a fix for this, where you actually decouple the assets and signer separation. So you have the assets in the wallets, but the signer is not coupled to that wallet. So what is a key store layer? The key store layer introduces a shared global state, a single registry of signers that every chain could read from. So I'll show you what it is. The core idea of this is to separate who can act from where the assets are. Now, right now, your assets are tied to a private key. Smart accounts decouple that, and key store layers make that global. Right now, you have your assets, and the vision is to have your wallet with different assets and a signer infrastructure, the key store, that is able to decouple the signers and verify the logic of what you can sign. You have signature validations, access control rules, recovery mechanisms, and this is all accessible across all chains. So when you do this, now you still have the same account address, but your signer is still the same across every chain. Now you don't have these weird composability issues that, if key stores don't exist, will happen in the future. So what are the outcomes? Which is what it's really excited about. If you change your signer, you have one key store update, and now everyone can read in any L2 the update of that signer. You have a new L2 launch, it doesn't matter. You just plug into the key store layer and you read the latest state of that wallet. It's pretty convenient. Think about it as an access control layer of what the signers can do on chain. So the biggest challenge in key stores is to communicate the state to the other wallets. Like, how can I know that I have the latest state of who can sign on the key store? So I'm just explaining the high-level architecture of what we've been proposing and researching and what's the best implementation for this. You have a key store layer contract in the L1. We call it the L1 key store contract. And that's the source truth of all the signer information. And then you will have an L2 mirror contract deployed in every L2 that will read the latest state of the L1. That's high-level overview how we'll be able to communicate to all the L2s who is the latest signer. So reading the state, there's certain things, and this is where the industry has been researching on, like how can we do this properly? But at the end of the day, there has to be certain components to read the state. So any design, agnostic to what it is, to read the L1 state on the L2, you need to have two ingredients. The commitment of the key store state, that means the Merkle root, and then the proof of the specific key value, so a Merkle proof. The design space that we've been doing, that the ecosystem has been exploring are two. You have the L1S load, which is the one that a lot of people have been talking about. And basically what this enables you, it lets the L2 contract load the L1 storage directly. Unfortunately, this still needs to be implemented by the L2s, and it's not accessible. So what we have been exploring with Functor has been using the canonical bridges today to use messages across the canonical bridges to manage the state in every L2. What really excites me, and as I mentioned earlier in the talk, I'm a product-first developer. And that's the whole thesis of what we build here. The infra that we're building and why we're so passionate about key store layers is beyond the infrastructure, but more about how are we going to be enabling the EVM ecosystem to become more useful and secure in the long run. And most importantly, how can we become all a single place where users can interact? This is where interoperable wallets comes into play. With the key store layer, all your wallets across all chains behave like one wallet. That's the dream. And the beauty of it is that key store layers enable you that. Now, you make interoperable wallets first-class citizens in the EVM space. What are the things that you can do when you have a key store layer implemented? You have native universal recovery, which is something we haven't seen before. That means that you're able to attach multiple signers. This could be your passkey, your phone, your laptop passkey, your EOA threshold signatures to a single account. You can rotate those signers and propagate the state everywhere. You have access to a global policy engine. Now you have programmable permissions to interact on chain, whether you want to set permissions of who and what you want to interact. Interesting for the future of agents and automation, because you're able to have programmable signers, you enable asynchronous transactions and third-party delegation. And lastly, a lot of the things that we've been doing, what is the future as Functor that we envision for the users? Let me show it to you. Here, you aggregate and connect your wallet, and you're able to upgrade your ERA account into a smart account using the 7702. Now, once you have smart account capabilities, you're able to add as much signers as you want. This is thankfully to the key store layer infrastructure application. You have integrations, whitelisting of how you can send that programmable permission, and you have now a single source of truth of your signers and permissions in a single place, making it easier to interact on chain, and making it, more importantly, secure for the end consumers. And I'll close with this. By making wallables interoperable, Ethereum becomes the most decentralized, secure, and resilient ecosystem of the world. Thank you very much.
That was amazing, Doris. We actually have some questions from the audience here. So let's see what you can say to the audience. Question number 1. Does it mean that the layer 2 nodes have to run Keystone layer along with the node? Oh, they're going so fast, these questions, I can't keep track. If not, how is it going to work?
The L2 nodes, the L2 nodes, something important, this is part of the execution layer, not of the consensus layer, right? So this has nothing to do with the consensus or anything like that. This is more like, has a lot of components of an L2, but fundamentally just updating a Merkle tree state and updating the states across those chains. And this is running on its own contract, so it has nothing to do with the states of other L2's nodes in general.
Okay, next question. How is the approximate gas cost for updating a signer? Will it send a message through canonical bridge for every chain, even those that I don't use?
Yeah, it's a phenomenal question. That's one of the hardest challenges in key store layer implementation. So right now we've been experimenting how that's going to look like, right? Because how you're going to be basically batching the updates of that Merkle tree state. Is it going to be through a certain amount of transactions? Is it going to be time-based? And the initial idea implementation is the end user is paying for those gas fees. We need to understand better how that's going to look in the long term, especially when you start adding more L2s to the infrastructure. Right now, we are testing with a couple of chains, 2 or 3, to see how the state propagates and the latency that it brings. Nonetheless, the gas fees involved to give the update to the states. It's something that they're still being developed for sure.
Next question. Can you support all EVMs or only rollups?
Yeah, we definitely support anything that is EVM compatible.
Next question. Wow, they keep coming. How does it compare to previous or other key store layer efforts?
Great question. So when we were building these and experimenting, the biggest unlock for us was understanding how to send the signer to the key store layer. So from a high-level perspective, it took us a while to understand how a current infrastructure, smart account infrastructure, can actually connect. We actually used the ERC 7579 modular accounts. We actually created a WebAuth module. We started testing with passkeys. So different implementations from us is that we are experimenting first with passkeys. So that specific signature, P256, that we need to validate. And that took us a long time to allow, basically preparate the user operation and fetch the signer, and then preparate the signature using passkey. So that's one of the differences that we did. 2 is extremely seamless. The demo that I show you, the first part is something that we actually implemented already. And you're able to attach multiple signers, passkey signers, to a single wallet, which is something new that we haven't seen so far. So that's one of the biggest components is our uber focus in UX than anything else.
Fantastic. Doris, there's one more question for you actually before we let you go. This one is, having one source of truth is convenient, but at the same time more risk to being attacked. What's your take on that?
Fragmentation you have more risk because now you have to be keeping up what you're doing in every chain, right? It's like, did I did my permissions in Optimism, but then I forgot that I'm doing this in Arbitrum? Oh, I completely forgot that I didn't do this in Polygon. So the more chains you have and more applications you interact, the more things you need to keep up. And that makes it very hard that, in OPSEC, how do you actually keep track of that? Especially if you become like crypto native, quite complex.
Okay, that's all we have time for today.
Thank
you so much, Doris. Please, a big round of applause for Doris Hernandez. She has some wonderful fans. You guys are amazing. Now, from the topic of interoperability to the topic of connection, we're going to have a very special speaker next who's going to introduce a whole new network that connects all corners of Ethereum. Please welcome to the stage Alain Maroc.
Hi everyone, my name is Alan. I'm the CEO of SSV Labs, which is the core team behind both SSV and Compose. We're at Compose as the vision of really connecting all corners of Ethereum with this new technology called synchronous composability, the idea that we can do instant and atomic transactions between rollups. And this is fundamental for what I think Ethereum should be in the future and what I think we should strive for. We've been working on essential infrastructure for Ethereum for quite a while now, building first SSV and then Compose, which actually uses a lot of the SSV validator set. And we really are tuned and aligned with what Ethereum should be and what we want it to be, which is the most powerful smart contract platform and blockchain in the space. Initially, when the dream of scaling Ethereum was born, we actually started talking about charting. where validators were both securing Ethereum, but also facilitating interop between rollups, or between shards, as we called them back in the day. It proved to be quite difficult to do, and so we moved to the rollup-centric roadmap, where rollup by independent parties, still secured by Ethereum, but scale it in a much easier way. The problem was that there is no based-in or built-in interop between those rollups, which kind of causes fragmentation across the various rollups and the entire Ethereum ecosystem. Every rollup is kind of its own economic island, has its own dApps, users, and liquidity. And it's not necessarily that you can move between those rollups or interact between those rollups easily. And it doesn't really feel like one big Ethereum. It feels like a bunch of different rollups, economic islands, with Ethereum being kind of the main continent. And that's, I think, a problem. We previously saw other blockchains with some similar approaches like Cosmos really suffering for the fact that various parts of the ecosystem are not one, even though we are building a bunch of different bridges, quote unquote, but those bridges are not really composable rather than fixing or temporarily fixing different things like swaps and cross-chain bridging. One of those solutions is asynchronous message passing, where you basically can move messages between rollups with some kind of an oracle or a committee, a trusted committee. The problem is that creates latency, and it's not really composable. If you want to do some kind of an interaction between rollups where you ask or read some state from one rollup and then write a state on another rollup, you can't really do that in one transaction. You have to send a message, wait for it to return. There is no guarantee that that message will be delivered or when it's going to be delivered. And so composability is really breaking if you try to do if you try to compose something with asynchronous message passing. The leading actual interop solution is our intents. Intents flip the script around and say, let the user describe what they want to get, for example, bridge an asset or swap a token for something else, and off-chain solvers or intermediaries will figure out how to fill that, that demand. There's no guarantee of execution, and it still has some latency, even though it's shorter than the previous solution. There is some latency, at least one block, and it's not really composable. Again, if you need to wait, you break composability, and for the most part, when people bridge or cross-chain swap, it's not the end goal of what they're trying to do, it's just a step. They want to do something on another chain, and so interop with intents does solve some of the problems because it has a better UX, but composability is not within reach yet. We're building something called synchronous composability. So with synchronous composability, we try to bring the main properties of transacting on Ethereum across to rollups. Those three properties are, one, the idea that we can encapsulate or compose a bunch of interactions between one transaction. We can do that in an atomic way, meaning all of those interactions happen together or don't happen at all, which is extremely important for financial applications and transactions. And ultimately also in a synchronous way, meaning that all of those interactions happen one after the other in one single transaction. Those are the properties that we are used to get on Ethereum, and we're trying to port into cross-rollup transactions. And when you port them to cross-rollup transactions, we give them a name called synchronous composability. And if we now need to kind of compare between all of them, then the current state of affairs is that either we have a very generic type of solution, which is slow, message passing, asynchronous message passing, or we have something which is faster, but it's very specific. Intent-based interop is very specific for the fact that it needs or requires intermediaries and liquidity, meaning that it's mostly focused around one or two use cases and specific tokens that have deep liquidity. Anything else doesn't really work or work well, and of course composability is never really existed because, again, it's asynchronous and you need to wait until the intent is actually executed. With synchronous composability, we actually try to solve both things. We try to do something which is extremely generic and composable, but also extremely fast. This is kind of the end goal of where interop should be and what rollups on Ethereum should behave and make you feel like as a user. And that's where Compose comes along. We're building synchronous composability that consolidates liquidity users and dApps across rollups, the transaction itself feels like Ethereum. It's not something foreign. It just feels like you're transacting on one big chain. It's instant. Transactions are instant between rollups, and you have ZK guarantees for atomicity. All of that sounds amazing, and that's what we're aiming for. For the first time with ZK technology and the research behind synchronous composability, we can actually do that. It's within reach. And so the tech it's built on top of is called the shared publishing. The idea there is that each rollup that joins the network actually has an independent sequencer, which is extremely important for the business model behind rollups and how they operate. Each one of those rollups has its own sequencer, and the sequencers themselves coordinate, simulate, and then execute cross-chain transactions. They produce blocks and ZK proofs for those blocks, and a shared aggregation layer called the shared publisher, which is made out of Ethereum validators, takes those ZK proofs, aggregates them to one single proof, and submits them to the L1, to Ethereum itself. This enables us to guarantee atomicity through ZK proofs. It enables us to get a lot of rollups, independent sequencers, to coordinate and do something together for the sake of interop. And if you'll notice, it doesn't end just with an integrated set of rollups. It also expands beyond that to external rollups like Base, Arbitrum, Optimism, and others, which we can still facilitate synchronous composability with them, which is really a breakthrough because we can bootstrap using the biggest rollups with their users, dApps, and liquidity, which is essential because competing against them, it's quite hard. And so with the shared publisher layer, we can still make rollups be independent, integrate the biggest rollups in the industry, and do that, by the way, without their consent. We can just integrate them through something called the wrapped sequencer, and then have great economies of scale and actually validating ZK proofs on-chain, because we're validating a bunch of rollups into one single transaction. The way it works starts with the mailbox. It's a very simple construct, but a very powerful one. The mailbox is where messages are stored during simulation or between rollups. You have an inbox and outbox. Inbox is the messages coming into the rollup you're on. Outbox are the messages going out to another rollup. The simple check for validity is just comparing the inbox of one rollup to the outbox of another. It's such a simple construct, but it's a very powerful one because it enables us to not just understand how cross-chain rollups, cross-chain transactions work, but also guarantee their validity. In order to facilitate and pre-populate messages within those mailboxes for synchronous execution, we do a simulation between the sequencers. That simulation happens off-chain, and it's based on a very lightweight consensus protocol. It's extremely fast. And during that simulation, all messages are exchanged between sequencers. When they do that, they know which messages are in and which messages are going out, and they decide if they're willing to go for execution once the simulation is done. And when they do that, they're executing, and then through the shared publisher validate that the execution was valid and also atomic, meaning there is no way that just one rollup executed while the other didn't. That's extremely important for the types of interactions and transactions happening in crypto, on blockchains. And so all of that is what facilitates the synchronous composability nature of transactions within Compose. The cool thing about it is it opens up the door for many use cases which are not really available today. I'll start with the two most common ones, bridging and swapping. We used to have intermediaries or liquidity providers to facilitate those types of transactions, but with synchronous composability, we don't need them. We don't need any intermediaries. We don't need any liquidity in between the rollups. It's simply a programmatic bridge or a programmatic swap on another DEX. And that's extremely important because it expands what type of tokens, what type of chains can actually participate. But it goes beyond that. So for example, you can enable cross-chain flash loans, cross-chain atomic arbitrage. You can enable arbitrary read and write for developers, which is a game changer because they can now build multi-chain apps. It also affects how developers deploy their apps, because if you have synchronous composability, you don't need to deploy your app on a million different rollups. You can just deploy it once on one rollup, because every other user on any other rollup just can interact with it. It's like on Ethereum. If you deploy your app on one part of Ethereum, every other user on Ethereum can reach it and use it. The same goes here with synchronous composability. And so it affects the very way that we develop apps and how we build them and deploy them. And it also enables things like NFT bridging, something which is not really available today because it requires liquidity. So synchronous composability is this construct where we change the way interop looks and feels. Instead of being driven by intermediaries and liquidity, it's actually driven by code. It's driven by message passing between rollups, and it's completely programmatic, and it doesn't have any intermediaries in between. We've been developing the testnet for Compose for quite a while, and we're almost ready to release it publicly. And by end of year, we'll also integrate for the first time on testnet the base rollup. So we'll have both integrated rollups where there's sequencers published to the shared publisher, but also an external rollup like base and later on Arbitrum and others that will enable fully synchronous composable instant and atomic transactions between them. So thank you so much. We're super excited to bring synchronous composability to Ethereum mainnet. We think we desperately need this. Composability is probably one of the biggest challenges we have. Thank you so much.
That was such a great session, but don't go too far away because we do have some questions from the audience. Sure. So question number 1. How can Compose leverage and benefit from L1 validators?
So the shared publisher are the L1 validators themselves. It's a credibly neutral layer, obviously building on what I think is the best infrastructural component in Ethereum today, which are the validators themselves. Meaning that validators are the ones running the aggregation proofs for the different rollups, and then they publish them to Ethereum. That will also give way to L1 to L2 composability once ZK proofs are commercially available for real-time proving. And so validators are at the heart of what we're doing, and it's kind of going full circle back to the sharding days, which I think is pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. The next question that we have, will it work with based rollups or rollups with many sequencers? As you mentioned, they need to do some kind of message exchange. If so, how will they know with what sequencer to talk?
Yeah, so it definitely can work with base sequencing. Ultimately, what we're looking at is the shared publisher just waits for ZK proofs in a certain format. So whatever happens behind the scenes, it doesn't really matter as long as you provide a valid block with a valid ZK proof. And so finding the ways to do the simulation part is actually not that difficult. If you have one rollup which is base and another rollup which has a centralized sequencer, then the centralized sequencer always has a constant IP address and so on. And so we can find the solutions for those things, and I definitely hope to see base rollups within Compose.
Next question is, how will ZK proofs work with optimistic ones? How do you map their assets? Did you use another bridge, Composer bridge?
Yeah, so that's actually a great question. So most of fraud proofs rollups publish a state and obviously DA every hour or so. Mostly states every hour or so. What we're going to do is actually ZK-fy base, Arbitrum, and others before they ZK-fy themselves. We're going to prove on-chain the states that they publish. And absolutely correct, whoever asked that question, we will have a shared bridge that is ZK proven, and also withdrawals will be much quicker, and that will be the entry and exit point from the composable asset class, as we call it. Those asset classes are going to sit on base, on Arbitrum, and any rollup, but they are instantly transferable and usable across the entire ecosystem, which is really, really powerful. And so that's why we need the ZK proofs for those types of rollups, and yeah, we will have a shared bridge for entry and exit.
Very cool. This next one says, what if base/optimism reorgs?
Exactly. So that's why we're producing ZK proofs for the moment they set a new state on chain. When they set a new state on chain, they actually start a fraud-proof game, and you can immediately off-chain see if that's valid or not. What we're going to do is actually take that computation from the off-chain node, ZK-fy it, and get the proof on-chain. So they cannot reorg unless the fraud proof is valid or not valid, and we can actually check that through the ZK proof. And so in between those points, they can reorg, but we are doing ZK proofs for the points and not between them. So that's an important point.
Excellent. So many good questions from the audience. Guys, if you have anything super specific that you would like to ask Alan, you can let him know after the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Big round of applause, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we're going to take a very short break. We're going to take about a 20-minute break to have a cup of coffee. You're welcome to go outside, network with people, or if you're cozy in your seat, that's okay. You can stay there too. And we'll see you here 20 minutes from now. Thanks. attention. We have our next speaker who's going to tackle a very interesting topic. His topic is on chain abstraction with the OIF Open Intents Framework. Please welcome to the stage, Jim Chang.
Thank you. Let's see if this works. All right. Hello, everyone. Hola, hola todo. Buenas tardes. Hola, estoy muy agradecido para estar aquí en Buenos Aires, una ciudad buenísima. Hello, hello all. That is the extent of my Spanish knowledge. Thank you for entertaining me. But I am very happy to be here today. Happy to be in Buenos Aires, beautiful city, beautiful country. And I get to talk about my favorite thing ever, which is chain abstraction, of course. But before I get started, maybe just a quick introduction on who I am. I'm Jim Chang. I am the product lead at LeFi. I lead the Intents products, a series of products that we have at LeFi. And we are also a contributor to the Open Intent Framework, which I can talk about in a second. And what I'm going to talk about today is how the Open Intent Framework and the products that we've been building at LeFi contribute into this broader goal that we have of finally delivering chain abstraction, which I think is really, really close to being actuality. And so first, what is the Open Intent Framework? And so the Open Intent Framework is effectively an open source, permissionless framework or set of developer tools that a coalition of companies are contributing to in order to expand interoperability throughout Ethereum and beyond. And so the goal of one Ethereum, of many rollups, many chains, but that feeling of one Ethereum as a UX is something that we're working really closely on in order to make it a reality. And so everything that's been talked about with the EIL and with other initiatives today, we are also trying to make that a reality through a different lens with the OIF. And so the OIF is really special because it is not just a product that one company is building, it's more of an open coalition that is actually led by the EF. And there's a lot of contributors to it, of which we are proud to be one of them. But there's other ones like Coinbase, Hyperlane, Across, Uniswap, OpenZeppelin, Polymer, T1, and the Wonderland team. And we love working with everyone in that team in order to make this one Ethereum dream possible with the OIF. And so what we've seen for the past few years is that cross-chain has largely been a solved problem, at least within a set of chains, through a primitive that we call intents. And with intents, we basically allow a permission set of counterparties that we call solvers to fulfill users' intents in order to have this really fast user experience. But the issue with intents that we've seen over the past 2 years, it's that while it's really, really good for short-tail chains like Ethereum mainnet, Arbitrum, Base, Optimism, etc., it's not really good for long-tail chains. And so the future of modular chains and any team that wants to build their own chain or build their own rollup, even if it is EVM compatible, it's actually quite difficult to get a cross-chain experience or even a seamless experience in general with those chains. And so what we've seen with intents is that there's been 3 major problems to ensure that we have all these long-tail new chains being able to be connected with the broader Ethereum ecosystem. The first problem has been that a lot of these intent-based protocols are private companies. And there is a lot of infrastructure that is entailed in order to support a chain. And so if you were a new chain team and you wanted to support a new chain, you actually had to reach out to these private companies and actually pay a BD fee or at very least establish some sort of partnership in order for them to deploy on your chain and for them to support cross-chain bridge transfers to this chain. And so that inherently is a centralization risk and a lack of permissionlessness. The second piece that we've seen is that building something from scratch, let's say you're a chain team, you say, I don't want to pay this large BD fee for all these intent protocols to come on board. How do I participate? Well, building from scratch isn't really an option either because it is incredibly complex to be building an intent-based system. And then on top of that, you have to run your own solver, which is also a very high barrier to entry, not only to build, but also to maintain. And then the third piece is that there are a lot of chain teams that are all trying to do this themselves, right? They don't want to pay this high BD fee. They're all trying to build these very complex systems, and they're all building the same thing over and over again. And as a result, there's a lot of duplication that happens within the industry as it pertains to intents. And so the goal of the open intent framework is to basically lower that barrier of entry. We want to make it incredibly simple for anyone to be able to deploy intents and support it on their chain, to connect to all these short-tail chains like Base and Optimism and Ethereum mainnets, and to do so permissionlessly. And so how we do that is through 3 core pieces. The first piece is that we have permissionless chain deployment of an open source set of contracts. And so anyone can go to the OIF repo, they can see the intent contracts that we've made, and they can deploy them themselves. And they're built in such a way that no matter how different your rollup is, maybe it's a different VM, maybe it has different trust assumptions, it's a ZK rollup versus an optimistic rollup, it doesn't really matter because we build the OIF contracts in a way such that they're so lightweight and simple that they support all sorts of different use cases for whatever rollup you want to deploy on. And the second thing that we did is that we built an open source solver and other infrastructure to make it incredibly easy to not only deploy contracts and support intents, but also to continuously use it over and over again. And so even after you've initially supported contracts, you still need to do ongoing maintenance. You need to do things like issue intents. You need to do things like be aware of intents, to provide quotes, to solve them, to rebalance. And so those are things that we've all open sourced and built such that anyone can run their own solver, they can improve on top of it. There's an open source of libraries to continue improving on top of it, and there's other infrastructure you can run as well. Things like an intent API, things like a rebalancing module, things like indexing, and so those are all tools that we provide open source and for free for any developer that wants to support intents and continue maintaining that support. And then the last thing we do is that we hope that the OIF as a repository is a unified source of truth for intents. And so anyone that wants to, in the future, build with intents, they can just go to these set of repositories, they can see all the tooling that has been contributed to it, and they can continue to either use that or to even add on to it as well. And so my hope is that all this duplicative work that all these teams are doing, ourselves included, can be contributed to this general source of truth such that people can build on top of it instead of trying to rebuild the same thing over and over again. And so what does it mean to use the OIF, right? I've been using that term kind of in an abstract concept. And so I wanted to make it slightly more concrete. And so the first thing that you do is that you can go to the OIF repo. You can deploy the OIF smart contracts on a new chain, right? Maybe it's your own chain, or maybe it's just a chain that doesn't support intents yet. You can go and deploy it permissionlessly. The second thing you do is that when you initialize your contract deployment, you can set a number of parameters that make it incredibly customizable based on whatever use case you want. And so some examples that I give are you can give it resource locks, which I'm going to talk about in a second. You can configure the auction type. You can make it permissionless, permission, off-chain, on-chain, Dutch auction, sealed bid, first come, first serve. It doesn't really matter because we support it all. The third thing you do is that after you deploy these contracts and you configured it, is that you run our open source solver. And so you're able to see intents, you're able to provide quotes, and you're able to fill them. The fourth thing that you can do is that we also have a UI that we're building that will be able to detect new intents. And so you can have this UI that can see new intents on these new chains. You can issue them. Solvers can see them through some sort of order subscription, and they're able to fill them on chain. And so, again, another thing that a team doesn't have to build in order to support intents. And then as a result, not really fit set, but as a result, what you get is permissionless intents enabled on any chain. If you have a brand new chain, you can go to the OIF repo, you can deploy these contracts, you can support intents out of the box. And so what do I mean by modular tooling, right? What does it mean to go to the OIF repo to configure all these different pieces of the smart contract? Well, in a very detailed sense on this page is what's behind me. It's effectively 6 different pieces that you can configure in order to customize intents based on whatever parameters or whatever requirements that you need. And so the first piece is something that we call an order flow origination, but basically the UI. So this is anywhere that someone issues an intent, anywhere that you see user-based volume flows going in and out of chains. And so this could be something like a UI, like what we're familiar with. This could be something like a wallet, like Phantom or MetaMask. Or this could be something like an aggregator. And so an aggregator in this case is what LeFi is, of course. But in a broader sense, it's basically just an API that gets intents and then funnels them to solvers to see. They provide quotes, and then they fill the intent. The second piece that you can modularize is intent expression escrow. So you can do things like make your escrow ERC 7683 compliant. Escrow in this case is just the smart contract where intents the collateral for intents are deposited into. And so you can make it 7683 compliant, which is something that we're working on the new spec for that, ERC 7683 V1, in tandem with Across and Uniswap and OpenZeppelin and others. You can use something called the compact, which is a resource lock implementation that I can get into in a second. Or you can build a bespoke escrow. Again, you can really retrofit it however you see fit. The third piece is something that we call an order flow auction. And so this is actually the auction mechanism that sorts all these user intents and determines who is the winning solver that will actually fulfill this intent. And so I already talked about this. You can do things like make it private, public, permissioned, permissionless, off-chain, on-chain, Dutch, first come, first serve, etc. The fourth thing that you can do is build something called, or customize something called intent fulfillment. So you can do things like only using KYB solvers, only using your specific solver that you run, only using open source solvers, only using solver networks like Sprinter. And that's good because that allows you to have a lot more say into who is actually filling these orders. And if censorship resistance is something that's important to you, or resiliency in the network is something that's important to you, this is something that you want to really pay attention to. The fifth thing that you can do is something called cross-chain validation, but this is basically a way that two chains are able to talk to one another, right? When you're dealing with a double chain context, you're effectively spanning different trust domains, and you need to have ways in which you ensure something happens on one chain is actually propagated and validated on the other chain. That's the only way that intents and that cross-chain can work, right? And so we have modules that allow you to do a lot of different things. The most popular thing you could do is to use a GMP, which is a general message passing protocol. And so those are things that we're all familiar with, like Wormhole and Layer 0 and Axelar and Hyperlane, pretty standard stuff. You can also use a lot of these newer primitives that are being discussed, things like the broadcaster, which is a flavor of RIP 7755, or ERC 7786, which is basically like an aggregator of these GMPs, or a way in which two rollups that use the same settlement layer, like Ethereum rollups, are able to communicate in messages between each other, albeit in a very slow sense. And so that is something you can configure as well if you care about trust assumptions, if you care about the connectivity between different chains. That's something you can configure as well. And then lastly, you can also configure something called solver rebalancing, which is a very long slide, so I won't belabor the point there. So you can use open intents today, like what I said. You can go to openintents.xyz. You can go to the documentation page, go to the GitHub repository, see the contracts that have been audited by a lot of leading auditing firms in the space, and you can follow the guide on how to deploy them, how to interact with them. We're still actively working on more UI tools for folks that are non-contract developers to work with it. But if you are a contract developer, you are curious supporting it on various chains, various testnet networks, you can do that today. So that's the OIF. But I didn't come here to talk about the OIF, even though I spent a lot of time doing so. Sorry. What I came here to talk about is two new primitives that we just added to the OIF a couple months ago. Well, one 2 months ago and one last week, that allow the OIF to become even more powerful. It's not enough to simply do cross-chain intents, which is a better word for just saying bridging, right? Bridging the same asset, that's fine. But what if you want to move different assets? What if you want to move different assets between multiple chains? That is the problem that we're trying to solve to achieve true chain abstraction with these two new primitives. So the first primitive that I'm going to talk about is something called resource locks, which is a new escrow mechanism that we support in the open intent framework. And so what resource locks do is that they're basically an account that allows for chain abstracted intents to be fulfilled. And so you have assets that live on one chain. In this example, we have Ethereum. And you're able to fulfill intents on any other chain against this one balance of assets, right? And the really cool thing about that is, one, it uses intent-based execution, so pretty, on par with what we were just discussing with the OIF. Two, it's actually faster than source chain finality. Now, what does that mean? That means even before it is included on the block of the source chain that you're interacting with, in this case Ethereum, you can have your intent fulfilled on the destination chain. Now, how is that possible? It's because we use a mechanism using off-chain commitments that basically are pre-confirmations to allow the assets to allow the solvers to know that the assets are good to go in terms of collateral, so that solvers can effectively fill this intent before they even receive the assets, right? And we use something called a three-party model, and so there is no kind of centralization risk. There's three people that are interacting with it, and one of those people are called the allocator. And then this allocator is super important because they are basically the entity that is pre-committing these funds, and these solvers trust the allocator in order to fulfill them. And so it's a little complicated. I'm sorry, if I had more time, I would dive into the details, but feel free to meet me after the talk if you're curious to learn more about it. And so the really cool thing about resource locks, outside of what I just discussed, is the capital efficiency of it. And so you can have one account on Ethereum, and you're able to do any action that you want on any other chain, genuinely. And so we never have to think about USDC on Arbitrum, on Base, and all these things. You only have to think about on one chain, and it can do all these intents on every other chain via this mechanism. And so one thing that we support is called the Compact. This is Uniswap's resource lock implementation. It's effectively what I just discussed. It's personally the resource lock implementation that I know the best. You deposit into one account on one chain. You can use it on any other chain via intents, and they are yours. It is your wallet, your account, and so there is no custodian that is taking custody of these funds. But I won't, for the interest of time, spend too much time on the Compact, but we do support it. The second primitive that I wanted to talk about that we support is called multi-chain inputs, which is something that we just added last week into the OIF. And so what multi-chain inputs are is effectively the reverse of resource locks. And so what that means is that we can go from, instead of going from one to many, in the case of resource locks, right, one account on Ethereum to many chains, we actually go reverse. So we can go from many chains into one intent, into one asset. And so in this case, what we're doing is that we have three chains. There's different assets on them. We have USDC on one, ETH on another, DAI on another. You can issue one intent, so one signature, in order to consolidate all those assets into one asset on one chain. So in this case, we're getting 0.2 ETH on chain X. And so what's really cool is that you have resource locks. They are a balance that you hold, and you perform all these actions. I think the implication of resource locks that's been under-discussed is what happens after you do so, right? What happens if you have $1,000 on Ethereum and you want to mint an NFT on Base, you want to buy a new token on Solana, you want to tip your friend on Farcaster? What happens to all those balances? They get spread out, right? They get spread out, and so your initial resource lock balance depletes, and now you're stuck with a lot of funds that you still own, but a lot of funds on different wallets on different chains. And so how do you get that back into your resource locked account? Well, that is through multi-chain inputs, right? And so you can have one intent of your account, and you're able to sweep all these assets back into your resource locked account, and so you can still have that chain abstracted UX, even if you have this fanning out issue that I just talked about. And that was something that we thought really deeply about and built multi-chain inputs as a result. And so what I want to do with you guys now is that I actually want to demo using multi-chain intents with the Compact. And it won't be pretty, and there's a non-zero chance it doesn't work, but I figured why not, right? Because what's fun about watching someone talk in front of a big screen, right? You'd rather see me mess up and get nervous. And so we have a demo that I'm going to share my screen on and show you guys what multi-chain inputs looks like live, and you guys can try it out yourselves too. But not right now. Okay, so what you see here is a 100% not vibe-coded UI, as you can tell, because it's pretty much all in HTML. But what we threw together really quickly is a demo UI that allows folks to use the OIF to issue intents. And I'm using a particular feature on it that allows folks to issue multi-chain inputs. And so what we have on the right-hand side is what we call the Asset Management tab. But that basically allows us to configure our assets on the compact. And so there are pieces here that are slightly complicated that I won't spend too much time talking about. But I think the most important one is something called the allocator. And so again, as I said, the allocator is this pre-confirmation service or entity that allows for pre-chain finality or source chain finality for intents, right? So you can have sub-second intents using this pre-conf service called the allocator. And so I'm on testnet right now. You can certainly do it on a mainnet, but you know, bear market. And so I will be using testnet, and I'll be choosing the always yes allocator, which is purely for testing purposes. But we also support other allocators as well. And so here you could see that I can deposit a series of assets here. And it's reading my wallet balance of a wallet that I already connected on testnet. I am balling out on base Sepolia. And so what I will do is that I will deposit some of that USDC on base Sepolia in order to do so. Oh. Very interesting. I didn't anticipate getting logged out. Oh, here we go. I don't know where my other thing went. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right, let me do that again. That's how you know it's live, guys. I'm not touching a recording. But anyway, I'm depositing my USDC from base Sepolia into my compact, right? And I'm only doing that for demo purposes. It's not really related to multi-chain inputs. And so what I'm going to do now is kind of the core of what multi-chain inputs is good for. We're going to issue an intent. And so I have just deposited assets into my compact. I didn't really need to do that, as you'll see, because I already have funds on different chains from the compact. But I'm going to be issuing a multi-chain intent right now. And so as you see here, I have 4 networks, 4 testnet networks that I have balances on, and I'm able to select different inputs from them. And so what you can do on the UI is that you can just select, you know, some sort of arbitrary amount, and it'll kind of do an auto allocation for you that can be tweaked. But I think for the sake of demo, I'm just going to purposefully pick a few networks. So I'm going to pick base, and I will pick Arbitrum. And I will say that I want two USDC on Sepolia out. Is that right? Yes. OK. And so as you can see here, this is testnet. And so there are no solvers that are providing quotes. But if you go to our actual UI, which we call lintent.org, I'll share the link later, and you go on the mainnet, you'll see that we have solvers already that are getting intent streamed, and they will provide quotes for them, right? But because it's a testnet, it's saying that there's no quote, which is fine. So going to sign the order for this multi-chain intent. And so that is my order live. And so again, the magic would have occurred if I received my assets on different chains immediately, right? But because we're in a testnet setting, and we just launched this product last week and haven't onboarded solvers to it yet, it's not getting filled automatically. And so what I can do instead is that I can be my own solver. Again, no reason to do this in a production setting, in a mainnet setting, but purely from a demo perspective, I can do it on testnet. And so now I'm basically a solver, right? Like switching the point of view effectively, and I'm seeing this intent getting broadcasted to me, and I will choose to fill it. So you see here goes the fill intent. I click fill, which is basically just a transaction. I filled it, okay? And so now, from the user's perspective, they just received 2 USDC on Sepolia, and they have locked up, or effectively locked up, 2 USDC, 1 USDC on base Sepolia, and 1 USDC on Arbitrum Sepolia into the compact. And so what I need to do now as a solver is that I've effectively I've loaned money to the user, right? User has money locked up in some sort of chain. I have given them money on another chain, and I need to be paid back, basically. I need to get their collateral. And so in order to do so in a permissionless setting is that I need to pass a proof to fill it, right? There needs to be a cross-chain validation module, again, going back to the OAF menu, that shows that I actually, as a solver, filled these routes. And so there's some sort of hash or there's some sort of proof that I need to pass in order to do so. And so in this case, we're using Polymer. They generated a proof for us. And so we just need to relay that proof into the destination chains in order to release the funds. And because there's 2 chains in this case, there's 2 proofs to relay. But in the future, we're going to be building a batch proofing system that allows only 1 proof to be relayed, even if it is for multiple chains. All right, and Polymer is being very slow. That's how you know it's live, guys, because it's not working. But what should have happened is that after I click these buttons, my wallet will pop up. I will relay the proof. I have to pay for the gas for the submission. And I will be able to claim and release the funds, right? And so sometimes what's happening is that it takes a while for the proof to generate. Usually when you're talking about solving something in mainnet, it actually takes a few minutes, upwards to 20, 30 minutes for a proof to actually be generated and relayed. And so there is a bit of capital management that needs to be done from a solver side in order to reclaim their funds, right? It's not instantaneous, otherwise they wouldn't be charging a fee for it. Okay, I'm clicking on it, hoping that it gets a little bit faster because it's testnet, but I do think if we come back to it at the end, I will show you guys the actual flow. But what should have happened is that I relayed the proof, pops up on my wallet. Those yellow boxes you just saw turn green. And then what I'm able to do is that I'm able to claim the funds that are locked on these chains, right? And so I would have claimed it. I think even if I could claim, it might open up my MetaMask, but it will fail. So I won't do that. One last try. All right, here we go. Last try, and it actually worked. There we go. I'm so blessed by the demo gods right now. All right, now they're green, and I can, as a solver, claim my funds. What is this? MetaMask PM, DM me what this is. But okay, there's no success animation. We forgot to add it, but it should have like confetti and stuff. It's like, you claim the funds or something. But we made this really quickly, so couldn't do that. But that is multi-chain intents. It's not glamorous, but the foundation is there, and I assure you we are getting there. And it's more than just a slide. So thank you guys for coming to my talk. Hopefully you guys will see true chain abstraction at the next conference, but I appreciate you guys letting me demo and tell you more about the Open Intents framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. That was wonderful. And even though the internet doesn't always love us, we were still able to get a really good look at the demo. Thank you so much. Please, one more time, a big round of applause for Jim Chang. Now, we heard a lot about intents already, and we are going to continue moving in that direction. The next panel is going to talk about agentic intents. Now, as wallets and applications become smarter, the way users interact with blockchains is shifting from manual transactions to higher level intents. And that in itself poses a number of questions. This panel will bring together leaders working across different parts of Ethereum to talk about when a user delegates to an agent, how does the user know what the agent is allowed to do and what not? Can the user trust the agent? How do wallets, bridges, and AI agents coordinate across chains while preserving user control? At the end of the day, it all comes back to trust. In this fully stacked panel, we have Josh Rudolph, Shaw Walters, Davide Capri, and Kanish Kurana. Please welcome them to the stage.
Nice. Hello, hello. Hello. All right, well, thank you to our three panelists here for being with us. I think this will be a good conversation. Honored to be serving as moderator. Before we jump in, maybe just one question to start for the audience. Who here has used an agent? Maybe show of hands. Anyone want to shout out any favorites that have actually been useful?
ChatGPT.
Heard Eliza. Anything else? Okay.
Cursor. Oh, and Claude Code. Codex. Oh my God.
You guys, any favorites?
All the same ones, yeah.
So maybe jump in. We could jump in. First question to the panel. Let's start with some intros and maybe quickly share who you are, why it makes sense for you to be here today talking about agentic intents, and we'll get into what agentic intents actually are. And if you want, you can share sort of just one thing that you want the audience to walk away from this talk with. But maybe starting off with just who you are and why you're here today on this panel.
I can kick it off. My name is Shaw Walters. I am the founder of Eliza Labs and the creator of the Eliza OS agent framework. I am very interested in autonomous agents and what goes into autonomy and trust and many of these like deep primitives that I think, what I think is cool about agents is it's a way to quantify things that have actually been true about human society and humans for a long time, and how can we build these into like systemic, protocol level kind of capabilities that reduce the like labor to run a DAO, or the, we want permissionlessness, but we also want to like moderate against scammers or hackers and stuff. So I'm really interested in like how all of this comes together, and it feels like this year is the year of Ethereum like presenting the primitives. Obviously 804 is a big part of that, to enable agents in a way that if you'd asked me 3 years ago, I'd be like, I mean, they use the chain, they use wallets, but now it's like, no, there's an identity, there's a reputation layer, there's a lot there. So, yeah.
Thanks. Thank you, Shaw. Yeah. Hey, everybody. My name is Kanishk. I run the DevRel team at Across. I'm extremely passionate about making sure that all the chains kind of feel like one experience. Most of my day goes into making sure that developers are empowered to make whatever they want using Eliza, using whatever tools they find on Ethereum, and also researching new standards like 8004 that come up and how developers can adopt them in the quickest manner possible. I'm particularly excited about today's discussion because I love X402. I think it's one of the best ways to move forward in the space when it comes to micropayments and accessing content on the internet that should be anywhere publicly available. It also really resonates with me because I feel now Ethereum and all blockchains inspired by Ethereum are making AI agents and AI in general a first-class citizen of the protocol. We're all building for autonomous acceleration of these engines, and today we're going to focus more on that, try to move it forward. And a lot of my thoughts will stem from the L2 interop discussions that we have bi-weekly. So yeah, that's why I'm here, that's what I do, and over to you.
Hi, I'm Davide. I lead the AI team at the Ethereum Foundation. Main work we're doing is on like this agentic economy. We're trying to create standards for like using the chain to like coordinate AIs. We're also doing work around AI and security, maybe less relevant to today's panel. And yeah, I mean, like the takeaway, kind of similar, like summarizing on like what the other panelists said. Like we are at a point where like the chains are becoming like really useful to like for AI coordination. It's kind of like the institutions in the age of like AI services, citizens. So we have the first adoption, and yeah, I want to explore more around that and have people walk away to like basically say, hey, like on Ethereum, like it seems that like the protocol is going to be useful for like this machine economy, like AIs in the future, robots. They can all use the chain for like identity and security. Yeah.
And I'm Josh. I work at the EF. Less important. Cool. Starting off with another question for the panel. This one is inspired, suggested by you, Shaw. So agents and intents over the past few days, past months, for a long time now, have both been sort of buzzwords, certainly in the zeitgeist. What makes these two things interesting and relevant together? What is the synergy between them?
Well, I mean, if we just take agents, like, and I tell an agent to do something, I am declaring an intent. I'm saying, hey, I want you to do this thing. And how it does it is this like crazy black box, and I have no idea. And it's essentially like a solver, right? Like it's a sort of, and it's obviously very non-deterministic and various things. But it is essentially an agent is either taking my intent and turning it into plausible action or a plan of action, or it's taking its own intent, you know, based on its own autonomous loop or whatever it is. And so I think that like already what we're talking about is moving from a world where we are declaratively programming every single thing to like, I've been programming for like long before there was ever AI, but now I just tell the AI what to do. I mean, it's so much faster. So I think there's a lot to that. And then on the intent side, well, you know, we have OIF, we have this new, like intents are obviously the rage. And the nice thing about intents is that, well, if I'm programming a solution to something, I have to declare every single thing that happens, and here I'm leaving it to the chain, leaving it to the experts. And so if I can combine those two things, which I imagine is where we're all going with this, then I have, like imagine an agent driving the open intents framework, then the agent just tells the system what it wants, and then the system can do all the deterministic solving below that. And so it's just very peanut butter and jelly. I think there's going to be a little bit of time to get all this stuff to work together, but it feels like assembling Lego blocks that fit together nicely now, you know.
Agreed. Yeah. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think I can come to this discussion with more of an intents angle. As you mentioned, intents is the simplest way to go from point A to point B. There are Web2 examples to this that exist. You want to go from La Rue to whatever your Airbnb is. You define that on Uber, you go away. That's what exactly a solver does in the on-chain economy. Now with agents, the user even has to think lesser about the chains and the tokens. They simply want, hey, can you figure out which protocol gives me 15% APY? And can you take X amount of USDC and go deposit it there? I am 200% sure an agent can do that today, given the tools you've built and the intent framework that we've all been raving all about. So it actually removes all the barriers that a user had to use things on chain that used to exist before. Now it's our job to make sure that the APIs for agents to consume exist, the documentation for them to learn how to do that exists, and that's kind of what we've been focusing on. So intents are there. Shaw's done the job. He's made one of the best engines that work. I'm a big fan. I'm going to tell you that right away. And yeah, now it's just about building cool applications and bringing AI and intents together on the forefront.
Anything you want to add?
No.
One question for the audience, I guess we should also maybe have started with. Raise your hand if you are still confused by what an intent is. Someone in the back. Okay, there's a handful of confusion. The simplest way that I would describe it is an intent is a high-level expression of a desired outcome. That could be swap asset X for asset Y on chain, whatever. This is like in a very simple, simplistic sort of overview of what an intent is. There are many different ways, of course, to fulfill that intent with varying levels of trust assumptions, security, guarantees, these kinds of things. Say that one more time. his question is the difference between a prompt and an intent. Maybe for the panel.
Yeah, I mean, well, you have, so like a low-level intent would be like kind of what you're talking about. Like, okay, we have the solver, we have the like protocol level, like how does the money go?
Right.
And then the high-level intent would be like, well, what does the user want to do? And that is basically a prompt. I mean, for sure. I think that's what we're talking about here is that like, can I take a prompt and turn it into like a low-level bridge transaction? Like that's incredible. Like there's so much complexity to enable that. And it's just like 3 lines of code or like a prompt now, you know.
A prompt can become an intent. An intent usually is inspired by the prompt. So you can see prompt sits here for AI engines and users to give it to them. And then AI kind of translates it into, from a prompt to an intent, gives it to whatever API it wants to use. You can give it to the across swap API, move forward and do whatever you want on chain.
Maybe one thing I can add is that I think one thing that the community building AI on Ethereum that we can learn from like this intent world, like the narrow definition of intent that Josh gave, like basically intent that are like specific to doing like on-chain DeFi actions today, is that like this community has been thinking a lot about like all the trust assumptions that are in the supply chain from when the prompt is sent to when the output is executed. And we are starting to do that, like with 8004, we started to think about like crypto economic and in the future maybe cryptographic validation of some tools or like some agents, but like maybe that's something that we can learn and like do more of that.
Yeah.
So self-sovereignty, this is a tension, a challenge, an opportunity in both of these worlds of agents and intent, something that gets brought up a lot. I'm wondering for any just thoughts from the audience, from the panel, around how do we maintain this? Where does this fit in? What is your latest thinking on maintaining self-sovereignty in a world that more and more may be driven towards this agentic and agentic intent paradigm? Do you want to, we can start wherever, whoever wants to jump in first.
Yeah, maybe there is different angles. Like one angle is like sovereign AI. So essentially now like, you may have like, you may delegate to some AI, like some control, but if you fully own that entity, then like essentially is like still your sovereignty. The other one is like maybe like partial delegation. We have a few projects even like building on 8004, this standard we've been working on, like there is Giza, there you can do like programmable DeFi actions, so like you specify some policy in a smart contract and then like the AI goes and like it has to like abide to those constraints. Yeah, I think these the two.
I think I'm a big believer in sovereign AI systems because I think they have access to data and they can consume the data in a much better aspect and a method than a human can. Like if you give me all the historic data of Hyperliquid, I'm gonna die. Like I just simply cannot process all of that. But if you give it to an AI and you give it permission that, hey, I know this is where you can debate and we can talk more about, hey, I give you $100 of capital in USDC, deposit this and now trade with it. Let's see where you get to. And as we were discussing yesterday, North1.app is an application that does it, and they do a very good job in showing how far AI can go, and also the limitations of this model. I'm still a bit hesitant on giving complete control to AI today, but I'm very sure that in the coming time, AI can probably process all these transactions better than I can, do better trades than I can, get me better deposit rates than I can, because simply it has a better engine to consume data than I could ever do. So I would start off by giving it partial control, like Giza that you mentioned. I like that model a lot. But in the future, I think we should get a bit more lenient and see where it can go. Define limits or not, at least let it go wild for a bit and see where you can get to.
So how do we move towards a trustless future while also doing what you say that provides value? This is something that you want,
yeah,
but you also want to maintain a trustless future for users.
Right.
So do you not see a tension there?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I feel for me personally, if you tell me, hey Kanishk, your entire wallet is now the property of an AI and let it go wild with it, oh my God, no. Let's not do that. But the first step to this is partial control, right? I still own like the permission to sign these transactions, or maybe give it a threshold. Above this, I need to sign. Below this, do whatever you want. And as I build trust and as the AI builds its reputation using the systems that you're proposing, I think I can build a better threshold. It keeps going up until I can give it an unlimited order and I can say, do whatever you want. That is how I see this progressing towards a trustless future for AI agents. And I think kind of making cross-chain infrastructure work properly here is very important, because AI will tell me, hey, your funds are on Base. The best yield is on Plasma right now. So what do I do? You know, that's kind of the features that we are working on fixing, providing education. But I do like that you brought it up, because we need to define the building blocks to this trustless path. What do you feel about it, Shaw?
Well, yeah. Well, part of my interest in this whole space, like, really relies on that, which is coordination in the future of work, DAOs. And so I'd say that there's kind of two parts. There's like, you have your personal agent, and you want your agent to have your data. You're probably fine with sending that to OpenAI. Like, you're probably fine. But like, in the long run, that like OpenAI kind of sucks as a model, and you might just want a different choice. You want your data. You don't want to be stuck to OpenAI's memory system. You want that stuff. Like, there's a lot of reasons why you'd want your own thing. And you want to use different. You want to be able to use OpenAI one day and Gemini the next day and some open source thing the next. You want that choice. And so I think that there's a personal sovereignty to the AI agent and to you. It's like a memory store. It's all your stuff. You want it. You know, a lot of us do use Google Drive, and maybe that's fine to have a managed service. But I think that like most in the way that the AI is going, I think most of it's going to be on your phone. I think it just will. The phone is already like pretty dang powerful for a lot of stuff and for a 7 billion parameter model. But then there's the other side of like organizational sovereignty. And what I would love is to have a true DAO, like a truly autonomous DAO. Because the problem with DAOs is that they are very labor intensive. It's a lot of bureaucracy and bullshit. And like, that should all be automated. Like, none of us should have to do any of that. And if we could, then we could have a lot of fun on the internet. And like, so I think that the AI is like a coordination mechanism requires sovereignty. That is a little more challenging for me to like send to OpenAI, and I really want that to be like our model, our data running inside of our trustless execution environment, like on, you know, in our stack. And I think that, like, as we move toward that world, especially more like work is a little bit more abstracted away for a lot of us, I think that's where the sovereignty angle, especially in the like Ethereum world, becomes very, very interesting to me. And like Vitalik said, this idea of like the you know, the sort of AI is the engine and we're the steering wheel. And I really like, there are so many things on the open internet, like so many great ideas that die because no one presses the damn button, like the feedback button or the rate, you know. And like, if that could just be like automated away, that would enable a lot of you know, I don't know, things like DAOs to work, I guess, you know, if the proposal system wasn't a nightmare, for example. So,
what other bottlenecks do we see as we move towards this path of fully agentic DeFi? Today, clearly, we don't have agents managing all of our money in DeFi. We've already sort of touched on this, but are there other bottlenecks? What are the next steps to unlocking that future where we actually can have maybe not all of our money right away, but at some point, yeah, embracing this and unlocking, accelerating this agentic, more than just intense, but full agentic DeFi future?
Well, this is where I get to talk my book.
Yeah.
So this is a very hard problem, and the reason that agents are not good at anything they're not good at, but you know, like DeFi, is that there just is no data. There's no like if I could just go to every trader, you know, like doing their pump fund degen bullshit and like extract out of their brain what they're thinking about, then I could probably have like a pretty good degen trader. But that does not exist. Like, and for anything, for like a great executive assistant, why don't we have her? It's because like nobody took the time en masse to write out all the data of what it actually takes to be an EA, for example. And I think that this is generally true of agents. Anywhere where we can get the data, we can make an agent that's good. Because if there's signal, it's machine learning. It learns. It just gets better at the thing it can learn, if it can learn it. So our approach to this is very heavy on simulation, on like, look, I would love if it could manage all my money. If it loses all my money, that's really bad. Why don't we make the stakes way lower? Let's make a game where it manages my fake money, and let's see if it can do that first. And so that's like we're building a thing on 804, this game Babylon, and that game is both like we wanted to demonstrate like, can agents do something interesting with information asymmetry, the ability to like predict from social signal, all of that stuff. But really what it is a data engine for the kind of data that we need for agents to make trades and predictions. It just does not exist exist yet. And so I think that like, how can we collect and build like basically a gym or an arena for these kinds of agents is very critical. And if we can do it at a video game level, then I'm confident we can. That's a stepping stone toward the real version.
And go ahead.
I was just gonna say that if you can do it with like one model, then people will want to do it with every model that exists to see which one is succeeding the most here. And in this environment, I also feel that reputation plays a very strong role for which models, which agent is performing the best in this game that you make. I love the simulation idea. I think it's a very safe way to move forward. But with reputation, you can also define, you know how in a neural network you have a generation, and then the second generation comes, which is the better one, and then the third generation comes. So we can possibly use reputation as the metric here, see which one performed the best, and then keep iterating over it in the game itself.
Well, with financial agents too, we have P&L. We know, did they make money or not? It's very binary.
It's a number.
And we can do it every turn. Like every time an agent makes the plan, does the decision, makes a trade, we know like, did it make or lose money?
Right.
And so each one of those is something we can rank against.
Perfect.
You know? Yeah.
I love that.
What did you guys think of the N of 1 experiment? I don't know if that's still going on. Or
No, they just ended it yesterday or the day before.
Yeah.
I thought it was very
Maybe you could
interesting.
also explain it for anyone.
Yeah, so the idea of the N of 1 is that they took all of the popular models and they put them on a loop to make trading decisions every tick, every 10 seconds or whatever it is. And they have an index of the top 8, like Doge, BTC, you know, ETH, etc. And they can choose to buy and sell those. Now, what I found really interesting about this was like, you know, I have been very critical of DeFi agents as like, there is no training data which makes these good. This is totally a LARP. And then when that came out, I was like, well, it's still a LARP. But they started making a lot of money. You know, they came out on the exact day of the crash. And then by the end, all of them had lost money except one broke even. And so that kind of showed me that actually, if you had held Bitcoin, you would be better than the world's leading agents if the agent is just a model. However, that agent had no access to like Dune Analytics or Nansen information or coin, you know, anything. It was just like, should I buy or sell this? And so I think that what surprised me was how much it captured people's imagination, though. It really, really popped, right? And so I had sort of like, I think if we had just made like a LARPy DeFi agent, that probably would have like, you know, I just was like very against it. Because I don't think it's real, but that has kind of led us to the direction of like, well, if people like that, I think they're going to love Babylon. I think they're going to love what we're working on, because this is like, oh, we can actually make those. We can make the agents, but they have to start at the simplest like simulation, toy, gym, working out, and then we'll get to real life and real information signals.
Were these agents running in a TE?
On N of 1, I don't think. They're literally just calling Gemini.
Oh, wow,
open,
okay.
Yeah, it's nothing like, yeah.
And they also introduced polymarket in the mix as well, right? So agents were trading both ways.
I think on the N of 1 website, I didn't see any polymarket, but I know that's something they're working on. And we also have a polymarket plugin, and we've done a lot of this. And agents are, so the problem that I have is that polymarket, like they're not going to learn. They're not going to improve. And that's the thing we want to work on. But still, even just like you take an agent and deep research, and like it will outperform humans on polymarket today. It's just the amount of, it's what you said, like, you know, if you can think of if a 100 IQ person could just do 1,000 times more work, then would they be good at this? And I think that's where agents excel, you know.
You know, just on this, we actually had an internal stunt and experiment. We call it the optimistic truth bot. And what this bot was doing, it was taking markets on polymarket, running its own like algorithm on it. It had like a 3-part algorithm, and it was deciding, well, it was just suggesting whether this market will resolve on the left or the right, yes or no, true or false. And it had like a 96% correct rate in the starting. So you're absolutely right in saying that they can ingest and process real-world data far better than we can to predict these markets. And then we saw that happening in reality with the other thing that NOF1 was working on. But with trading data, I wish they had given them like Dune Analytics, some Nansen stuff.
I think they're going to relaunch the experiment, and they're going to do that. If you look at the website, they talk about this, but also like we're all like this is going to be the hotness. And I think about like we're basically saying, oh yeah, you can just predict the future with money now, and like that's a normal thing, and we all take it for granted, and that's like the most insane idea, right? like what does this mean in 20 years when like you have any question, any serious world question, it's just like there are 30 agents competing, and you're like 87% sure that that's the answer, right? You know, it's going to be interesting.
Maybe, so one thing that has been mentioned a few times is 8004, but we haven't really explained what that is. We have Davide here. I'm sure anyone could talk about this, but do you want to take a minute to explain Shill 8004?
It's a meme.
Memes are really important.
We love memes in crypto.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's originally ERC 8004. So it's like an Ethereum improvement proposal. It's like a new standard that we proposed a few months ago. We dropped the ERC because actually like 8004 is also like a data structure, and is actually being started to be implemented by like different chains that I won't name, and then also by like some off-chain protocols. So that's why we're calling it 8004 now. So the idea is in order to have like these interactions, like think about like agent-to-agent interaction, or like also like agent-to-tool interaction. Essentially, like we want to build like the connective tissues between AI. Like you need three things. You need like payments, you need discovery, and you need trust. So like payments, there is this protocol called X402. And then for discovery and trust, we have the 8004 standard. So we're trying to standardize like identity and then reputation and validation for AI.
I think, to your point that it's a meme, I think it's very important that it's a meme. It's like both X402 and 804 are relatively thin and like easy to implement. But they're like a shelling point for something that was like in very high demand, especially ERC-804. Like so many people have come to me like, we're building an agent registry, Hedera's building it, Near's building, and they're all good, but I'm not going to use theirs. They're not going to use each other's. There's like Ethereum is the only table, like people that can come to the table and be like, hey guys, let's all do this together. And everyone's like, yeah, totally. That sounds great. And you know, you have like Olas had their own, now they're using 804. And I also think that like, yeah, agents are hot. We're all here for agents. This is not about agents. This is about the decentralized web and like, how do I build a decentralized Google or decentralized Yelp? How do I discover that there is an app and that it's not going to scam me and take all my money immediately when I use it? And I think that the 804 registry is a registry for applications, for agents, for users, and just to generally, like, that's a primitive. Now we can have reputation, we can have moderation, permissionlessly, you know, like things that you could not even imagine a few years ago. And so I think this is bigger than us, and I think that, yeah, it's a meme, but it's also like there's enough people behind this meme, it's going to happen.
Yeah, it's a good meme. And yeah, just riffing off this, is if you allow me to share, like, actually, like, what Shaw said is true, like, many people in the Ethereum ecosystem, like virtually everyone building AI or trying to experiment with AI on Ethereum was like thinking about this. And so what happened after we launched 8004, like a big community assembled around it. Like Shaw is doing one of the most interesting experiments with Babylon, but there is many others. And actually we have an event this Friday called Trustless Agent Day, where it will be all about these new standards on Ethereum. So yeah, check it out on the program.
Anything that you want to shill in the final 3 minutes?
You guys know I love 8004. I love X402. I think the biggest... So I was talking to this team. I'll give them a shout out. It's called Meridian Finance. What they've been working on is how can we tie agents together, and all these agents can then function based on whatever intent you give them. Of course, Across is a part of the cross-chain part of their intent model and their agent model. But they also said that, well, if my agent has to pick between 5 agents, it will not ping every agent and do like a depth or like a breadth first search in this scenario. No, it will pick based on reputation. How do you get that reputation? 8004. So this is like the standard mindset that everybody comes to 8004 and X402 with. And as we were discussing backstage as well, it's just they need to work in tandem. They need to work hand in hand to build a standard system that we can then build off of. And that's all I would say.
So we have 2 minutes left, maybe ending the conversation with what is the most, like taking a step back and going back to the beginning of the conversation, what is the most likely failure mode for all of this? Like let's fast forward 5 years, 10 years, and we're like, ooh, like we hit a really bad outcome. What is this, like what is a failure mode or a bad outcome here that is top of mind to you, and maybe to have a more optimistic, like how do we avoid that?
Oh, the biggest failure mode is irrelevance. I think the biggest failure mode is that Web3 is just like a footnote, and that Web 2 and OpenAI and Anthropic just dominate. And I don't want to live in that. I just don't want to live in that world. Like, I don't think it's a good world. I think it's a world where everyone is driven by corporate financial incentives, and like a lot of us are financially incentivized, but we're also here because like we believe in something bigger. You know, like I could do a lot with my life, and I choose to be like doing trustless AI agents because I think it's interesting, but also because I think it matters in a world where like what matters? One company can generate all of the value for everyone, could build the robots that power everything. Like there should be an alternative. So yeah, so that's why I think we're here, you know.
Wow. For me, it's just that it won't be decentralized anymore. I care a lot about not giving all my value and power to one entity. And if there's one entity that just comes up and takes, hey guys, we'll run your trustless agents for you, but they'll live on our cloud. And when Cloudflare goes down, our agents will go down and nothing will work. I hate that. So my doomsday vision will be that it will be centralized, it will be controlled by just one entity, and this one entity will kill all the incentives to experiment, work better, and you know, there won't be a DAO then. There will be just, hey guys, can you do it? No. So that's my end game doomsday. And yeah, over to you.
Yeah, I guess mine is, I have 10 seconds. It's like basically like endorsing what Shaw said, like similar reasons. And I think the most important thing is maybe like to find the pockets of like small successes that can fuel the growth of this community and this movement. Because like, yeah, we need to essentially like do the right things and grow like our system. And I think once we hit escape velocity, then we can compete with the, like the centralized players of the world. But yeah, we are just starting, so yeah, it's gonna be a long journey.
What do you think, Josh?
+1 to all of that.
Linux took 30 years, but now it kind of dominates everything.
Exactly,
so I'm hopeful.
Yeah. We can end it there. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much to the panel. That was amazing. You guys covered so much ground. Big round of applause for our panel, please. Okay, and now we continue with our solo sessions. Now let me ask you, are there any traders in the room? Any traders? Okay, a couple traders. Those of you who aren't raising your hands, what are you guys doing with your free time? So the next session is going to talk about the struggles of trading. In a world of endless chains and scattered liquidity, users often face the impossible task of choosing the right risk, route, and timing for every trade. Our next speaker and his protocol are trying to solve that. Please welcome to the stage Alex Viñas from CowSwap.
Thank you. Welcome everyone. Buenas tardes. Thank you for taking the time of your busy day to be here and listen to what I have to say. And thank you to the EF for allowing us the opportunity to speak in this wonderful event. And today I'm going to talk about what is CowSwap's current approach to multi-party execution and also what is CowSwap's approach to the whole cross-chain coordination game. I'm Alex Viñas. I'm the head of partnerships at CowSwap. I've been with the team since the beginning, since the spin-off, so 5 years ago. And before, I actually worked in the back then so evil TradFi, but now kind of cool because they're coming on chain. So I've broken down the talk into 3 main topics, which is going over why actually cross-chain coordination is a hard problem to solve, to then go into CowSwap's handling of multi-party execution, and then to finish off with what we're actually building to go cross-chain in terms of how we coordinate the whole intent cross-chain auctions. Oh, sorry. So the cross-chain wall, right? The cross-chain is very hard, mainly because of 3 problems. Because first, the amount of chains there are. There's been like an explosion of chains throughout the past years. And also because of the amount of choices that the users have to make to actually make a secure transaction and know what they're actually doing. Then you also have the whole problem of no execution atomicity across chain, that this is something that kind of breaks everything within the smart contracts, because if you live in a single chain world, then you have execution atomicity, but if you go cross chain, then you suddenly lose this. And lastly, you have the whole like chain reorg problem, that while in Ethereum hasn't happened, in many other L2s, this is more of an issue these days. So endless choices, right? If you're a user, you have an abundance of chains to go and also an abundance of ways in which to go to these chains. The problem is that if you're a normal user, you probably don't have the time to do all the research and actually evaluate all the trade-offs of, okay, is it better for me to use a native bridge? Is it better for me to use a bridge aggregator? Or is it better for me to actually use Coinbase or Binance to simply bridge the assets? Not only that, but from the point of view of the chains, you have the different trade-offs that these chains provide, like how long do they take to provide me finality? What stage are they on in terms of like the decentralization? Or most important, like what happens if I want to move my funds back to the main chains? So from the user point of view, it's kind of very hard because you need to do a lot of research to figure it out. And this is the problem that has not been solved, and at Causa we're kind of like trying to tackle this. Then the second problem we have is that you don't actually have execution atomicity, right? And this is kind of the biggest problems of the cross-chain world, because if you live in a single chain world, then if we look at this, for example, right, and if we look at this, for example, and we see the simplest kind of settlement contract where you have a sell token and a buy token transaction, the beauty of this and smart contracts, what brought the difference kind of like of TradFi, is that you don't have counterparty risk from the point of view of the infrastructure, right? The transaction is atomic. I will only release the buy tokens if the sell tokens have been given to me. Now, however, the moment you move cross-chain or the moment you move multi-chain, this atomicity is not guaranteed by the chains themselves, but rather by third parties, right? So we have oracles or different providers like Layer 0 or Wormhome who have different messaging systems that actually communicate between chains to actually tell you when to release the sell token. However, even though this reduces a little bit the counterparty risk in terms of cross-chains, you're still relying on single point of failure, and you basically can end up in a scenario where you're releasing the buy tokens, but then in reality, the sell tokens in the origin chain hasn't actually been moved yet. So this is a problem because then from the point of view of the kind of exchange or the swap provider, you would have given the users the output token, but you haven't withdrawn the sell token. So you end up losing because you haven't kind of charged the tokens that the user wanted to dump, and you have given them actually like more money. So you've made a user happy. And then the other big problem that you have that luckily in Ethereum it doesn't happen, but in other kind of layer 2s or adjacent chains that move around Ethereum it does happen, is the whole reorg problem, right? Because validators are geographically distributed across the world. They need to figure it out a way into which come to consensus. And this actually means that temporarily they might see a different version of the chain. And now how does blockchain come into consensus? Well, they define what is the fork choice rule, which in the case of Bitcoin is the chain that has the most amount of proof of work is the chain that is valid and the one that like the transactions you have to trust. And in the case of Ethereum, in the case of proof of stakes, it's actually the chain that has the most amount of attestations. And that's the chains that valid and the transactions that are going to be counted as finalized. Now, additionally, in proof of stake chains, you also have the concept of finality, which is finality guarantees because you have these checkpoints that basically the whole idea is that every 64 blocks in Ethereum, so every 2 epochs, we kind of consider the transactions finalized and 100% confirmed. And this means that those transactions can no longer reorg. I mean, here, like a small kind of point is that if kind of the community decided to soft fork or hard fork, you can still reorg. But from the point of view of the checkpoints, like in terms of like if there's a fork choice from now on, then that means that those transactions can no longer be reorganized. Now, the problem that also comes with reorgs is that even though the transaction is confirmed once it lands in a block, you still have to wait for finality. And this is a problem because the moment we actually have like a fork choice, right, or a reorg kind of in Ethereum, this means that transactions can be completely different, right? So if we look at an example where, let's say, like we have a fork choice, and now because whatever kind of issue within one client, kind of 20% of the network is going on the top chain, and 80% of the other network that doesn't have that bug on their node is actually validated on the chain below, right? So in this case, the canonical chain, the one that has the most attestations, is the chain below, and the one that has on the top is actually like what there's called like the uncle blocks, and the ones that's discarded. Now, this is the problem because if you have mutually exclusive transactions, right, your history is completely different. Because if the first chain, if the what's now the uncle chain, would have won, that means that kind of Bob would have deposited ETH in the bridge and could have not sent ETH to Alice. But because the chain that won was the canonical chain, the one below, actually the first transaction that happened was send ETH to both. So this is kind of problematic because, right, if you've done like a swap, but then there's a reorg and the swap kind of reverts, you might end up in a scenario where kind of the user has like a on-check balance and they have the tokens that they didn't ask, or they couldn't even, or you as the exchange kind of withdraw the tokens themselves. Now, I'm going to give an overview of basically CowSwap approach to multi-party coordination and how we kind of upgraded our old model from simple frequent batch actions to actually like multi-party execution via combinatorial batch actions. And in case you didn't know, and I don't know, you haven't heard the famous move, CowSwap is kind of the inventor of the intents. We were the first project to do intents back when it wasn't cool, when it wasn't a fancy word or a buzzword. And this was 5 years ago. And the whole idea was basically to build with these three premises, where if you combine intents with frequent batch auctions and solvers, you could give the user a much better execution than the common or average kind of DEX or DEX aggregator that back in the day we had. So first, right, the main buzzword or the main kind of thing that drives the OEF and all these conferences today is intent. So what is an intent, right? An intent is simply an expression of I want to trade A for B, and I allow you to do it on my behalf. Now, based on this, the big difference, right, is that the user is, instead of signing a specific call data or a specific path to tell the solver or tell the DEX, hey, I want to swap in these specific pools, you're rather saying, I want to swap these quantities, and as long as you respect my limit price, I don't mind where you do it, and I don't mind how you like distribute or chop my trade. Now, intents combined with frequent batch auctions are very powerful because you can actually like achieve guarantees that other ways you couldn't. So for example, like if you're doing intents, then you're shifting the whole MEV exposure that the user has to the solver, and then the solver is the one that has to figure out how to do MEV protection. On top of that, you actually can do coincidence of ones, which is actually how the whole name of CowSwap came to be, which is a powerful quality that only CowSwap has, which is the idea to match counterparties together instead of matching them with external liquidity pools. So in a sense, if someone is selling ETH and another person is buying ETH, why depend on external liquidity when their liquidity can completely overlatch? Not only that, but it also actually, the fact that you're using batch auction, it allows you to aggregate like multiple transactions in a row and also define a clearing price for the same token pairs that are trading against different points in time. And lastly, you delegate the execution of these intents to solvers who are professional third parties that know way better because their job is to actually optimize these transactions than you as a user. So these solvers are teams that can actually tap into private liquidity, on-chain liquidity, or even their own private inventory to kind of provide the best price for the user. So from the point of view of CowSwap, when we run an auction, it doesn't matter where the liquidity comes from, as long as the user is guaranteed that they get the best price. So we've seen multiple combinations where, I don't know, 20% of the trade will be split with on-chain liquidity, 20% will be done with a market maker, and then maybe 60% is actually done via the coincidence of ones with other users within the batch itself. So now our old batch auction mechanism, our old model, the whole idea was, okay, we have different users from either CowSwap interface or different interfaces that actually sign their intents, which basically creates the orders, and then these orders are registered on the order book. Now, once the orders are in the order book, we actually execute a big batch auctions where solvers have to compete to provide the biggest price improvement, the biggest surplus to the users. And the solver that provides the biggest amount of total surplus for the users within the auction is the solver that won the right to settle the execution. Now, this is a little bit abstract, so maybe with an example, it will be way easier, right? So if we look at these four users and these four swaps, we might have, okay, Emily wants to swap stake ETH for USDC. Then Edith wants to swap USDC for wrapped stake ETH, which actually in here is the powerful example of a coincidence of words, where the USDC can actually be fully overlapped between the users and we don't need external liquidity. Then we have Chao that wants to swap 1 each for cow tokens. And then we also have Rene who wants to swap Aave stake ETH for Aave tokens themselves. So the way the solvers will work is that now the auction has begun and they have to place the bids. And for example, we have, okay, solver A is going to bid on orders 1, 2, and 3. So the stake ETH 1, USDC, wrap stake ETH, and 1 each and cow. Solver B is going to bid on orders 1, 2, 3 as well. So they're in direct competition. And then solver C is only going to bid on order 4. Now the old results, right, in the traditional batch auction model would be that, okay, solver A is the best bid on the total amount of surplus in the batch because he's a specialized solver and he has been able to create a coincidence of 1. And because coincidence of 1s are the ones that create the biggest price improvement instead of tapping into external liquidity, he's the one that has created the most amount of total surplus for the orders in this batch. Then we have solver B, who unfortunately, like, their algorithm is not capable of doing coincidence of 1, so instead it uses AMM liquidity to solve orders 1 and 2 and 3, but the difference between the bid of solver B and solver A is that actually in the solver B created way more surplus on order 3 than solver 1. And then lastly, we have solver C that actually did the best bid, but it only bid for order 4. Now, the results of this is that only solver A is going to win. Solver B gets completely ignored because, you know, the total amount of surplus, it's less than the actual solver B. And then solver C is, well, the solution is completely ignored because you have the single winner constraint, right? The whole idea back then is that we can only have one solver executing the result of an action at a time. And of course, while this worked, it had some problems because we actually missed a better execution route, right? In the case of solver A, the user for order 3 was executed with lower surplus that someone else actually found on-chain. It also means that we executed with lower throughput because instead of CowSwap having executed 4 orders, we only executed 3 orders. And then something that I guess maybe many people didn't know is the fact that we also had to do a post-auction fairness check with what we call the Ethereum best bid offer logic, because then we would have to make sure that actually solver A provided the best available bid for the third swap in a row. And in the case that they didn't, then they could get penalized and they would earn less rewards. Now, in the new model, the way that we do like multi-party execution is through combinatorial auctions. So if we have the same system, now the big difference that instead of kind of auctioning on the whole thing and solvers having to bid on the entirety of the auctions, now actually solvers can only bid on certain parts of the auctions. And this means that now solvers can actually specialize on only like certain token pairs or certain specific routes where they know they can really outcompete other solvers. So if we go back to our example, right, where we have the 4 ways to swap, and it's the same like stake ETH to USDC, we will have the same bids where solver A is bidding to orders 1 to 3, solver B 1 to 3, and solver C is only bidding on order 4. Then the results with combinatorial auctions are actually completely different. Because then solver B is going to win with the best bids on order 1 and 2. Solver B is going to win because he has the best bid only on order 3. It's the order that actually individually has more surplus. And then also solver C is going to win because they have the best bid on order 4. So the big difference is that now we have achieved a higher total of surplus within the batch by executing individually these type of trades instead of like all together in one auction, which means that now CowSwap has more higher throughput. We can execute way more orders at once than before. And actually, like, it saves us a lot of time and a lot of kind of engineering hours because we don't have to dedicate the time to doing these post-facto fairness checks of Ethereum best bid offers from solvers, because now the fairness is encoded in the mechanism, right? We're gonna allow the solver to execute that has the most amount of surplus on single orders. There's no kind of collusion like there was before. Okay. Trading interfaces. Then the way we actually do cross-chain is that we do the swap on the source chain. So basically, like, the first thing is that we separate the swap and the bridging chain, and basically the swap has on the source chains that the users want to trade. We do, let's say, ETH to USDC or Arbitrum to ETH in the main chain, and then we actually call what we call swap and bridge. We call bridge aggregators to then bridge the output to the target chain that the user has defined. Now, another variant flow that is not live yet, but we're working on it, is the whole idea of doing bridge and swap, and bridge, if you want. So why is this important? Because, for example, right, depending on the chain you're in, the depth of the liquidity and the type of trade that you want to execute might be very bad. Now, however, maybe this is not the case for the same token pairs on Ethereum or on another chain. Which with this, you can actually do, okay, let me first bridge my asset to the chain that has like much more like deeper liquidity, execute the swap there, and then actually like bridge back the proceeds to the chain that I want the tokens to be in. But because this is not live, let's just focus first on the swap and bridge, which is what's already currently live today. So if we go through an example, right, as I say, our current way to do cross-chain coordination is basically to split the swap intent with the bridge intent. So if we say I want to sell 100 ARB tokens that are living on Arbitrum for 1 WETH on Ethereum, what would happen is that the intent gets registered on the order book, and basically solvers compete to sell 100 ARB tokens for 1 WETH within Arbitrum. And as I said, the solver that provides the most amount of surplus for the user is the one that actually gets to execute the order. So once this has happened with something that we call a post hook, instead of giving the funds back to the user, we actually send the funds back to this kind of smart contract that we've called the cowshed, which is sort of a flavor of account abstraction because the user doesn't have to trigger anything or do anything with the contract. It's also unique per user account, so the user EOAs fully controls the deployment of this cowshed. And then the interesting part is that via ERC-1271 signatures, actually the solvers as the one that called the contract and say, okay, now actually bridge via this mechanism that CowSwap told me is this bridge aggregator that CowSwap told me is the best way to bridge my assets to this other chain. And the whole idea of doing it via the contracts is because then the solvers are the one that can actually execute this call. Because from the point of view of the cowshed will validate, okay, I have the funds from these users, and now I know that I need to transfer them to a specific chain as long as this kind of call data that someone is passing me is what's encoded within my logic. And now this is what the solvers do, that once the kind of swap has happened, once the solver has the one WETH, it actually calls the contract and say, I'm bridging these assets on behalf of the other user. And then, of course, once the bridge has already, the bridge aggregator, there's a winner, has been selected, the user enjoys the tokens in the destination chain. Okay, now that we've covered more or less the problems and CowSwap approach to multi-party execution and kind of our current flavor of cross-chain, I'm going to explain what we're working on for cross-chain auctions and cross-chain intents before, it was this fancy word. Now, one thing to take into consideration is that intent is a very easy thrown word. And there are certain limitations, because as we saw in the first slide, there are endless choices from the user from the point of view of chains, but not only that, from the point of view of speed, security, or fees, right? How do you really encode the fact that a user says, I don't know, I'm 50% okay with if I'm way faster and I pay a higher fee, but I'm 20%, okay if I do it the other way around, right? It's really hard to encode everything in an intent. So from our point of view, the simpler the intent, the easier the life of kind of the auction mechanisms that handle intents. So for our cross-chain coordination, right, what are our requirements that we have? As mentioned, because there's so many trade-offs between speed, security, and fees, we actually want to unify this user choice around one single kind of category, and this category is what kind of CowSwap is going to deem trustworthy or kind of like what's going to be considered okay to do the trade-offs for the user. The second one is that we want to actually do true cross-chain intents to improve the UX, right? They should be like, okay, sell X on chain A for sell Y on chain B, instead of the current swap and bridge flow where you actually, even if you approve, you have kind of 3 steps. You have the approval, you have the swap, and you have the bridge. But if you have done the approval before, you only have 2, right? It will be like the swap and the bridge. So the user experience needs to improve, and it needs to be like a single transaction and a single click, like swap A in chain A for B on chain B. Then the other important point that no one talks about is that it needs to be capital efficient, because we need to reduce the solver barrier to entry, right? Like all these other solutions basically are very capital intensive, and kind of no one is talking about it, because if you're a solver and you want to solve for $100,000 trades across 10 chains, that means that you need $10 million of private inventory. And this is problematic because not all of 10 entities have $10 million in their pocket to actually do market making cross-chain. And it's even more problematic for the user because that means that there's way less solver competition, which leads to getting worse prices, right? But this is why, for us, capital efficiency is a very big point. Because one of the aspects that we learned from Gnosis Protocol V1, which is kind of like the precursor of CowSwap, is that the systems need to be compatible with permissionless liquidity as much as possible, because in the event that there is no one kind of market making, the ability to tap into liquidity pools like Uniswap, Curve, or Balancer is actually like way beneficial, because then you can actually do the execution per se. And then lastly, it's also enabled to do capital efficiency, right? You want to allow coincidence of ones, right? Why do a complicated mechanism or involve like a market maker when you have a perfect match between a user that's jumping from one chain and a user that's jumping from another chain? So this is also like why we're focusing on like improving the capital efficiency in this part. And I guess this one's for the engineers, right? It needs to be easy to add new chains, because if not, it's a pain kind of to do all the work to add a new chains. And one of the things that is important for us is that back in EdCon in 2018, our CTO did this presentation on how actually multidimensional batch auctions help reaggregate fragmented liquidity across like the many stablecoins, because back then we saw, okay, there's an explosion of assets, and you have, for example, a lot of stablecoins that represent the same asset, the same underlying asset, right, the dollar, but they're completely fragmented in terms of liquidity. And here's where the kind of multi-dimensional batch auctions come to the rescue, because they help to reaggregate these markets and kind of create a fair clearing price across them. But now, instead of doing it per tokens, we're actually doing it per chains, because now, you know, we have kind of like an asset explosion to the power of chains, because not only you have USDC, DAI, USDT, or whatever other stablecoin, but you also have USDC on ETH, USDC on Base, USDC on Optimism, and so on per network. So this is why we think doubling down on multidimensional batch auctions will actually like help reaggregate this fragmented liquidity across the chain, and will actually be beneficial for the users. So now that we have the requirement, let's go through the core components, which is basically like permissionless and composable liquidity. So the ability, as I said, to tap into the liquidity pools in combinations of a ledger that can actually keep track of what's coming in and what's coming out in terms of user balances. Then the whole idea of account abstraction balances, right? Like if we want to, I guess, like move like TradFi, it's $100. It doesn't matter if I have 50 on Base and 50 on ETH, it's $100 in total. So the idea is that like with chain abstraction protocol, the user has the same balance like across different chains, and you can actually like show a single balance, which means that now the user can kind of be the liquidity provider across chain within the updates of the ledger that you might do. And lastly, you need to have fair combinatorial auctions, because you can't throttle the system where there's only one solver winner all, but rather you have multiple winners at once, so that you have like a higher level of throughput. So how it works is basically you have a cross-chain cow ledger where basically user balances are recorded, and then you combine that with the composable liquidity, right? So for in here, for example, we will have a user that has balance on ETH, and then a user that has a balance on like 1 ETH, and a user that has balance on Base of 1 ETH. Now, if they were going to do a swap, in this case, like I'm going to explain in the next slide, the example is like the user one wants to sell the ETH for USDC on Base. Now, the difference is that instead of just relying on a single cross-chain cow ledger, we also have this deposit contract where users deposit the fund, but they can also play these resting limit orders that will allow for the cross-chain operations to be much more smoother. And then lastly, one big unified auction where you can actually also specify the source and the target chain. Because right now, the way even the combinatorial auction works is that you have kind of the auction per chain. And instead, we're going to be moving to like a whole unified auction where if it's only like swaps for single, like in the case of combinatorial auctions, right? If the winner is only doing source and target of the same chain, then fantastic, like we don't need to do anything cross-chain. But in the event that certain orders are coming from cross-chain, where the source and target are different, we can actually handle it in the proper way in the same auction without doing the whole swap and bridge. So let's go through an example to see what these three pieces that I mentioned work, because now if we're running the combinatorial batch auction, we could have a world where solvers, for example, are bidding on orders that are happening only on Arbitrum, orders that are happening from Solana to Bitcoin, or orders that are happening only on Ethereum, or orders that are happening from Ethereum to Base. Now, the important part of this auction is that the results of it need to consist of two important pieces. One is a bunch of cross-chain cow ledger updates so that we actually keep the track of the balances, and then a one-chain settlement transaction. And I'll explain here why. So in our example, right, we have, you can see, we have user one who has ETH on mainnet and actually wants to get USDC on Base. And then we have user two who has ETH on Base and is one of those users that kind of is activating the account abstraction balances and is placing a resting limit order within the causal deposit contract, telling us, I guess, I don't care where my ETH is as long as it's one ETH. As long as you respect my balance, I don't care if you move it cross-chain. Now, we already have a cow in the sense that we can actually give the ETH from user one to the ETH on user two and the ETH from user two to one. However, the problem is that user one actually didn't want ETH. They wanted USDC. So this is where the on-chain settlement transaction component part comes in, because then a solver can say, okay, well, because this user needs USDC instead of ETH, I'm going to go grab the ETH from the deposit contract, and I'm going to go on-chain to a liquidity pool like Uniswap or Curve or whatever, and I'm actually going to swap. And I'm going to swap one ETH for whatever the result in USDC. When I did the slides, the price was higher, but let's say it's 3,600. And the important part is that this solution is actually how you achieve the atomicity across the cross-chain swap, because you make basically the conditional, right, the validators. So in order to cosign the transaction, for the validator to kind of verify the solution and cosign the transaction on chain needs to happen. So in other words, right, if the on-chain exception is observed before, then the validators will kind of deem this transaction as approved, and they will actually push it, and kind of the transaction will execute. However, if the execution reverts and you don't have kind of the part of the USDC for WETH, then the execution will revert, and you won't have the updates on the ledger. And this is how we kind of see how we do atomicity across chain, because if you combine like ledger updates with the fact that only one on-chain settlement transaction can happen, you can actually guarantee that either kind of the balances move in the correct way and the user's desired outcome has happened, or it will simply revert. And this is what we're building so far, and I'm running out of time, but just in time. So thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you so much, Alex, and thank you so much for showing the exact steps that people need to take if they want to implement the changes that you're making. I hope that this was very informative for everyone. Now, our next session is going to center on user-centric interoperability. Off-Chain Labs' work on interoperability for Arbitrum and Ethereum ecosystems. Please welcome to the stage, Stephen Goldfeder.
It's not me, but it's a nice picture. All right. Hey everyone, thanks for coming today. Really, really excited to be here. And I'm going to talk today about user-centric interoperability. And what I mean by that is, what are the tools that we need to build, and how do we actually go about building interoperability that works for users? There is an absolute ton of interoperability protocols. Every single L2, or us on the bottom here at Arbitrum, ZK Sync, Optimism, has announced one or more interoperability protocols. There's an entire industry of interoperability frameworks and protocols, and that's fantastic. But the problem is, if you think about it for a second and you just like pop the stack for a second, if there are 100 different interoperability protocols, we didn't really solve interoperability because you just have to have all these different pieces that themselves don't work together. If every 2 chains has a custom interoperability protocol, that is not interoperability. So the idea that the most trustless, the ideal path, and by ideal I mean the most trustless and cheapest path from chain A to chain B, the truth is it may not be the same path from chain B to chain C, and actually it may not be the same path from chain B back to chain A, right? So if you go from Ethereum to Arbitrum, you might use one bridge. If you go from Arbitrum to Ethereum, it might make sense to use a different bridge, depending on what your speed or other price tolerance preferences are. So it's good that we have all of these different interoperability protocols, but the problem is, how do we actually make sense of it in a user-centric way? How do we make these cottage industry of interoperability protocols, where it seems like every pair of chains has their own way to go from one to the other, actually work for users? So the first thing to note is users can't keep track of this many paths. It's impossible to expect users, often who transact on tens or dozens of chains, to be able to actually keep track of all the different ways they may go from one chain to another and know, oh, if I'm going from Arbitrum to Ethereum, I'll use this. If I'm going from Base to ZK Sync, I'll use that. If I'm going from Arbitrum to ApeChain, I'll use yet a different path. It doesn't really make sense. Users can't keep that state. And even if they could, users can't analyze the benefits, the relative security benefits of different paths, right? We heard today a lot about EIL, but your average user probably doesn't, except for trusting the folks who are saying these things, isn't able to actually understand the difference between that and, say, an intent-based bridge or a native bridge. It's very opaque to many users. So how do we actually make sense of this? And what I propose is really, it's a two-front approach to interop. And it's really a wallet-centric approach. And the idea is, rather than selling all of these interop protocols to users or even to intent protocols, it's the wallets that need to integrate these protocols. And the idea is, if I want to go from Arbitrum and deposit something on Ethereum, my wallet should figure out for me, how do I go from step A to chain B? How do I do the steps? And I shouldn't have to do all these manual flows. And all the protocol work actually should be protocol researchers and developers presenting those to wallets, because the wallets are the ones that are able to actually make these choices and make these decisions, and the users then can basically make a single decision, is which wallet is best for me. And there might be one that prioritizes cost, one that prioritizes security, but ultimately the users can make those decisions, and it has to be a two-step program where the wallets really should completely ingest the interop protocols. If you have interoperability, you imagine this circle is interoperability. I think the world that most people think that this is the way we solve interoperability is like 90% protocol design and then 10% sort of everything else. But I think that's actually completely wrong. I think real interoperability today is 90% just wallet support. We actually have all the tools to do this, and 10% everything else. And over time, that 10% will get better and better and better. But ultimately, we have enough today to actually have excellent interoperability, but the big, big hurdle is getting wallets to actually support interoperability protocols. To take an example user journey today, imagine you're a user that has ARB on ApeChain and you want to earn yield on USDC on Arbitrum. Now note that ApeChain's gas is in ApeCoin, so you have to first get that. You have to swap your USDC, and if there's actually, swap for USDC if there's actually liquidity there, bridge to Arbitrum, deposit, and at the end of the day, actually, get ETH on Arbitrum because it's a different gas coin. At the end of the day, you're also going to be left with some dust on Ape, which is not going to be consolidated in your wallet because you're not going to be able to like time to or figure out the exact cost of bridging. It's an awful and really, really terrible process. And this is actually pretty basic. Imagine that you wanted to deploy something on Aave on Ethereum or Arbitrum. It would be even more steps and even more complex. What this should look like, actually, is just one step. The wallet has a button that says deposit USDC on Aave, or swap your coins, or whatever that one action you want to do, and everything else, basically, the wallet has a path for you in the background. And sure, there can be an advanced tab where users can figure out that path and swap parts and say, hey, actually, I want to pull this asset, or I want to actually use this other bridge. But the idea is there's no reason today that this slide is exposed to users. Really, the wallets should handle all of this and just say to users, what is it that you want to do? And in the back, we have the wallet can reach out to an intent protocol today to do that. And the good news is, and this is why I say this is all in the wallet support, is we know how to do this today. we should focus first on tokens, transfers, and swaps, because that's actually 90% of what people want today. And we actually have the tools to already do this today. We have intent-based protocols that wallets can directly incorporate today that would just solve interop and give users this one-step interoperability, this one-step UX that you just do what you want to do and the wallet figures out everything for you. So across and Relay, other solvers, we have excellent intent protocols, and the way that those work, for those unfamiliar, the solver monitors the chain and receives a quote. The user deposits money into an escrow. The user wants to go from chain A to chain B, so the user deposits money into an escrow contract in chain A. The solver fronts the funds on chain B. The escrow contract releases those funds to the solver on chain A once the solver actually did the task. And then the solver takes care of actually bridging and rebalancing of its inventory, but the user just gets a really fast action, a really fast bridging or doing whatever action it wants to do. And we know how to do this today, and it's just unfortunate today there's an extra step here where we have to go to Across's website and actually figure out these different pieces, but there's really no reason why this is not directly integrated into every single wallet today. And the truth is, this is not the end game. This is not the best, because there's a lot of trust involved there. And we heard about some good improvements today of how we can actually remove some of this trust. But the point is that can happen iteratively over time. That can happen in the background. You can replace the internals over time. And in time, actually, it gets simpler and simpler. For example, as we have ZK protocols, we might not even need intents and solvers anymore. We might be able to do this directly. But the idea is the wallets should basically take on this task today and use the tools that we have today to give you an excellent interop protocol. And tomorrow, that may actually be more and more and more trustless, because we'll take things like EIL and we'll swap that out for more trusted components. And in the future, we'll actually be able to expand this with not just token swaps and transfers, but on-chain messaging. But the core point is, these aren't things that should be sold directly to users. This should be completely transparent to users. The user uses a wallet, and over time, as protocol researchers develop new things, they sort of automatically get the benefits of what they're doing. But if you imagine your average user to be able to say, hey, I prefer EIL over this intent protocol, and actually to understand that, I think we're going to actually be in for a big disappointment at something that's not going to look very much like user-centric interop. So core principle number 4 of mine is, when we build these native interop systems, or these cross-chain, cross-Ethereum interop systems, they should be built in the most generic way possible, built in the smart contract layer. We don't want to see tight coupling between, say, a particular interop provider and a particular chain. It shouldn't be built into the protocol. The protocols might have custom rebalancing protocols. For example, Arbitrum has something called fast withdrawals that allows you to move quickly between 2 Arbitrum AnyTrust chains. ZK Sync has their protocol. OP-Stack has their protocol. But generic interop should be able to ingest all of these and actually just be in a way that's actually not tied too much to a particular provider. Because the truth is, in order to get cross-Ethereum interop, we're going to need to weave together many pieces in ways that users themselves won't be able to do, but wallets are in very, very good position to do. So what is off-chain labs? My core premise until now actually is a lot of this is out of our hands, and a lot of this actually is going to just require better wallets and better support for wallets. But obviously, there is a lot that we're doing today. So what is Off-Chain Labs doing today? What are we doing today to actually bring forward this future of cross-chain interop, and how do we go about influencing that? So the first thing is we funded something called the OIF, the Open Intents Framework, to actually build open solver software that anyone can run on their chain, to have open source software that you can go ahead and opt into intent and solver-based systems. But the problem is often, large chains will be able to track the Acrosses or the Relays of the world, but smaller chains won't be able to, and they'll often be left out of this interop. And that's why we think it's so important to go ahead and actually build these pieces, so any chain doesn't have to rely on being big enough to get some solver to decide that it's monetarily, economically worthwhile for them to support your chain. But as a chain operator, you can go and do this yourself. So that's why we funded the OIF for this particular component. So any chain can actually go and participate. And on the wallet level, we got a little frustrated with the state of this, so we acquired a company called ZeroDev, which publishes this API where any wallet can go ahead and sign up to have to broadcast their intents to, and the API will actually go ahead, broadcast those intents to solvers, and you'll be able to participate basically in this today intent-based ecosystem. But the idea is tomorrow it might actually be a very different ecosystem, but the wallet and the API are the ones that are going to hide some of those details from the user. So why do we do it? Why do we believe, why are we doing it this way? No complex protocol modifications. Again, that's the previous principle. It's generic, it's smart contract based, and you can plug in any chain. And this will proliferate ecosystem adoption of existing tools that we know work now. Again, we have we have Relay today, but how do we get the long tail of chains that those protocols aren't going to support? And the answer is we create the OIF and open source software so any chain can themselves join this Ethereum-wide interop ecosystem. But again, it's only going to work if we have really good and embedded wallet support as part of this. Another thing that we did at Off-Chain Labs as part of the OIF is we created this custom trustless broadcaster protocol based on Ethereum storage proofs. The idea is if you have a solver-based system and the solver went ahead and did a task, it needs to go ahead and broadcast that message back to the escrow chain, the chain where the funds are being escrowed, and say, hey, release those funds. Today, a lot of those protocols are trusted. We built a completely trustless protocol and contributed, and actually the OIF has smart contracts to implement this. The truth is, this is actually very slow today, and no one's going to use it. But again, it shows the progress that we'll make over time. So today, we'll have more trusted systems, but tomorrow, we're already laying the groundwork to have more trustless systems where we'll be able to, again, transparently swap that away from users, where users will just get a better and better and better interop system over time, but they won't have to, if you imagine that users will have to, if you can take a look at the QR code, go ahead and read the proposal here and understand it, like, again, they won't be able to, but that's fundamentally them going to be relying on their wallet service providers to go ahead and do that for them. So we're also building something called the Universal Intent Engine. The Universal Intent Engine pairs very well with the OIF, the Open Intent Framework. So over here on this side, we have the OIF. What the OIF does, it standardizes around 7683, the messaging format for intents, and it defines how we lock those funds in the escrow, and it also defines how we go ahead and broadcast those messages back. And you can combine different pieces. You can also use services like Across and Relay that go ahead and do that for you. But on the left side here, the Universal Intent Engine is slightly more broad and actually provides that API where a wallet can go ahead, this SDK where a wallet can go ahead and broadcast these intents and actually have this API where they can ingest these intents, find a solver to go ahead and participate. And again, with the OIF, anyone can join this themselves. They can join this ecosystem, whether or not the guys on the bottom decide to actually support that chain. So any wallet can opt in, and any chain can opt in to what's going to be a broad Ethereum interop ecosystem. But of course, one more time, this will only work well, and the best UX will only come if it's transparent from users and it's actually just directly embedded inside the wallets. So we're not done yet. Again, we have a lot that we have to do. Everything we described so far really just works for token transfers and swaps. We have something with ZeroDev called the multi-chain validator that will actually be able to do this in a way that works not only for swaps, but for complex action across chains. This requires the use of smart accounts, so you can actually allow the solver to delegate authority to actually do specific actions on those chains, like, hey, go ahead and don't just send my tokens, but actually deposit these funds, say, in Aave. So we are building that at ZeroDev. And again, today that's actually more trusted and requires a good deal of trust, but we'll be able to make that more trustless over time. The EIL, which was, of course, presented today, leverages multi-chain validators just like we do in ZeroDev. And actually, in the EIL, ZeroDev can actually be both a bundler and a solver. So the idea is that we should just adopt smart account solutions that will enable us to go not only from token swapping and bridging, but to generic smart contract support where you have funds on one chain, you want to do some actions on another chain, you can go ahead and actually just make that happen literally in one button click, and everything else will sort of happen underneath the hood. So what is the future state? So Ethereum's and L2s, as I said, the wallets, I believe firmly we should lean into the EIL and more trustless interoperability protocols, but again, do that in a way that cross-chain transactions feel like just single-chain transactions, right? We'll have this UX where we don't feel like we're a fragmented Ethereum, but we feel like we're one ecosystem where everything just feels like one chain, even though under the hood, it's many different chains, and that will come from direct wallet support and eventually direct app support in embedded wallets, right? Eventually, we may not even need these wallets. The wallet themselves may be embedded in most apps, and users can rely on trustless protocols over time, not just more trusted APIs that we have today. So we have a long way to go. But the idea is that over time, we can improve on two different verticals. We can go ahead and we can improve the trustlessness of the protocols by saying, okay, today we have a little more trust, but we have really good directions. Again, EIL is a great example to make this more and more trustless over time. Let's swap out the internals and also the functionality of the protocol, going from token swaps and transfers much more generically and broadly to just generic smart contract calling, generic message passing from one chain to another. So I'll end with a few key takeaways that I think if you spaced out until now, it's a good time to space back in. These are basically the key points that I have for you today. We have enough pieces to solve interop today. Interop will not be solved on a whiteboard. Interop will not be solved in a research paper. Interop is going to require us to take the pieces that we know how to use today and build those. And by the way, that's how we built Arbitrum. If you look at Arbitrum in 2021, compared to it today, it was terrible. Terrible. It was slower, it was more expensive, the proofs were worse, but you have to meet the moment at the time. It was the best solutions for scaling at the time, and over time we replaced it and we upgraded and we got to it better and better and better, and we need to do the same with interop. We don't need to wait for new protocols. We have all the pieces today. We must put them together and put them to work today. Key takeaway number 2, we've built the components already to allow any chain to participate. It's not going to be interop just between the most popular chains, but any chain, even if they have very, very little usage, can opt into this cross-chain interop protocol and actually participate today in cross-Ethereum interop with this one-chain feeling. Number 3 is we'll replace the internals over time. As we get more trustless tech, that becomes available. As we can get tech that is actually faster to do things like cross-chain generic message passing in a trustless way, we can make this better and better over time. But the time to start is not to wait until we have that future end state. The time to start is right now. Let's take the pieces that we have right now, and just like that SpaceX image, we'll make it better and better and better over time, but don't wait until the end state. That's not going to serve users today, and that's when we need interop today. We don't want to lose the battle today for some future state for tomorrow. And the final point, which was really my main point here today, is wallet support is the missing link. We need every single popular wallet to actually opt in and give users these flows that don't require them to keep state of all these complex steps that they want to do and figure out how do I go from A to B and then what do I do and I have to figure out how to get gas. Like, no. Your wallet should give you a default path to do a basic user action. I have money. All you need to do is go to the app you want to do, press on the action you want to do, and your wallet should figure out where are your funds, how do I get them here to where you need to be, and all you do is need to approve that. And of course, you can go in and change that and not like that, but your wallet should do the heavy lifting for you of at least proposing a default path. Thank you so much. Thank you all for coming today, and really great to be here.
Thank you, Steven. Big round of applause for Steven. He gave us so many actionable takeaways. And this day really has been full of so many demos, explanations, and all these approaches that we could leverage for the future centered around trust and better performance alongside interoperability. Now, our next talk, we have 2 talks left until we finish second day of Trustless Conf. Our next talk is going to focus on cross-chain apps powered by real-time proving. And get excited, we're going to see another demo. We love to see a good demo because it shows us exactly how things work. In this talk, we will dive into XYield, a cross-chain vault optimizer built on T1's real-time proving based on cross-chain application infrastructure. XYield enables yield optimization in the multi-chain world by automating deposits, withdrawals, and bridging across yield sources on multiple chains based on verifiable strategies proven on-chain by Ts. So that was a mouthful. I'm sure that it will make a lot more sense, at least for me, once we see the demo. We solve interop challenges by eliminating the need to switch networks and bridge funds, because at the end of the day, things have to be easy for things to be usable, and not just if we want more adoption, but for ourselves as well. Please welcome to the stage, Orest.
Thank you so much. Hi guys, welcome, and thank you so much for staying to this late hour. I appreciate that very much. I know it's been a long day, and it's super cool to see so many of you actually care about not just interoperability and the interop landscape, but also the prefix of this event, which not for no reason is called Trustless. We have the Trustless manifesto over here, and I'm very glad that we've just heard a talk by Steven from Offchain talking about how interoperability should actually be reflected in the wallet, because I can call out a couple of elements in that approach that are not exactly trustless. Like we can talk about RPCs, but we can also talk about proving and following the different chains. But then again, there's also the user experience element, and this is something I would like to focus on the most today. So what I would like to present to you today is a very quick recap of my rough thinking about creating interoperability in a world where there is 15B on Arbitrum and 15B on Base and other rollups that are incumbents and that have the staying power, etc. So I would like to give you a recap of how to create interoperability without changing them. I think we align with the previous speaker on that. But I also like to show you how creating programmability in this paradigm unlocks new use cases. And by programmability, I mean not having to actually go ahead and click a button in your wallet every day. And finally, I would like to show you a demo of an app that is made possible by infrastructure of this sort. Okay, so what's crypto like today? I guess it's obvious to anyone here, we have a lot of islands that have pretty good intra-cluster, same island interoperability, like the aforementioned rollup clusters. And one could state, well, there's all those intent bridges, and if I want to have 5 ETH or $1,000 from Arbitrum on Base, I can easily bridge. However, I would argue that this is not what interoperability is about. I would say that interoperability is about composability, not just bridging. And composability is the idea that you can actually have this program that does the swap on Arbitrum against your ETH, gets you USDC, and then you could have another program on Scroll that consumes the output of the other Arbitrum-based program to do something yet again, and its output can be used by yet another rollups, dApp, and so forth. So basically the idea of the original Linux CLI vision with one tool to do one highly specialized job, and that job alone, but combined in a paradigm where it's very easy to just pipe the output of this highly specialized piece of software into the input of this other specialized piece of software. And that without those individual constituents having awareness of each other, without them necessarily having been programmed to be aware of how the inputs and outputs could be composed. And so if you combine programmability with real-time proving, I would argue only then is it that we get to real composability, to real trustless interoperability, and this longed-for user experience of a click-and-forget user journey. Now, in terms of numbers, status quo is we have optimistic rollups with multi-day delays to finalize on DL1, and we have ZK rollups with maybe an hour of a delay to finalize on DL1. And technically, you could argue we have composability already. It just happens to be super slow, and in fact, it's as slow as though to prevent anyone from practically leaning on that paradigm. You don't see applications where you do something on Arbitrum, use the canonical bridge to go via DL1 and then deposit that maybe output into Scroll and do something on Scroll. So yeah, that doesn't happen. Now, with an infrastructure like T1s, what you can do is you can take a network of security-hardened TEEs, run follower nodes for all of those existing rollups sequences that are actually consuming the state as it gets produced and exposing the ability to read that state from any other rollup or from the T1 native block space. Now, with this, you already get certain benefits, such as the ability to quickly prove intent fills and therefore provide better quotes. But what's really interesting is enhancing this infrastructure with the ability for such a cross-chain dApp to request a read happen in one of the incumbent rollups. So what you can do then is you can react to a state change in Arbitrum. You can maybe withdraw your position from a vault on Arbitrum, and you can instantaneously bridge the output tokens and open another position on base. And all of that would be done with this read and write capability. It is a best effort base, but a very versatile one within the hardened TE infrastructure. So basically, in developer terms, what you can think about as a parallel is the asynchronous programming paradigm with callbacks, where you may, as a developer, request that some transaction be put on base, and at some point in the future will hopefully the success callback be called, to which you can then react in your application logic, or a timeout will hit because there is no guarantee that the success will ever happen, and then you can revert, and unfortunately you must indeed revert the previous legs of your meta transaction, of your super transaction, to restore a consistent state. Now, this is what in our thesis hopefully is the best we can get to in the world as it is today with the incumbent rollups, to approximate the original vision of the money building blocks that DeFi was enabled by in the first place, but in this cross-chain interoperability compatible paradigm. The team behind this is my co-founder, John, who previously co-founded Secret Network, using TEs also for privacy, and learned his lessons there. This is one of the ingredients for the design we've been working on, because we learned the lesson of securing TEs and identified how much easier it is to actually be able to just reproduce computation within a TE and then have attributability in offenses that the TE might have committed versus leaking secrets, which is not attributable. And then there's me. I previously co-founded 2 non-crypto startups and then worked at Scroll. Again, learning about the limits of practical ZK applications, learning about the strengths, but also the weaknesses of a ZK-only system, hopefully distilling the lessons and hopefully putting them to good use. Now, we are talking about cross-chain applications. We are here to go from the user perspective, and why does any of that protocol design stuff matter in the first place? Well, it matters because in a paradigm with interoperability being easily available, the user experience actually improves significantly. And the user experience can indeed even be quantified in terms of financial gains or savings as relevant in DeFi applications. So one example I'd like to guide you through today is what I call yield. We literally just came up with this name this morning, so I hope no one will front run us to the domain. The idea is, how about instead of the user journey that the previous speaker just described, where the wallet does things for you, how about you express the idea of not caring which Euler deployment you want to put your funds to in terms of chain. You don't care if the Euler vault is on Base or Arbitrum or Scroll, but you care that it's the Euler vault such and such with the risk profile such and such. So how about you express that desire and then let a security-hardened TE network run this application, run this program that tries and materializes your desire using the ability to talk to sequencers of the chains involved. And so what it would do is it would check, okay, what's the yield on Euler base, what's the yield on Euler arbitrum, and it would go and bridge as necessary and open a position on the user's behalf. The idea being that this yield, this APY, could change every day, and so the this sort of agent running in this TEE-secured programmable paradigm could be checking APYs continuously, and it could even be running way more complex trading strategies. So if the demo gods are with us today, great, we will be able to see a live demo of this, but to give you a quick gut feel on why we care, we ran a couple of, we crunched a couple of numbers, and we found out that even at a very short term, a couple of bridges involved potentially, we are able to generate a yield which is up to 30% higher in a world where bridging between the different instantiations of a given USDC vault is possible versus just staying on one chain. So this is the money that you are basically forgoing by not continuously opening your wallet and moving funds manually. Whoa. Okay, so let's see if demo gods are with us. And we will be trying, we will be trying to do the thing that the TE is supposed to be doing automatically for you live. So let's see if the Wi-Fi is with us. It seems so. So what you can see here is the interface of yield. The interface basically talks to a backend which is hosted in a hardened TE. And we can see, okay, there's this Euler gauntlet USDC vault. Let's go ahead and fire it up. And whoops. And so we see, okay, we have a total deposit number of 140 bucks. Let's connect my wallet. A couple of days ago, I deposited some money. I deposited something over 100 bucks, and I can see, okay, cool, my position is worth 126 USDC currently. I accrued some yield, like this is the total yield accrued. And interestingly, I can also see the rebalance history. So you can see, okay, November 6th, 2 weeks ago, Arbitrum was the chain on which the yield was highest. And so from November 6th to November 17th, did the TEE agent keep user funds in that deployment, getting an average APY of a stunning 9.5%. But then the market moved, whatever, and on November 17th, the agent decided to move funds from Arbitrum to Base, and it remains the most attractive vault deployment to this day. And we can confirm that by going to Euler scan, and we see, okay, the Arbitrum vault is at 3.6%, and the Base vault is at 8.7%. This looks right. So how about we do the hard thing? Let's assume a user Alice is on the chain that does not have the high yield. So in this case, let's assume she's on Arbitrum, where the high yield is on Base. And let's see what the UX of T1 enabled infra looks like. Let us try and deposit $40 into this cross-chain vault. And you can see there's no permit required. We will be sending 40 bucks to an EOA that was generated and is managed by this dedicated TEE. Let's do that. And we can see then on Arbitrum, let's open Alice's account. This is Alice's account on Arbitrum. And we can see token transfers. 10 seconds ago, Alice moved 40 bucks out of her account to this dedicated EOA run by the TEE. Let's open that account and see what's going on there. We see 25 seconds ago, Alice deposited into this dedicated account, and a couple of seconds later, the agent decided, hey, I actually want to bridge over to the other network. In this case, it decided to go with across, and it sent $40 to the other network. So let's see what's going on here in our front end, if our deposit arrived. And there we go. We can see, okay, we have $166 total deposit value. It is accruing interest on base, and should the market conditions change, will the TE agent automatically move the money to yet another chain and ape into yet another vault to earn yield. That was the demo. Now, how is this even safe? How is this even secure, you could ask? We've heard about all those TE exploit and TDX fail and TE fail and whatnot. And I keep saying security hardened TEs. I keep saying that for a reason, because again, we all learned our lessons, and TEs can only be trusted with certain things and should not be trusted with others. In our situation, there will be significant funds secured by the TE. So it's important to take precautions against untrusted node operators, etc. And so what we elected to go with is a tiered security architecture that I call defense in depth, which starts with fast and efficient TE proofs that are running computation, TEs that are running computation and creating proofs that are verified on-chain. And then in the next step, will we be adding multiple TEs coming to consensus about this compute, so that they need to basically vote on the output of the program after it ran and reach consensus there, possibly and optionally secured by restaked stake. But then you could ask, what if there's like billions of dollars being secured by the system? How can you ever reach this level of stake? And the answer here is we have the idea of keeping track of what the value that is being secured by this consensus of TEs amounts to. And as it approaches the crypto economic security limits of the system, would we encourage the creation of an ad hoc zero-knowledge proof of all the state transitions up until now? And with this, should this ZKP be able to be verified on-chain, would the system be able to securely reset the value at risk counter and therefore continue operating with low latency and then finalize on-chain without issues? And then in the extreme scenario where a single transaction or like a very small amount of transactions were to exhaust the crypto economic security budget instantly, would we need to actually halt finalizing and require a zero-knowledge proof to continue finalization on-chain? And so overall, we have a couple of more ideas around creating censorship resistance in the system on top of this. Not everyone will be able to easily get a hold of a TE. Not everyone will be able to actually run several rollups follow-on nodes. This is quite hardware, quite beefy hardware that you need, etc. And so to create censorship resistance, we are also introducing in our long-term vision an additional role that I call the sequencing AVS, the sequencing actively validated service here, which only is tasked with ordering user transactions, like things such as the MetaMask transaction that I just showed you, into bundles, signing off on those bundles, and only then passing them over to the execution AVS, which is running inside the TE, which is able to decrypt those transaction bundles and only then execute them, and which is then actually running the state transition and the new state root submission on chain. But they do not have the ability to reorder user transactions or to exclude users, censor users. This, we hope, will create a system which hits a good balance between latency and censorship resistance in this case. Finally, quick roadmap to mainnet. Like, this is infra, so of course things take time, but we elect to take an approach that's quite lean, and we start with a very lean version of our mainnet, which we just announced a couple of days ago, on which Yielded is running already. Like, you can, what we've seen before was real funds on Arbiter mainnet and base mainnet using real USDC. This is live already. Next up, will we be securing this network and adding permissionless block space in which any application may be able to benefit from the ability to interact with other rollups. And finally, will we be opening up the network towards a decentralized architecture. And so my call to action for you today is, if you are interested in taking Yield for a spin, please hit us up. This is a link to a very short form where we will be selectively inviting people who want to risk their funds on mainnet in exchange for maybe high yield. So far it's been significantly higher than staying naively on one chain, and definitely a lot of satisfaction of finding out how a post-interop, post-fragmented Ethereum world might look like. So please hit me up if you have any questions, and if we have time for questions, I would love to take some. Do we have time? Okay, so thank you very much, guys.
Thank you for the wonderful demo. And if you have any questions for Oris, actually, you can find him just as he steps off the stage, and he's happy to take your questions there. Okay, Trustless Conf, day 2. We have come to the very, very, very end of the conference. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for your energy. Like Oris said at the beginning, we know that it's a long event. There's a lot going on, and we appreciate you being here with us today. Our final session is going to focus on composable batching, controlling for slippage in multi-chain environments. So here is the problem that the next session outlines. If we assume that a user wants to do several source chain actions and several destination chain actions, represented by one signable transaction payload, we quickly run into the issues of slippage. And our next speaker is going to show us how we could resolve that. Please give a big round of applause for Mislav Javor. Welcome to the stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to be here. As they say, you always save the best for last, so that's why they chose me. So I will be talking about something that's maybe a little bit esoteric, you know, in the programming terms. So what I want to do initially is show you a demo. I think we had an amazing demo by Orest today. This one is going to be equally amazing, I hope. So, as was mentioned, there is this problem of controlling for slippage in multi-chain environments, right? What we want to do is we have a position on one chain in one vault. We want a supply to another vault on another chain. We need to unwind the source chain. We may need to swap the token into some other token. Then we need to call the bridge. Then we might need to approve and execute. And what we want to do, we want to enable one-click Ethereum. I think that was the entire point of this interoperability track and everything. And how do we do it? Well, I'll explain how do we do it. I'll show you how it looks now. So this is a video. I would usually do a live demo, but the internet has been very cruel to me. So what's going to happen here, if you haven't caught it, I will be unwinding my Spark USDC Morpho pool on Base and supplying it to a Hyperweave HWHLP pool on HyperEVM in a single signature, and all slippages will be controlled for. There will be no dust left over anywhere, and I will have the most optimal price execution. So what's going to happen here? I'm going to get a quote from, in this case, 7683 provider, and I will tell you a bit more how this all ties into what the Ethereum Foundation has been doing and what we've been doing in the Patagonia Edge City for a while. I will be getting this quote, and when I receive the quote, I will essentially approve and execute. And this will start what we call composable orchestration. This will create a composable executable batch across 2 chains, which will take the output of one function call and treat it as the input of the next function call. So what does this mean? This means that you are able to arbitrarily compose any amount of DeFi protocols across any amount of chains simply by writing front-end scripts. And in the video now, I will go into this explorer, which will show us what has actually happened. You will see that the gas was paid in USDC on Base, and then that a transaction was executed on Base, and another one on Hyper EVM. And within the Base transaction, we will see that we have composably stacked multiple function calls and use the output of one as the input to the next one. So why we used across here? Because across is the first implementation that allows this composable bridging. But I'm happy to say that in the Patagonia workshop that we had last week, many other providers came out saying they will be supporting composable bridges, and not the least of them being our friends at the Ethereum Foundation. So it is trying to connect, so I don't think I'll be able to do a slideshow. That's why I didn't want to do a live demo. So we'll do it like this. So what's happening here? I will explain how all of this that you saw works. So what we will be leveraging here is ERC4337, ERC7579, and ERC7683. So for those of you who are not math whizzes and do not follow ERCs like it's the latest telenovela, I'll tell you what it is. So ERC4337 is the smart account standard, the initial one, that started all of this that we do at Biconomy. ERC7579 is the modular smart account standard, which enables you to add plug-and-play modules into your smart accounts. And one of those modules is this composable execution module that was used for the demo that you just saw. And the last one is the ERC7683, which is the open intents framework that was brainstormed last week a lot by us and our friends at Patagonia Edge City with the Ethereum Foundation. So what's the problem? When you are doing normal batching, you have essentially solved only for one problem. You have solved for approve plus execute, right? You approve 100 USDC, you supply 100 USDC, all the information is known ahead of time. You have no problems. Well, what happens if you need to swap and then supply? Well, you can't, because by the time you swap, the rate of the swap is going to change, so you will not know how much you need to supply. The only thing you can do is approximate. You can query a DEX aggregator, you can query a bridging provider, you can query like all of these data providers, and they will get really precise. I'm not saying that this is a bad solution in any way. They will get really close, but they will never get to 100%. But what happens then if you want to withdraw, bridge, swap, and supply? Assume each and every one of those steps incurs a 1% slippage. Well, now suddenly, you don't have a 1% slippage problem, you have a 4% slippage problem. So even if you had great execution with 0.3% slippages, everything set up tight, and you got 6 or 7 steps composably, now suddenly you're working with 4% slippage and you cannot execute, or I mean you can execute, but you're getting such a shitty price that you rather wouldn't click that sign button. So this needs to be solved. It's not a good experience, and that's why basically this front-end composable multi-chain DeFi doesn't exist today. Well, except for the demo that I just showed you recently. So as I said, multi-call, batch execution are not enough because all input parameters must be known ahead of time. We do not know all input parameters ahead of time, and slippage, the most important and the most worrisome of all, is not known ahead of time. So with normal batching, as I said, you get dust, you get suboptimal price execution, and I really mean suboptimal price execution. All of you who are developers, you know how complicated it can be to actually stack it up. You can solve this. Actually, all of this, I just need to put like some truth to it. You can solve it by getting the user to sign like 15 times. If you are willing to let your user sign 15 different times because you will control for the operation every step of the way, yeah, then sure. You can do it. But if you want to enable a single-click experience, you cannot do this without composable batching. So, and like, yeah, okay, if you overestimate, you will have bad price execution, but if you underestimate, your transaction will fail. So pick your poison. Either you pay too much or your transaction fails. None of these seem like super great options to me. So this is something, how it actually looks. So if you go to this composable super transaction, we call it, and it's using this composable batching module. You will see that I have fixed inputs and dynamically injected inputs in every single step of the batch, right? So for fixed inputs, we got, okay, I'm using USDC and WETH on base, and I'm putting 2,000 USDC. I will be, you can't see it, it's kind of a bright orange color, but it says swap contract on the top. So I will be swapping 2,000 USDC for WETH. But then in the bridge solver contract, so I want to swap and then bridge. In the bridge solver contract, I do not know how much I got from the last one, but worry not. We can set the amount parameter of the bridge solver function call as a dynamically injected input. So we are not fixing it when we are signing the call data. This is fetched from on-chain information, right? It can be the balance of the token. Like you can just inject the full balance of the token. You can set a previous state of the token balance before the swap and then an after balance after the swap and then deduct one from the other and inject that. You can inject an oracle price. You can inject any piece of on-chain information. And then the last part is, after the bridge has completed, I have incurred even more unknown variable slippage. And then I want to supply to Aave, supply to Morpho, supply to Euler, or whatever. And I need to use dynamic inputs there. But then I use just the runtime WETH balance again on the destination chain. So what I have enabled with composable batching is a single signature, fully composable multi-chain transaction. We call it a super transaction. You call it however you like, but it works. This is how it looks in code. Essentially, this is an API call to our composable batching engine. You just say, okay, I'm transferring to this address. This maybe is like a USDC contract or whatever, but I am not actually transferring a fixed amount. I am transferring the runtime ERC balance. So this will be the balance within that very block, right? Within your very own slot, within that block, it will be completely precise at the time of execution. And I am transferring that, injecting that as the second parameter in that function call. So this is how easy it is actually to interact with composable batching. So as I said, sources of dust in regular batching can be decentralized exchanges because of swap slippage, solvers because of bridging, solving slippage, and they take their fees, which can sometimes be calculated as bips. So depending on the number, they might change dynamically. And then you have this weird thing which yield calculation precision. So some vaults and tokens accrue yield per block. And depending on which block you actually pull them from, you will have more or less yield. And this sometimes cannot be controlled for easily if you are doing batch execution. So you will not know exactly how much you're going to get. Now, how do we do it in the background is, as I said, we use ERC 4.7 smart accounts, ERC 7.6A3 open intents framework. Well, right now we also use the across wrapper that's available that does this composable bridging. And then we use the Biconomy composable batching module for our Nexus smart accounts, but it's also compatible with any other ERC 7579 accounts. And we use the composable model of Biconomy super transactions. So I thought I had one more slide. Turns out I don't. That would be it from my end. I think I got 9 minutes left over, but I don't have much more to say. So if there are any questions, please feel free. So.
Can't do with the mic because, do you want to just ask your question?
Oh, that's a good question. So the question was, how is this user experience enabled? So the gentleman here asked whether we are using the ERC 7702 to delegate our EOAs into smart accounts. We are actually not. So the idea is that this all works from a normal, regular EOA. So it's one-click Ethereum for your 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old MetaMask wallet that you haven't connected or updated in the last half a decade. This will work. This does not require any type of forward upgrades to your wallet stack, forward upgrades to the blockchain, forward upgrades. This all executes on top of the blockchain using certain things that I think are a bit too technically demanding to explain on stage in the next few minutes. But yeah, essentially this entire cross-chain orchestration works trustlessly, may I add. There is no trust involved, there is no custody, there is censorship resistance, users can always force their own transactions. So by adhering to the highest level of standards of Ethereum, you can achieve these beautiful multi-step DeFi multi-chain flows with composable batching.
Anyone else? Okay.
Thank you, everyone, very much. You were a great audience.
Thank you so much, Mislav. Well, this brings Trustless Conf Day 2 to the end. And like I said at the beginning, it's been a big week. There's a lot going on. The Trustless Manifesto was just published. If you haven't checked it out yet, go read it, go sign it, and you can make your decision and see how you feel about trust. Is it slipping into the culture? Is it a bad thing? Should we be allowing convenience to interfere with trust? I don't know. That's up to you guys to decide. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of your Devconnect. Thank you.